Colleagues, before we begin today, I'd like to pay tribute to Ann Widdecombe, who died in tragic, deeply troubling circumstances last week. Anne was a formidable politician, a prominent figure in public life. She was a Member of Parliament for Maidstone for 27 years, holding a number of ministerial posts in the 90s. Anne was fierce and enjoyed robust political debate. Whether you agree with her or not, she was principled, spoke her mind and was true to her beliefs, which were informed by a Christian faith. Anne was a close friend to David Amis, who was murdered in 2021, and both were fellow animal lovers. In light of the ongoing police investigation, I would urge members to take care not to say anything in this House that might prejudice a future trial. I will set up more on that advice of the Home Secretary's statement later. For now, we are thinking of Anne. But just say on a personal level, Casa Pizza in Lambeth, in Kennington, is where I spent a lot of time in the evening sharing a pizza with the one and only Ann Widdecombe. She was a friend in many ways. Politically, we may not agree, but she was, without doubt, a courageous, principled politician, and all of her flaws with family and her friends. Yeah. Order, order. We now come to questions. Secretary of State for Home Department, Lorraine Beavers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kiana Dawes was pushed into taking her own life. Oh, sorry, question one.
Minister.
Can I associate myself and my colleagues with your remarks about Ann Widdecombe, Mr. Speaker? Anne was a minister when I was doing my politics A-level, and she has been a firm part of our political life for the last 3 decades. May she rest in peace. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 1 and 2 together. We are rolling out domestic abuse protection orders across England and Wales and have trebled the number of forces with domestic abuse specialists in control rooms under Raneem's law. We have established the National Centre for Violence Against Women and Girls and Public Protection to transform the response to VAUG.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kiana Dawes was pushed into taking her own life by her abusive partner. Before she died, she said that he had killed her. With domestic abuse-related suicides on the rise and women in abusive relationships being more likely to take their own lives than being killed by their abuser, will the Minister commit to the Home Office working with victims and campaigners to ensure that the law fully reflects the role that domestic abuse plays in the death of such people like Kiana?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for raising such an important issue? And the answer, of course, is yes. We are funding research with all police forces to better capture information and inform our response. The Law Commission is reviewing homicide law, including the use of manslaughter offences where abuse may have driven someone to suicide. I know that the former Minister, the member for Birmingham Yardley, was working hard on this, and I know that the new Minister will be too.
Jonathan Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 5 people experience domestic violence in their lifetimes, and this equates to around 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 or 7 men. But it is thought that only 20% of this is reported, and it is also thought that the significant under-reporting in terms of the domestic violence experienced by men due to social stigma. So what steps is the department taking to understand the scale of this problem and to drive action?
My honourable friend's right to raise this issue. Too many victims, including men, do not feel able to report domestic abuse, and we must change that. We recognise that there are additional barriers that male victims face, and that has been set out in a dedicated explanatory note alongside the VAUG strategy, and the Home Office funds the Men's Advice Line to help male victims access support.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Intimate image abuse is increasingly being used to threaten, control and exploit women and girls after relationships break down. Yet police have no power to require the deletion of those images if they were obtained consensually. What steps is the Minister taking to close that gap and better protect victims?
The Honourable Lady is right to raise that, and we are working hard on that. As she knows, there is a huge amount of work going on in terms of the law that has just been passed, the Police and Crime Act, and the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. Of course, we will continue to do everything we can.
John Mill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my Horsham constituents, a victim of abuse, has seen her abuser let off with a suspended sentence after the case took too long to go to trial. She now has to live with a debilitating illness caused by her abuse, while her abuser gets to carry on with his life. Court delays are of course bad in any case, but for victims of abuse, there can be an extra hardship. So does the Minister think that we need to think of some special provision for such cases?
The Honourable Gentleman's right to raise the issue of court delays, and we have a whole strategy led through the Ministry of Justice to make sure we speed up those court cases, and he's right to highlight the particular impact of those. We are ramping up the support that we give to victims and making sure we are helping people, trying to give them information about what is happening, even when there are delays, and of course we'll listen to his question very carefully.
Dr. Zubir Ahmed.
Number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I answer this, may I briefly say what is on the minds of many in this House and pay tribute to Ann Widdecombe, a true public servant, and I will shortly make a statement about Ann and the ongoing police investigation. In relation to question number 3, Mr. Speaker, this government committed to end the use of asylum hotels this Parliament, and we are on track to deliver just that. We have brought the number of hotels down from 213 in July 2024 to fewer than 117 today, meaning 1 in 5 hotels open at the election are closed now, and we continue to move people into more basic accommodation, speed up caseworking and remove record numbers of people from this country.
Mr. Speaker, can I commend my right honourable friend for the way she's gone about reducing the amount of hotel use in this country after the shocking legacy that was left behind by 14 years of the last government. She will know these hotels have become a source, unfortunately, of right-wing intimidation, violence and community cohesion and tension. Can she reassure me in Scotland in particular that as families are moved out of these hotels, that the accommodation they are put in is not only appropriate for them, but also appropriate for the communities in which they are housed?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. Let me reassure him we work closely with local authorities, accommodation providers and safeguarding partners to ensure that families and vulnerable individuals receive the support that they need throughout any move, and that is true across the whole of the UK. We do understand that hotels themselves can impact community tensions, and whilst people have a right to protest peacefully, nobody has the right to intimidate communities or vulnerable families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just building on the last question, RAF Linton on Ouse, where 1,500, up to 1,500 asylum seekers may be put, will be open gates. And it's a village of 600 adults, and close to that is a primary school. So may I ask the Home Secretary, in light of the comments about community cohesion not being in schools nursery, will she now rule out RAF Linton on Ouse as an inappropriate site because of the proximity of the primary school?
Let me say to the honourable gentleman, no decision has been taken, and all of these factors, including other community assets, schools, community facilities, are taken into account as part of the decision making.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government and I inherited 3 asylum hotels in Bournemouth, and I know that the Minister is working through a complicated process to close the hotels in Bournemouth. I have asked on the 5th of January, the 9th of February, the 9th of March, the 8th of June and today whether the government have positive news about the closure of any of the asylum hotels in Bournemouth. Can the Minister give an update, please?
Home Secretary.
Let me thank my honourable friend for the tremendous campaigning that he has done in this House on behalf of his constituents, and let me say to him there may be further good news to come, but this government has a commitment to get out of all asylum hotels by the end of the Parliament, and we are on track to do that.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Home Secretary for what she said about Anne, whom I first met over 50 years ago, and she was as formidable as an undergraduate as she later became in later life as a mature politician. I believe that nobody other than the present Home Secretary on the Labour benches could do more to tackle the asylum problem than she is doing. But having said that, this strategy of moving people out of hotels and into camps or dispersing them can only ever work if other people are not coming in constantly to replace them. So what plans does she have for truly deterring people so that they know that if they embark on a small boat, they will physically not be allowed to melt into British society in the future.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. He's right that in order to deal with this problem effectively, we do also need to reduce the inflow of people coming across the Channel. He will know we're debating a bill later today with measures designed to do just that, as well as the wider policy changes that I have announced since I have been Home Secretary, designed to change the calculation of those who are in the north of France looking to get on a boat to come to this country that way. I think he is signalling, of course, the Conservative Party's previous policy of the Rwanda scheme, which he will know we disagree with that as a deterrent, but we are working on all and every other measure in order to deter those people from making those journeys in the first place.
Spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NAO reported last year that the cost of asylum accommodation contracts had more than tripled from under 5 billion to more than 15 billion. Clearly, they're bad value for money, they're bad for communities, and they're bad for the asylum seekers themselves. The member for Makerfield has stated his ambition to activate the break clause in these contracts. Given that he is set to become Prime Minister next week, is the Home Secretary planning to rip up the agreements?
Well, those are contracts that we inherited, and they will be retendered under this government to ensure that we drive value for money across those contracts. He will know, of course, the cost of asylum accommodation has come down. Asylum accommodation and support has come down by over £1 billion since this government came to office, and we will continue to make progress on that.
James McCleary.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have made the landmark commitment to halve the levels of violence against women and girls in a decade, and already we are taking action. We will prevent children from taking, sharing and viewing nude imagery on their smartphones and tablets. We have invested £53 million to tackle the highest harm perpetrators, and we've protected over 1,000 victims through domestic abuse and protection orders. Our ambition is clear, and there is much more work to be done.
James McCleary.
Speaker, Sussex is in the grip of a crisis of violence against women and girls. In the county, only 3% of reported rape cases ever make it to trial. And for the few that ever get their day in court after distressing delays, just 53% see a conviction, which is 10% below the national average. It's therefore no surprise that so many women in the county have so little faith their abusers will ever see justice. Operation Soteria was launched in 2021 to overhaul how rape and other serious sexual offences are investigated and prosecuted, yet there appears to be little progress in Sussex. So can the Secretary of State update the House on the progress of Operation Soteria and set out what action she is taking to improve the investigation and prosecution of rape cases in Sussex?
Thank you. Well, let me say firstly to the Honourable Gentleman that I do recognise that rape and sexual offences can have a devastating impact on victims, as can the process leading up to an investigation and hopefully a charge, and those rates are far too low. I'm happy to arrange a meeting for him with the Policing Minister to talk about the specific issues in Sussex, but all forces are implementing Operation Soteria, which is designed to support officers and prosecutors build the strongest case through tools, training and guidance. And I have, of course, also asked all forces across the whole of the country to implement specialist rape and sexual offences teams by the end of this Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had a number of cases in my constituency where male perpetrators of domestic abuse use their partner's immigration status as a tool to control and abuse them. So women feel unable to report crimes of any kind because they're worried about their own immigration status. So could the Minister, the Home Secretary, outline what the Home Office are doing to protect women from this form of abuse?
Here.
Well, let me say to my honourable friend that no woman should be afraid of coming forward to report domestic abuse, regardless of either immigration status or indeed any other status in this country. And let me make very clear that they should do so unafraid as to the impact that that might have on their immigration status. We will support all victims of violence against women and girls, regardless of their status in this country.
Sure, Select Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with your and the Home Secretary's comments about Ann Widdecombe? She was a formidable human being and somebody that we all are thinking about very much at this time. Now, this week, in light of that news, the safety of politicians is something that we should all consider. And the Home Secretary may be aware of the situation of District Councillor in Staffordshire Moorland, Councillor Jill Salt, who has been the victim of sexualised AI images. Now, I don't agree with Councillor Salt on many things, but on this I stand in total solidarity with her. So will she join me in condemning the comments of Reform Councillor Dave Poole, who said that Councillor Salt needed to grow bigger balls in order to do the job?
Let me say to the Honourable Lady, I think that those comments are a disgrace and that I would hope all members across this House, regardless of their party political persuasion, would take a unified stance on all instances of either violence against women and girls, threats, abuse, the creation of explicit sexual images, and indeed those that break the law as well. And let me say that message clearly from this dispatch box, and I hope it's one shared across the House.
Christopher Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A report by the National Audit Office in January 2025 said that there was a lack of buy-in by other departments when it came to previous violence against women and girls strategy. We know that if we're going to tackle violence against women in my constituency of Harlow, but across the UK, we need to ensure that this is a cross-party work and that departments don't work in silos. So what is the Home Secretary doing to ensure that that is the case?
Well, let me assure my honourable friend this is a cross-government strategy, a cross-government commitment. It has been led by the Prime Minister himself directly, who has got government departments together to knock heads together and to make sure that everybody is equally committed. I'm sure that won't change regardless of what may happen in the very near future. Let me assure him this remains a cross-government strategy, and I hope that it is one that does have support across parties as well.
Shadow Minister Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like, if I may, just to echo your tribute to a predecessor of mine, Ann Widdecombe. She was an exceptionally effective Member of Parliament, has been a really tough act to follow, and is very fondly remembered in the Weald. On behalf of those of my constituents she served for decades, a role she fulfilled with outstanding dedication, I'd just like to say thank you. Last week, I met a group of victims and survivors of the most appalling sexual violence, like Angela. It's not her real name, but Angela was first raped by her stepfather at the age of 8. He then sold her to men for sex to pay off his gambling debts. He was sentenced to just 10 years in prison, and now, having served only 6, is being let out early by the government. My question to the Home Secretary is one that those women were asking. Why did they endure the years of pain and danger it took to have their abusers put in prison, only for this government to let them out again after such a short time?
Well, let me say to the Honourable Lady, of course I recognise the strength, feeling and the experiences of all of these victims and survivors of the most appalling abuse. And I'm pleased that in this case that justice was sought through the criminal justice system. Too often many victims don't come forward at all. She will know that what the Justice Department are focusing on is to make sure that we do not run out of prison places in this country. Over the last 14 years of the Conservative government, only 500 places were added to the whole of the prison estate. And it's a crisis that I, in fact, directly inherited when I came into government, and I do know how precarious the number of prison places in this country has been. And I hope she will agree that for all victims and survivors, the most important thing is to make sure that we never run out of prison places in this country again.
James Aston.
Number 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will group this question with questions 7, 9, 15, 20 and 22. Last year saw over 3,000 illegitimate premises raided and nearly 1,000 arrests. I have provided £30 million of additional funding over the next 3 years to go even further, and as a result, thousands more businesses will be raided, hundreds will be arrested, and millions in cash will be seized as part of a permanent national crackdown.
James Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. High street crime and shoplifting remains a key concern for my constituents who have seen some pretty awful examples. My local police have had some successes, and they are running local initiatives on high streets that are starting to deliver results. Can I ask the Home Secretary, because there will be other such examples around the country run locally, can we make sure, as well as national initiatives, we are gathering together those localised ones or those local successes, bringing them together and sharing that good practice to make sure we're bringing it all together as part of an attempt to clean up our high streets?
Well, let me thank my honourable friend and pay tribute to the work that is happening in his local area, and let me reassure him that we are working from the Home Office very closely with our colleagues in the Communities and Local Government Department as part of the government's wider strategy for high streets. This is, of course, a criminality-focused crackdown to deal with some of those businesses that we know are front organisations for other criminal behaviour, but we will be working with our colleagues closely, and I'll make sure that all of those good examples are used as a spur for others to take action too.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These criminals on the high streets, they move quickly, but the government response has tended to be too slow over many years. So, can I ask, when will the current pilots finish? How will success be judged? And when will every town in Britain be able to say that they benefit from what works?
Well, firstly, let me say to my honourable friend, this is not a pilot. It is the real thing. I've made funding available to every force area in the country to take part in this national crackdown. And in addition, I provided enhanced funding to 3 hotspot areas where the need is greatest. But success, I would say to my honourable friend, means more shops closed, more criminals arrested and more cash seized.
Well, Toman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her answer. Residents in my constituency of Watford are concerned about crime on the high street, whether that's theft, antisocial drinking and drug use, or violence and hate crime. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it is only thanks to this Labour government that we are finally getting a grip and dealing with it?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and we are certainly starting that long road to making all of our communities safe. We've made good progress so far in this Parliament with knife crime and knife homicides down very significantly, and there are of course 3,000 additional police officers and PCSOs in neighbourhood policing as well. We will make more progress as the government rolls out the measures in our Crime and Policing Act, as well as the wider High Street strategy, which will include the crackdown that I have announced, but is part of wider work with the Communities Department.
Will Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents want to see tougher action against the criminals who hide behind businesses such as the rogue barber shops and the vape shops and the mini-marts, a blight on many high streets in my constituency. So can the Home Secretary update the House on what the government is doing to tackle this type of offending and get these dodgy shops closed once and for all?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and that is precisely what this new national crackdown is designed to do. The additional money will put more officers on the street to raid these dodgy shops and other premises, and we're also providing funding for trading standards and HMRC as well, because we know that this is a multi-layered problem and it does require assistance from other professionals as well. Immigration enforcement will also receive additional funding as part of this crackdown. We are determined to make sure that our high streets are safe places for communities to use.
Harpreet Tupple. Not here. She'll jump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many seaside towns like Rhyl and Colwyn Bay in my Clwyd North constituency are working really hard to regenerate their high streets and attract investment. Can the Home Secretary confirm that the High Streets Organised Crime Unit will ensure that coastal towns facing issues with organised criminal activity receive the same support as larger urban centres?
Let me very clearly offer my honourable friend that reassurance. The nationwide crackdown, which is led by the National Crime Agency, will involve enforcement activity across the country, including in coastal areas like hers. Enhanced funding is currently available for all police forces to bid for via the National Crime Agency, and I'd encourage my honourable friend to make sure her force is involved.
Alberta Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why was the effectiveness of the High Streets Organised Crime Unit completely lacking when 2 weeks ago BBC journalist Sue Mitchell and her excellent team exposed the case of Mr Twana Jamal working in such a high street business right next door to my constituency office? And why has the Home Secretary and none of her ministers had the courtesy to respond to my correspondence asking for an urgent meeting on this nationally significant case involving a convicted human trafficker?
Well, let me say to the honourable gentleman, I'm not aware of his correspondence, but I will chase that up when I get back to the department later this afternoon and ensure he receives an appropriate response. He will know, of course, that there is a live investigation at the moment, so I can't comment on any of the details of that, and certainly not the operational details of that, but I will make sure that he is updated in an appropriate way, given he's a local Member of Parliament.
Lee Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. High streets are already under pressure, as I've seen with our local fight to keep the Thatcham and Hungerford post office open, and retail crime and antisocial behaviour make that pressure worse. So can the Minister expand on how the High Streets Organised Crime Unit remit will extend to smaller market towns like Hungerford, Thatcham and Newbury, and villages like Lambourne?
Well, let me assure the honourable gentleman it is a national crackdown. It is led by the National Crime Agency, and I have provided funding for all forces, regardless of the type of area that they represent, to be able to bid in order to get the enhanced activity in their areas. And I would encourage him to talk to his force about what they are doing to make sure that they get their share of that money.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Mr. Speaker, Bridgewater High Street has many excellent independent businesses like Styles Menswear, Soda and Rye, and Elise and Louis. But there are also too many dodgy Turkish barbers and criminal enterprise selling illegal cigarettes. So will the Home Secretary outline what additional she will give Avon and Somerset Constabulary to get rid of this menace on our high streets?
Well, let me say to the honourable gentleman, I recognise the strength of feeling across the House, and I feel it myself as a constituency member of Parliament when we see these premises open up and everyone in the local community knows that they're dodgy and that they're involved in all sorts of other criminality and are front businesses, and that is why I've announced this crackdown. It will apply across the country. The National Crime Agency will take the lead on that, and I would encourage his force also to think about how they might benefit from the funding that has been made available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The High Street Organised Crime Unit is a welcome step to take illegal vapes off our high street, but organised crime gangs are then moving with impunity online, where enforcement is a lot less rigid. So what is her department doing for stopping that it is such an easy thing to move from illegal trading on our high street to illegal trading online?
Well, let me say to her firstly, I think she raises an important point about illegality online, and of course the government the Home Office has an interest in that, but also other government departments, and we will continue to work with partners across government to make sure we're doing everything we can to clamp down on the platforms that enable illegality. But she will recognise that the physical presence of these many thousands of businesses across our country in our high streets has had a very damaging impact on local communities, and I think in that context it is right that this Home Office and this government is focused very specifically on the physical locations of these businesses to make sure that we are driving out the criminality and the antisocial behaviour that has left too many of our high streets no-go areas for local communities.
Because Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dodgy vape shops are a scourge on our high streets, but even more horrifying are some of the people who run them. Touana Jamal, convicted in France and described as the godfather of people trafficking, has reportedly been found in Leicestershire running 2 vape shops. Does the Minister agree that this demonstrates the need for stronger powers to tackle rogue vape shops and organised crime? And if so, why has the government cut funding to regional organised crime units and opposed stronger closure powers for the police and local councils?
Well, the government hasn't opposed stronger closure powers, and in fact the government is currently consulting on a planned increase of closure orders from 6 months to 12, and we'll be bringing forward legislative measures very shortly, and we're also looking at the separate regime in relation to closure notices as well, none of which of course was acted upon when he and his party were in government.
Bailey.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will group this response with question 16. The government remains grateful to the British public for the generosity shown to Ukrainians who've sought sanctuary in the UK. The Ukrainian scheme provides a substantial offer of support and demonstrates our commitment to the Ukrainian people. Government has been clear from the outset that this offer of sanctuary is temporary. That position has not changed. We continue to consider future arrangements for Ukrainians in the UK and will provide an update on longer-term arrangements in due course.
Haley.
Ukrainian constituent Artem is currently seeking to apply for a funded apprenticeship, having now been educated here in the UK. Despite his excellent credentials, he's being turned down for every single apprenticeship because his permission to remain expires in May 27, despite the fact that under the current Ukrainian settlement scheme, he will be able to immediately apply for a 24-month extension. So does the Minister agree with me that this is both deeply unfair and a waste of talent and opportunity for young Ukrainian refugees who are seeking to rebuild their lives and contribute to our society?
I am sad to hear of that case. Of course, the Honourable Lady does partially answer the question for me in the sense that what we have done in government is made sure that the extension period that Artem will be eligible for is a 24-month one to give greater certainty, yes, to individuals about their future, but employers and course leaders too to take a longer view in light of those opportunities available to Ukrainians in the UK.
When did Jim?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I
echo the comments of my honourable friend. Can I take this from the other side, that this lack of certainty is actually challenging for those Ukrainians who are looking to return to Ukraine? My team are currently dealing with a situation where a family who are looking to go back to Ukraine are not being allowed to access the savings from their bank. Can we get some support and guidance to help people who are thinking about going back to be able to do so?
Well, of course, when people do wish to move back, we would want to support that in any which way we can. I have to say the savings point is a new one to me, so if the Honourable Lady was to write, I'm sure we'd help in whatever way we can.
Ms Murray. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I draw your attention to my declaration of interest. There is some scepticism among the public about refugees, but despite the fact that twice as many people came to this country from Ukraine as crossed in small boats, there has been no public outcry, there is no public unrest. Does the Minister agree with me? That is because the public recognise that refugees who come here fairly, in a legal way and with proper support are absolutely welcomed by the British people. And what conclusions is the government drawing from that as they've created their new scheme around safe routes?
The Honourable Member raises a very, very important issue here. I know from my own community where sometimes that immigration conversation is very difficult indeed, that those same people who raise frustration at the lack of order and control in the system as inherited from our predecessors were the same people who leaned into the Ukrainian scheme. Same people who've leaned into the Hong Kong BNO scheme, same people who've lent into the Afghan resettlement scheme and the Syrian scheme. The message I take from that is that when the British people see that the systems are ordered and controlled, and that for those who get protection or those who need it, and we know who's coming, then they lean into it. And that, of course, is the spirit of our reforms to the system, and I hope the Honourable Gentleman, indeed all Honourable and Right Honourable members will support us in that venture with our legislation this evening.
Lead picture.
Mr Speaker, question number 8.
Minister.
The figure in the question represents the maximum number of animals expected to be used under licences granted in early 2026 for up to 5 years for the purpose of benefiting humans, animals or the environment. Animal use may only be authorised where no suitable alternative exists. The Government remains committed to accelerating the replacement of animals in science wherever possible.
Lead picture.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The statistics published just last week show that 2.54 million scientific procedures involving animals were carried out in Great Britain in 2025. This represents a decrease of just 4% compared to those in 2024, but a 9% increase in experiments on dogs and a 13% increase on those using monkeys. Does the Minister agree that greater urgency is needed to accelerate the phase-out of animal testing, and will she consider the merits of a clear long-term plan such as that set out in Herbie's law?
Yes, I do agree that greater urgency is needed to accelerate the phase-out of animal testing, and I welcome, to that point, the Government's strategy, which was published and backed by £75 million to do just that. DCIT has committed to publishing clear timelines for specific actions, and I very much look forward to seeing them.
Edward Mrower.
10, please, Mr Speaker.
Can I just take this opportunity, Mr Speaker, to pay tribute to PC Jess Turnbull, a PC who died in the line of duty just aged 18, and I attended her funeral along with other colleagues on Friday. It is a reminder, if any were needed, of the price that we ask of our police officers. This government is providing an extra £2.4 million to defend the package of deliver the package of wellbeing measures set out in the Police Reform White Paper. This includes enhanced trauma support, improved occupational health provision and stronger leadership on wellbeing. Working with police partners, we will ensure officers and staff can access timely, effective support that is vital for our police workforce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A police officer and constituent reported a senior colleague for sexual assault. Separately, she was domestically abused and raped by a partner. Her domestic abuser was arrested with bail conditions preventing contact, but in her trauma-induced state, she continued to instigate contact and was subjected to a police misconduct proceeding. Despite experiencing severe trauma, including a suicide attempt, evidence about her mental health and welfare was not considered. She will never be a police officer again. So what steps will the Minister take to ensure police forces adopt genuinely trauma-informed misconduct processes for officers who are victims of sexual assault, rape and domestic abuse?
Can I just say how sorry I am to hear about the situation of his constituent, and of course would be very happy to talk in more detail about that case so that we can learn the lessons. We are looking at what happens during misconduct cases and what happens in terms of the support that is given to officers. There is also a particular issue around domestic abuse that is suffered by police officers, where we are trying to ensure, working with women's organisations and others, that we get this right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Police Minister for her answer to my written question confirming that the Home Office does not collect data on PTSD in police officers. I wonder if she agrees with me that either the Home Office or police forces do need to have this data so we can understand the scale of the problem and support our officers accordingly.
I agree that we need to be doing all that we can to record data. We're looking at data on suicide, for example, as my honourable friend knows, and making sure we have the right information there. We are expanding our psychological risk assessments from 50,000 to 150,000, and that will hopefully also give us more information that we can use. But I stand with him in wanting to support our officers in any way we can.
Funton Flynn.
Number 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government recognises the importance of a prompt announcement on visa numbers to enable the agricultural industry to plan and prepare. The UK government is committed to supporting the UK horticulture sector, but it is also important that the sector reduces its ongoing reliance on significant numbers of seasonal workers from overseas. We're engaging closely with the sector and other stakeholders and will announce the number of seasonal worker visas available for 2027 shortly, in line with usual practice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm currently taking part in the excellent NFU Food and Farming Fellowship. In a recent visit to a vegetable farm, they told me that the numbers are announced far too late in the farming cycle for them to be able to plan in advance. Now, if we are to have domestic agriculture, we are going to need some seasonal workers. So will the government please look at working with the industry so that we can plan in advance and so that we can actually run our farms and agricultural sector properly?
Absolutely. I thank the Honourable Member for his important question, and I will ensure that we work closely with DEFRA, we already are, and engaging with the sector to ensure that the announcement on numbers is timely, as it needs to be, so that they can plan their growers.
Swallow.
Number 12, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We assess that the route has been a success. Since it launched, more than 170,000 Hong Kongers have moved to the UK, and thousands have now been granted settlement under the route. The government remains steadfast in its support for the Hong Kong community in the UK and those who will arrive in future.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Hong Kong community in Bracknell Forest have welcomed the announcement of the continuation of a 5-year settlement route for B&O visa holders, as well as the expansion to adult children. But real concern remains around changes to language and income settlements, as well as concerns that Hong Kongers prosecuted by the Chinese state under the national security law are seeing delays to accessing ILR status. So could the Minister set out when clarity will be given to my constituents on these really important issues? Because it is right that we stand by the Hong Kong community, given our long and historic ties.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for his question. We have, of course, consulted widely on settlement, and we are considering the responses and will bring forward reforms at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, of course, those on the B&O routes can continue to apply, and the service standard for those on that route continues to be 6 months. If there are any individual circumstances, please do grab me after and we can go through that.
Mr. Alicia Cairns.
Mr. Speaker, Ann Widdecombe was a force of nature, and my heart goes out to all her friends and loved ones. The B&O route has provided sanctuary for Hong Kongers fleeing the autocracy of the Chinese Communist Party, but its effectiveness should not be measured in visas granted, but whether people are actually safe here. B&Oers live under CCP bounties, doxing and surveillance. Yet a year after the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme went live, not one person or one company has registered as working or taking money from the Chinese state, and the government still refuses to put the Chinese Communist Party in the enhanced tier. So does the government really believe that not a single organisation in the UK is engaged in political influence on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party? And if not, how many investigations have there been into those failing to disclose? And the annual report on furs was due to be reported by the end of June, Mr Speaker. So is the government planning on sneaking it out behind the summer recess to hide their failure to protect us and Hong Kongers from the Chinese Communist Party?
I thank the honourable member for her very important point, and it is essential that we keep those who are here safe. The Security Minister is keeping this under review and will write to her in due course.
John Whitting.
Number 13.
Minister.
In England and Wales, there were 145,550 full-time equivalent police officers as of September 2025 and 146,868 police officers as of September 2024. This government is focused on putting officers where the public expects to see them, back on the front line, keeping our communities safe. We have already delivered more than 3,100 additional police officers and PCSOs into neighbourhood roles.
Sir John Whittington.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister has confirmed that under this government the number of police officers has fallen. And it is now proposed that in Essex they will become part of a regional force which is going to be more remote and less accountable to the people they serve. How does that increase public confidence in policing?
I can also say that this morning, as part of the measures to tackle anti-Semitism, we have announced funding for an additional 500 police officers in areas where we need them most, which will also, I'm sure, members across the House will welcome. The Right Honourable Gentleman asks about forces. As he will know, there is a review currently being undertaken by Lord Bernard Hogan-Howe, who is looking at both the local policing units and the force regional level units, as well as the National Police Service that we will be introducing.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the 48 new neighbourhood officers and PCSOs that have joined Cleveland Police in the last year, but I want to see an overhaul of the National Police funding formula to support the Cleveland area. The Policing Minister has committed to do this, but can she give us further clarity on the timelines for when we can see that formula change to more officers back on our streets again?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? He's absolutely right. The funding formula is completely outdated and was not updated by the previous government and is sort of almost decades old. And we are going to review it, and we are doing the work on that now as part of the reform programme. And we will, as soon as we have an announcement, we will bring it forward.
Matt Vickers, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Under the last government, police numbers reached a record high. Labour promised to increase police numbers, but instead we've seen them fall. As the Minister was forced to confirm, down 1,318 in the last year. Is the Minister doing anything to protect the number of officers in response policing so that when people ring 999 in their hour of need, they're not left waiting?
As the Shadow Minister knows, and as we replay every time in this place, the previous government cut the number of police by 20,000. They then recruited 20,000 and they put 12,000 of them behind desks, which is not where the public want them to be. We have put 1,300 officers back onto our streets. We will put 13,000 of them back on our streets by the end of this Parliament. And a statistic to end this question, under the last 2 years of the previous government, shop theft rose by 60%. It has just fallen by 1%. We are turning the tide on the terrible crime that the previous government oversaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Number one.
Home Secretary.
This weekend, an event in Suffolk was due to be attended by over 10,000 Muslims. Instead, it ended early because the police had become aware of a credible threat to the lives of those present. They acted with speed and skill, and I thank Suffolk Police, Counter-Terrorism Policing and the organisers for their swift and effective response. Thanks to their actions, those attending the UK Ijtima in Barham were kept safe. 12 individuals have now been arrested as part of an investigation led by Counter-Terrorism Police, which they describe as extreme right-wing terrorism related. This investigation is at an early stage and we must give them space to pursue their lines of inquiry, and I know the police will provide further updates. But let me say, we must all stand united against hatred. The actions of a minority are not who we really are as a country, and we should never be defined by those who plot violence against their fellow countrymen and women.
Mr Speaker, given the reports in the press of yet another U-turn being forced on the government by the revolting backbenchers, does the Minister still believe that the qualifying period for indefinite leave to remain should be increased from 5 years to 10?
Well, let me tell him it has been settled government policy since last summer, in fact, that the qualifying period will rise from 5 years to 10. The government is consulting on what transitional arrangements may be needed, and we will come forward with settled policy later this year.
Speaker, during a coffee morning on the Sherborne estate in Crewe, I spoke with several residents who described persistent and distressing levels of antisocial behaviour in our community, including residents having eggs thrown at their properties. Can the Minister set out what steps are being taken to ensure that antisocial behaviour is dealt with robustly in places like the Sherborne estate?
I understand my honourable friend went door to door talking to people about these issues, and I appreciate his efforts in doing that. Our Crime and Policing Act is delivering new and enhanced powers to tackle antisocial behaviour. Respect orders will bear down on relentless ASB offenders, and we have ensured that every police force in England and Wales had a dedicated ASB lead and a local action plan to crack down on these thugs.
Home Secretary Shabana.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I join you in paying tribute to Ann Widdecombe. She was a formidable campaigner who served with huge integrity. She will be missed. And I know the whole House supports the police in delivering justice for Ann. Reports today suggest the Home Secretary and the new Prime Minister plan to capitulate to some of their open border MPs on the government's own ILR plans. Previously, the Home Secretary was clear. The changes will apply to those in the country already. Can she now repeat that pledge? Or is the Prime Minister doing his first U-turn before he's even entered Downing Street?
Is rather desperate, Mr Speaker, there from the Shadow Home Secretary. He knows that the position is exactly as was set out in the consultation which was published by this government, where we have consulted on transitional arrangements for those who are already in country. It is settled policy that the qualifying period will rise from 5 years to 10. It is the implementation of that that is being consulted upon, and we will have settled policy later this year.
Not quite as clear as she was previously. Mr Speaker, vile rapist Shabir Ahmed must be deported back to Pakistan along with all eligible rape gang perpetrators. Separately, survivors like Fiona Goddard have said they are terrified at the prospect of rape gang perpetrators being released early from prison in the coming weeks. So will the first Home Secretary firstly bring forward emergency legislation to ensure Ahmed can be deported? And secondly, will she urgently make the changes needed to ensure that no rapists will ever be eligible under the government's expanded early release scheme?
Well, let me say to the Shadow Home Secretary, firstly, he knows that the issues in relation to Shabir Ahmed and his deportation from this country are exactly the same as his government faced when they were in power. There is both a legal challenge as well as a practical one. I will be dealing with the legal issues later today, Mr Speaker, when we have our debate on the immigration bill, and the government's work on the practical hurdles to deportation continues between myself and the Foreign Secretary and others in government as well. And let me just say to him on releases from prisons, it is his government that allowed the situation in our prisons to get to a dangerous level. We all but ran out of prison places under his government, and under this government we will never run out of prison places again.
Mr Speaker, I recently witnessed outside one of my stations an attempted phone snatch by 3 masked youths on electric bikes, which was fortunately unsuccessful, but at a community neighbourhood safety forum, residents raised with me this was a major concern of theirs. So could my honourable friend outline what progress we're making against tackling phone thefts, and does she agree that the phone companies need to do much, much more to make sure criminals can't pay and profit from phone snatching?
He's absolutely right. And Op Reckoning is delivering the Met's largest ever enforcement response to phone theft. And in the 12 months to May, phone theft in London fell by 18% on the previous year. And it was pretty much halved in the West End, where we see most of that occur. He's right that phone companies need to do more. And if phone theft doesn't continue to fall, we will take further action.
Wilkinson, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Culture Secretary has quit X and removed her department from the platform, citing its descent into misinformation and abuse. Does the Home Secretary agree with her decision? What is the Home Office doing about the abuse and misinformation on X? And will the Home Office be leaving too?
I think everyone in this place is concerned at the rise of hatred and division online, not just on X but on other platforms, and we are looking as a government, of course, led by DCIT and other colleagues, on how we crack down on that, and also how we create a society in which we try to unite people and not divide them, and members in this place have a strong role to play in that.
Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pennine Domestic Abuse Partnership is a strong example of non-judgmental, trauma-informed support for victims of domestic abuse. For many women, they are the first point of contact. However, for others, the emergency services are the first to respond. So would the Minister clarify what steps can be taken to ensure that this non-judgmental, victim-centred approach is consistently reflected in the police's engagement with victims?
My honourable friend is right. A non-judgmental, victim-led approach is exactly what we need, and that is what we are trying to drive through our response. We've established the National Centre for Violence Against Women and Girls to improve the police response to violence against women and girls, and the new trauma-informed first-line public protection programme is piloting in 5 forces this summer, which equips frontline officers with the skills to manage investigations and support victims.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Home Secretary is boasting about the fact that hotel asylum seekers' numbers are being reduced, but of course they're being moved into HMOs, and the government won't produce the actual figures of how many are going into HMOs, which means places like Hinckley and Bosworth are getting more HMOs. So will the government commit to produce the data to show exactly where people are being moved from and to, so we can see it specifically around HMOs, because it is not in the data and has not been released in the quarterly data? I'd be grateful for an answer.
I'm slightly saddened by the Honourable Gentleman's question. He and I had a very, very good conversation about the nature of the supported population in his constituency. He knows that we work very closely under a policy of successive governments for full dispersal, so that the challenge of supporting the supported population is shared more fairly. Where there have been local disproportionate issues, like in postcodes of his own, we were able to make positive changes there. I would have hoped he would have recognised that. But to be very clear on his original point, if he talks about data, the May stats release show a reduction in the hotel population of 35% and an increase. If the Honourable Gentleman, he can do the questions, he can't do the answers as well. If he would, that a reduction in 35% in hotel population and an increase in the supported population of less than 1%. Even he can do those maths.
Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on Friday, I met with Barnham Parish Council in my constituency and the head teacher, Amy, of the adjacent primary school. They raised concerns about the proposed accommodation of large numbers of asylum seekers at RAF Barnham. They worry about community cohesion, particularly if large numbers of young men are to be transported into neighbouring towns and villages without access to supervised constructive activity. So will the Minister outline what material steps will be taken to address this problem?
I'm grateful to Honourable Friend for that question. I would stress, as my right Honourable Friend, the Home Secretary, said, that no decision has been taken in respect of this site, and suitability assessments continued. We're engaging with relevant local authorities, health partners, police forces and other partners to minimise the impact on local services and communities in exactly the way that the Honourable Gentleman speaks.
Kieran Mullen.
Can I begin by thanking Madam Deputy Speaker for securing a meeting with the Minister with local MPs, councillors and residents of Crowborough, where the Minister heard for himself directly reports of illegal working, groups of young men drinking on the street and the smuggling of alcohol onto the site. If the government is going to force this camp on people, the very least it can do is to ensure that people there play by the rules. Can the Minister introduce breath testing and make clear to anyone drinking on the site that if they're found to fail those tests, their asylum claim will be immediately thrown out?
grateful to the honourable gentleman both for the question and for his time and for Madam Deputy Speaker's time in advocacy and indeed local councillors. I was very concerned to hear the reports about those drinking off-site. We are looking closely, as I've said to the honourable gentleman, about making sure that's not doesn't happen. We already block merchant codes on aspect cards to prevent it. We are talking about a relatively small amount of money, £9.95 each week, but we do not want to see that spent on alcohol. The sites themselves are alcohol-free as well. I'm not quite sure that breath testing is the way that we need to enforce it, but nevertheless, I share his vigour to stop it.
Joe Powell.
Mr Speaker, can I warmly welcome the Government's swift introduction of the National Security State Threats Bill that received royal assent last week. The activities of the IRGC have caused huge concern across the country and in particular to my Iranian and Jewish communities. So can the Home Secretary update the House on when these new powers will begin to be used to protect our country from hostile state-linked organisations and threats?
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Today, my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has laid statutory instruments to designate 3 bodies engaged in foreign power threat activity under the National Security State Threats Act 2026. The Islamic Movement of Companions of the Right, who have publicly claimed 7 attacks at UK locations linked to Jewish and Israeli communities and Persian language media. Iran's IRGC and Russia's GRU volunteer Corps. Designation will make it an offence to support, assist or obtain benefits from any of these organisations.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the House will know, the Home Office does not routinely publish figures on the number of small boat arrivals who abscond or whose whereabouts subsequently becomes unknown. Now, given the Department holds case records that would allow this to be calculated, will the Home Secretary commit to publishing it periodically so the House can properly scrutinise the scale of the problem?
Well, the honourable gentleman will know of the 70,000 people removed by this government, 41% up on our predecessor, but he mentions very good point around data. That's been the subject of our response to a recent ICIBI report. We are looking at it closely. We do want both colleagues in this House but the public at large to have the best possible data to work from so we can have the most informed conversation possible.
Jonathan Hender.
Mr Speaker, the Police Federation is the only staff association police officers can join to represent them, and yet the Chief Executive has paid himself £1.4 million over 2 years from members' subscriptions. So does the Minister agree with me that frontline police officers have lost confidence in the national leadership of the Federation and should be allowed to set up an alternative?
As he knows, the Chief Exec is no longer in post. We are clear that the pace of change is not fast enough. We have made clear in the Police Reform White Paper that we will bring forward any reforms necessary to ensure that the interests of rank and file officers are properly, effectively and robustly represented. It is important also to say that there are good members of the Police Federation who are working across the country doing brilliant work, including those that I met in Newcastle. So we do need to tread carefully, but he's absolutely right to raise this issue.
Thank you, Mr
Speaker, my constituents in Meriden and Solihull East are greatly concerned about abuse of the ECHR, including Article 8. They deem cases like the Albanian criminal who was not deported because his own son wouldn't eat foreign chicken nuggets as an insult. And the Home Office's own legislation analysis shows that abuse of the ECHR costs about £4.9 billion. I know the Home Secretary wants to reform the ECHR, but can she accept that if this runs out of road, then Britain should be allowed to forge its own way on human rights law, including leaving the ECHR?
Well, the ECHR provides important protection both for ourselves and abroad. But we have been clear that we inherited a system without order and without control, and we're restoring that order and control to the system. Part of that is reform of Article 8 of the ECHR, exactly as the Honourable Gentleman says. And if he does have the vigour to support such action, he won't have to wait long. In fact, 10 o'clock tonight, he'll have the chance to show it.
Owen Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Migrants who come in to work in our National Health Service and in other crucial aspects of our employment sector are tremendously welcome and should be encouraged. But I have seen cases in Chesterfield that have been surprising in terms of the number of familial applications that have accompanied the arrival of a single worker. And I just wonder whether the Secretary of State can tell us from her perspective whether she thinks that the family visa regime is working as it was intended and whether it is an area that's ripe for reform.
I mean, I do agree with the honourable gentleman. He will know that we suspended family reunion, but with family roots more generally, we believe, as we set out in our white paper over a year ago, that reform is overdue of that system. We'll be introducing a new family policy that creates a fairer and more consistent framework.
Chris Caldwell.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, my 22-year-old constituent, Hannah Byrne, whose family is here, died on the first night of her holiday in Corfu. 2 British women left the scene without ever being interviewed by police. We know the Greek authorities have submitted 2 requests to the Home Office for mutual legal assistance, but the family know little else. Will the Minister meet with me and the family to help them get the closure and answers that they so desperately need?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to extend my sincere condolences to the family following the tragic death of Hannah. But you'll appreciate that in line with legal confidentiality obligations, I can neither confirm nor deny whether a request for mutual legal assistance has been made or received. And it would be inappropriate for me to comment on an investigation in another jurisdiction. I am happy to meet the honourable gentleman if that's what he wishes.
David Smith.
Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, my constituent and farmer Ian McKee was subjected to a burglary in which his workshop was broken into and a quad bike was stolen. According to Mr. McKee, this is a crime that is happening more frequently, more boldly in North Northumberland. So what reassurances can the Minister give me about rural crime and the seriousness with which the government is taking it?
Can I say how sorry I am to see his constituent being a victim of crime in this way? Of course, we are funding the Rural Crime Unit and we are putting neighbourhood police back into every neighbourhood. That includes our rural areas where every single person, wherever they live, will have a named contactable officer that they can get in touch with. We're also, doing what we can in terms of legislation to stop this kind of crime, but I'm happy to speak to him again about it.
Pete Wishart.
Speaker, there was some truly shocking and appalling scenes in Glasgow last week, fuelled by misinformation about the accommodation of asylum seekers. People were harassed in their own homes and roads were blocked. When will they finally take on the spread of misinformation? And will they finally recognise the real threat posed by the right wing who are ready to take advantage and exploit these situations?
I mean, we recognise that threat. We monitor hundreds of protests a year. In a democracy, people have to be able to make their case, but that should never tip into harassment, abuse, or the type of disruption that the honourable gentleman talks about. Our job is firstly to fix the system, and I hope he will support us tonight in this venture, but we are very clear we will not accept harassment, intimidation, or any other type of prejudice.
As well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 2 years, I've led the charge to ask for our Asylum Hotel to be closed. Last week, the final family and individuals left the hotel. Thousands have joined me in calling on Britannia to finally refurbish the Metropole Hotel, which is a massive eyesore on our Golden Mile. So will the Minister join me and thousands of residents in Blackpool calling on Britannia to put the hand in the pocket and finally restore this golden crown jewel on our seafront?
Well, Mr. Speaker, like many honourable and right honourable members, I've got very, very fond memories, childhood and adulthood, of Blackpool and I'm glad to see the Metropole being back on the journey to its proper purpose, because I know that it's a crucial part of the Golden Mile. I'm not sure it's within my ministerial remit to direct refurbishments of hotels. Nevertheless, I want it to be the best possible asset for his community, and I've offered to come with him to help promote the local economy in order to ensure that it is.
I thank the Home Secretary and welcome the government's decision to move to prescribe the IRGC. Many of us campaigned for this and in fact were sanctioned by Iran for doing so. Far too many of our previous Prime Ministers and Foreign Secretaries bought the fallacious argument that this was going to prevent diplomatic relations with Iran. Now the Home Secretary has chosen to do this. How will she enforce this so we quickly stamp out all the activities of this terrible organisation from our country and ensure it never takes root again?
I'd say to the honourable gentleman, thank him for his contribution. I would just say that the government has passed new legislation in order to allow for the designation of the organisations that my honourable friend referenced earlier today, and that includes the IRGC. The designation tool means that they are now brought within the context of the National Security Act, and I do expect that when our laws are broken, prosecutions will follow. He knows that we've had some success with National Security Act investigations. I expect that to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The scampi catching sector in Northern Ireland is currently reliant on foreign seasonal workers. In order to stay afloat, the sector needs around 66 visas, valid for just 7 months of the year. Will the Minister consider extending the seasonal worker visa route to the nephrops industry, giving the catching sector the certainty it needs and protecting processing jobs at Whitby Seafoods in my constituency?
Thank you, Honourable Friend, for her important question. I work closely with DEFRA and many sectors in agriculture to ensure that they can operate if they need that access to foreign workers. Of course, we are looking to reduce that, and I'm happy to meet and talk more about this specific scampi, which I love, after this. Thank you.
John.
Can I thank the Asylum Minister for his professional courtesy in calling me on Friday to say that the asylum dispersal plans for Stoke Heath in my constituency have now been scrapped, and I'm very grateful for that, and it's a great relief to many residents. It was a completely inappropriate location from the get-go. But can I ask him to put on the record whether the government has any plans to put asylum seekers into Clive Barracks at Turnhill in Shropshire, currently home to the Royal Irish Regiment?
Grateful for that question in the spirit the honourable gentleman offers it. And I would recognise his advocacy in helping us understand that it was the wrong thing in the wrong place. But I know, not totally different to the honourable gentleman's contribution, that now gets followed up with misinformation of people who were planning on creating division through asylum accommodation, now pointing at another site. So to be clear to him and to his constituents, we have proposed 3 new sites, and the extension of time at 2 other ones. Those are decisions not finally made, but those are named sites, and those are the sites under consideration, not his.
Final question, Ewan Steinbank.
I welcome the Minister's explicit statement last month that he wants to see the Clarendon Hotel opened by the Conservatives closed. When any hotel closes, can my honourable friend confirm that the vast majority of those being moved out will have their accommodation needs met within existing capacity?
I'm grateful for that question. I think and talk about the Clarendon Hotel a lot because we are resolute in closing that hotel. But I appreciate his constituents or others wouldn't feel much better if they thought that those bed spaces were just being provided in the immediate area instead. Goal 1 for this government is to reduce demand, and we're seeing positive trends in this space. That's allowing us to close hotels and allow us to close more. So exactly in that spirit, not merely by displacement into dispersed accommodation. As I said earlier, a decrease in 35%, Mr Speaker, in hotel accommodation, an increase in dispersed accommodation of less than 1%.
Excellent. Let the front bench change over. Question, Sir James Cleverly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government if he will make a statement about local government reorganisation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'd like to thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. Nearly 21 million people in our country are served by complex 2-tier structures that divide responsibilities, slow down decisions, duplicate costs and blur accountability. Sure. The government's aim on local government reorganisation is clearer structures, stronger councils, quicker decisions, more homes and better services. We have set out the timetable. We are on track, and this includes making announcements on the remaining areas this week. My officials have written to councils to confirm the announcement will take place this week, and I am pleased at the progress made so far, with unitary councils for 5 areas announced and elections held in Surrey. Structural changes orders are being brought forward as planned, and we are on track for new councils to go live in April 2028. £63 million worth of funding is available to support transition costs, which we are paying directly to councils. Each new council will receive at least £900,000. This is the first time funding has been made available by central government for this purpose, because we need to get these reforms right. Local government reorganisation offers an opportunity for our communities to give local leaders the funding, powers and capacity to grow economies, build the homes their communities need, create better public services, improving the lives of the people we serve. And I thank the right honourable gentleman for the opportunity to set that out.
Sir James.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We've all watched this particular film before. The Secretary of State, who once again scurries away to avoid scrutiny, tried to cancel local elections. And he was caught putting his thumb on the scales and was forced into an embarrassing climb down that cost time, it cost money, and it undermined confidence in politics and local government. And he's setting about the biggest reorganisation of local government in more than half a century, and is doing so with no mandate for a change of this scale. And now ministers appear to be desperate to avoid scrutiny by announcing these decisions on the final day of sitting before the House rises for summer recess, a pattern that we have seen before. And the Minister insists that these new shadow authorities, the elections for shadow authorities will take place next year. But we also heard that the elections for county mayors was going to happen of May of this year. And spoiler alert, Mr. Speaker, they didn't happen. They didn't happen. In many areas, there is still no agreed authority boundaries, no ward boundaries, no legislative timetable. How are councils, candidates and electors supposed to prepare for elections without these key details? And, Mr. Speaker, why is it that Labour councillors are allowed to redraw the boundaries of the very authorities that they hope to represent before any independent review by the Local Government Boundary Commission? And if this process is not about narrow party political advantage, why were Labour MPs and councillors briefed before this House was? If the elections are to happen next year, the government must bring forward the necessary legislation before the House rises. And so I ask that the government breaks with tradition and is open and transparent, avoids diktat from the centre, or is it really the legacy of the Secretary of State to leave things in such a shambles?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. He said I was desperate to avoid scrutiny. I'm a minister too. I can answer. I'm sure the Secretary of State would agree with me that I have answered a number of Westminster Hall debates on this issue, and we've had debates upstairs on SIs too, and that's absolutely right. Members in this House will have an opportunity to question the government and put their views forward, and they have done already in Westminster Hall debates and on other occasions. And I don't know if the right honourable gentleman missed the point that I said that we are going to make announcements on the remaining areas this week. So I would simply ask him, the day will be decided by the usual channels, and I wouldn't deem to presume decisions taken by the usual channels and by the Speaker. But I would simply say to the right honourable gentleman, if he just has a little patience, then he can give me another go at this when I make the announcement very soon.
And just tell the House, there's no point taking everybody. It's going to be a short brief because we're going to do it all on Thursday when we'll have all the facts before us. If I'd been told earlier, this wouldn't have happened. So there we are. So let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Session-Lomé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I pay tribute to the right honourable member for Braintree for securing this urgent question. The reality is LGR is very complex and involving so many different councils, over 200 councils and services, and delivering services to millions of residents right across the country. And I know that my honourable friend, the Minister, is very able and capable, but there are real concerns being raised by local government. Is she aware of the concerns and comments from the new chair of the LGA, Councillor Eamon O'Brien, where he said that the LGA have previously not taken a position on LGR, but they are hearing from councils about real delivery concerns. This is an area that we've looked at on the Select Committee, where we've raised issues around standards across the housing sector to deliver measures, right measures like the Renters' Rights Act and enforcement. And the LGA raised 6 concerns about these reforms are trying to do too much too quickly with too little. And this poses a real challenge for the vital services that councils and residents need. So can the Minister ensure that the concerns of the LGA are being heard across government and that reorganisation will never take resources away from those critical frontline services, including adult social care, children's social care, that so many of our residents rely on?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for her very important contribution. I meet regularly with the leadership of the LGA for all the reasons that she mentions. These reforms matter so much because councils do very important things. And we've heard from both the Child Poverty Strategy and the Milburn Review the cost of fragmented services to some of the most vulnerable children and young people in this country. So getting this right really matters. As I've said, Mr. Speaker, we've allocated £63 million already to support councils, and I'll have more to say on that very shortly.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Zoe Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We Liberal Democrats support genuine devolution because decisions are better made closer to the communities they affect. Yet this Labour government's approach has been top-down, Whitehall diktat from the very start, with councils undermined, residents barely consulted and communities left in the dark about the future of local services, all while councils continue to face significant financial pressure. And I'm deeply concerned that with the member for Makerfield expected to saunter into number 10 within days, members of this House, councils and residents have no clarity about the approach to local government reorganisation that he will take, whether the parameters will change and whether future local elections will be cancelled yet again. So, can the Minister tell the House what discussions she has had with the member for Makerfield about his plans for reorganisation, and will she commit today that no further local elections will be cancelled?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Liberal Democrat spokesperson asked me what conversations I've had with the member for Makerfield. I mean, mainly about Everton and Liverpool FC, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker. Resign. Yeah, indeed. But I can say to her that the work of this government to secure devolution and to reshape local government so that we can grow our economy, build homes and serve our constituents properly has been thought through carefully and is proceeding in line with the timetable. And I am sure that all of us, whatever our views in this House, want to see that succeed.
Barry Moon. Oh, he's not standing now. He's changed his mind. Oh, he's standing. No, make your mind up. Gareth Snell then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her answers? But she will know that local government reorganisation is one half of the coin with devolution on the other. And in places like Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent, the access to bus franchising, adult skills agenda, spatial planning is the real victory that we look for. So when the announcement comes this week on the new local authority boundaries, is she able to give any insight into when decisions around strategic authorities will be made and when we might have those first selections to those so we can access those devolved powers that we desperately want to?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his important question, especially given the state of public transport in many parts of this country, and I will take his question as a request for things I might include on a statement further this week.
Sir Bernard Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I draw the Minister's attention to a poll conducted by YouGov, which has now been published, which shows that local government reform in Essex is really unpopular. And what's more, the more people are questioned about it, the more unpopular it becomes. So why won't we have a referendum in Essex to find out whether we really want local government reform instead of it just being something imposed by politicians who think they know better?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for his question. Obviously, like all of us politicians, I pay close attention to opinion polls.
Oliver Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for her listening ear throughout this process? I know she'll make a bigger statement on Thursday, but can I just make a last-ditch attempt to her, while she's making the considerations, to keep Burnley and Blackburn very separate and to prioritise devolution in Lancashire so we can enjoy with the Mayor things like cheaper buses and business investment that the cities enjoy?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for his representations. Obviously, I can't respond directly to them, but as ever, I keep the views of members of this House under close watch.
Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 4 days' time, it will mark exactly 2 years since I first explained to ministers how much the people of Staffordshire Moorlands do not want to be part of a Greater Stoke local authority, do not want to have devolution forced on them, and want to have their own say on who makes decisions about what happens in the Staffordshire Moorlands. So can I please implore the Minister, like my colleague, can we please have a referendum in North Staffordshire on what is going to be imposed on us, because we don't want it imposed, we want to have our say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sorry to disappoint experienced and knowledgeable right honourable members, but having referenda is not part of the local government reorganisation process. And I think it's very important that we hit the milestones of the timetable as we've set out.
Andrew Pex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are several options being put forward in Cambridgeshire, Peterborough local government reform, which could benefit Peterborough greatly. Could I ask the Minister to reassure us that we will get the announcement sooner rather than later, whatever the announcement is, so we can prepare? But can I also ask the Minister, did she hear the comments from the member opposite who said that Labour MPs have been briefed in advance about about the details of what's to come? Can I put on record, Mr. Speaker, this allegation has been made against me? I have not been briefed, no information has been leaked to me, and it is a scurrilous rumour. Can I ask the Minister to put on the record that no MPs anywhere know the outcome of this result yet?
Be careful, don't accuse you of protesting too much, though, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's fair to say that I am chomping at the bit to try and make this statement, and I thank you for your support in helping us do that. And I think the honourable gentleman has made his point clear there.
Just to be clear for the record, I think there's been a lot of accusation that people have been briefed. I can assure that I know of no briefing, including myself, which I was hoping I would have had. Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Democrat administration at Hertfordshire County Council has made huge strides forward in improving special education needs and disabilities. And we were delighted when the government lifted the improvement notice which had been imposed when the Conservatives were running Hertfordshire County Council. But just as families are starting to feel the benefit, we're really worried that local government reorganisation could disrupt the delivery of both SEND and social care. So can the Minister say a word or two about what support will be given to make sure that those essential services that support the most vulnerable people will not be disrupted by local government reorganisation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for her important and serious point. I've been working very, very closely with my colleagues in DfE on this. We've got a big change process underway. I'd be happy to speak to her about it further.
Rachel Taylor.
Mr. Speaker, and I really welcome the Minister's reassurance that an announcement will be made this week. There's been two proposals put forward for reorganisation in Warwickshire, and I, like my honourable friend, would also like to put on record my support for the two Warwickshire proposal, because it most accurately reflects how people consider services. But could she also say that the only people who seem to support the one Warwickshire solution are the Reform administration in Warwickshire that have failed to improve services on potholes, on buses, on SEND or on children's services. And therefore the people in my constituency of North Warwickshire and Bedworth will really welcome elections taking place in accordance with the schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for her contribution. She will understand that until we've made the announcement, there's little I can do to respond to the point that she has made. But I would just say, councils deliver very important public services. That's why we're introducing the local outcomes framework, so that we can see transparently what councils deliver and what they don't.
Lewis Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister and I have had many exchanges on this topic, and I know she knows that I'm focusing on securing the best outcome for my constituents in Broxbourne. And we know that reorganisation in Hertfordshire is coming, but the uncertainty is not helping my residents or local councils. So can she confirm whether Hertfordshire, an option on Hertfordshire, will be included in the Minister's announcement on Thursday? And can she also confirm whether MPs will be informed before any public announcement is made?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for the many exchanges that we have had, and I know that he just wants the best for his constituents, as we all do. Perhaps it might help the House, Mr. Speaker, just to explain that the process that we go through is to provide members of Parliament in affected areas with a short briefing before the announcement is made. That's done for all members of Parliament. That's how the process has happened to date, and that will be my anticipation as and when I am able to make the statement, and then we'll be able to talk more openly once that decision is in the public domain.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister believe, as I do, that if this is done correctly, this has the opportunity not just to reshape local government so that it's fit for the 21st century, but also can help us secure much-needed economic growth?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for Banbury for that really, really important point. This is not just about constitutional niceties or the importance of councils, crucial though they are, to government in this country. This is also about having the right size of authority to grow our towns and cities and to give young people and everybody in this country the opportunities they deserve.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a week's time, we will have a new unelected Prime Minister, the Member of Parliament for Makerfield. Can the Minister confirm whether this honourable member, whether he supports this local government reorganisation, or is he going to reorganise the reorganisation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last time I checked, the MP for Makerfield had in fact been elected.
Adam Jogi.
Much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will know the strength of feeling in Newcastle and Lyme in support of a Newcastle-only unitary. Can I ask her to confirm that members of this House have not been told about any proposed boundaries or confirmed plans? It beggars belief that apparently some members of the LJ have been notified of some confirmed proposals before this House. And what steps will the Minister take to ensure that local identity, civic heritage and a sense of community will be protected? And in my view, we should support local communities like mine to establish town councils to do just that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for his question. I've set out the process by which this House will be updated on the decisions, but if the honourable member has evidence of anything else that he's concerned about, he may well write to me if he wants to share that information directly.
Dame Harriet Bowen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In recent weeks in West Worcestershire, I've met with local police, and the Police and Crime Commissioner is being abolished and they're being reorganised. I've met with the local health commissioners, they're being reorganised, and Health Watch is being abolished. And then with district councillors, they're being abolished and their ability to make determinations on planning applications have been taken away. Can the Minister explain how any of this throwing everything up in the air is actually going to help my constituents, in particular the most vulnerable?
Well said.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the right honourable lady for her question. The approach we are taking is to put power in the hands of people and communities so that they can take decisions for themselves, because all the evidence is if people with skin in the game take the decisions, you get better decisions, you get growth and you get better public services.
Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add to my honourable friend, the member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth's list of people who support a single unitary for Warwickshire, to include me as the MP for Rugby and also the political parties at Rugby Borough Council and at Warwickshire County Council. But as the Minister considers her statement on Wednesday, could she give a little bit more thought to two important stakeholder groups under the new local government reorganisation world, which is MPs? What role are we going to have when there's so much more power and responsibility devolved? And secondly, towns. We need to make sure that towns have as much representation as possible. And I know that she's considered these things, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about it.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I might suggest to my friend that once I've actually made the announcement, that we have a chat and I can talk to him about those things. Although I should say that as somebody who's had mayoral devolution for more than a decade now and represents a great town of Birkenhead, recently shortlisted for Town of Culture, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of thoughts about this, which I'll happily share with him.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Torbay Council is the most deprived local authority in the southwest of England. And so I'd welcome the Minister's assurances that rearranging the deck chairs around this local reorganisation will not detract from regeneration, which is a core driver for that local authority. Also, the fact that the potentially new member, the new Prime Minister is set to move, number 10, a further 2 hours away from the west of England. So how will he be supporting the southwest?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure all of the honourable gentleman's questions there were quite central to the subject of this statement, but he makes a really important point, which is what is the objective here? And the objective here is to grow our economy so that we can deal with deprivation, particularly in seaside and coastal places, and to have better quality public services so that they can support people. That is the objective, and that is what I think we'll achieve.
Rich Webb.
Mr Speaker, and I know I join yourself and other Lancastrian MPs waiting in apprehension for the announcement on Thursday. Blackpool have put their proposal for 4 unitary outline in Lancashire based on us achieving the best possible outcomes for people in Blackpool after losing £1.8 billion under the previous government. So we look forward. I know the Minister won't be able to comment particularly on the choices till Thursday, but can she also outline about Lancashire and the mayoral pathway, because we are moving so far behind Greater Manchester and Merseyside, and we can desperately spend that investment today. So can we ensure that the train on that track, so to say, keeps going?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as a fellow North West MP and fan of Blackpool, I would say to him that he's absolutely right. That's why we need to stick to the timetable. That's why we need to get on with this, so that we can invest in Lancashire, in Blackpool and everywhere else.
Sir Julian.
I'd like to think that if this Minister was Secretary of State, we wouldn't be in a situation where 23,000 people were signing an online petition protesting against the carve-up of the New Forest in this local government reorganisation. But can she tell me, is there any truth in the report in the Times on the 18th of June that said that the Secretary of State, in the case, I believe, of Essex County Council, had overruled professional advice from civil servants in 3 separate government departments to impose a gerrymandered solution on that county council as well?
Absolutely, Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. I'm sorry to say that I have not seen that report in the Times, but I would be very happy to write to him with a response to his question.
Lou Murphy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and apologies for not paying full attention earlier. I thank the Minister for her response to the urgent question. Can she confirm that ministers will be considering representations from councillors and MPs around the interim warding arrangements? There is some concern in Basingstoke and across North Hampshire that urban areas could be disadvantaged by a fewer number of councillors proposed. So will she be considering those representations?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, we'll consider representations from all of the stakeholders to this process.
Just Brownfellow.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Most areas that will have local elections next year know what their local authority boundary is going to look like, but for residents in West Sussex, they're still completely in the dark. And for my residents, specifically in Bursted and Pagham, they're really worried that they're going to be put into a coastal authority that risks being bankrupt on day one. So when the Minister comes to the House on Thursday, will she lay out how that deficit is going to be plugged, a potentially £45 million deficit for a coastal authority in West Sussex? And will she also rule out using one authority to pay for the deficit of the other?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I take the honourable lady's question as a kind of pre-alert to what she would like to know on Thursday, which is helpful, and I thank her for it. As a general point, local government finances are very challenging, and in the end, when a council can't make its finances work, all of us across the country pay the price.
Toby Packard.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As a former councillor on Chesterfield Borough Council, and given the excellent record that Labour have had there over the last 15 years, it will be a shame when Chesterfield Borough Council ceases to exist and we move towards unitary authority. But I've never met someone in a unitary authority who think it would be better if we went back to two-tier. So I think ultimately we are on the right route with this approach. Can my honourable friend confirm that when she comes to her conclusions, which none of us on this side in Derbyshire are currently aware of, that she will be sticking strictly to the criteria that the government originally laid out?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, I can confirm that, and also I would just say, as somebody whose area was reorganised in 1974, there is yet to be a campaign to undo the creation of the Wirral.
That's right. Mark Francois.
Minister, is it true that a statement was made in private to Labour councillors and activists in Essex at the weekend? And I know this for a fact because I was told that by one of the Labour members who was there. So will she confirm that it's true? And is she also aware that the YouGov poll by 56 to 24 shows the people of Essex don't want Labour's plans for local government reform? Let's have a referendum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now aware of the opinion poll because the Right Honourable Member mentioned it to me a few moments ago, for which I'm grateful. He mentions a meeting that I was certainly not in attendance of, and if he would like to forward the details of that, then I'm sure the department can look at it. But I certainly wasn't at any such meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two-tier government may have worked in the past, but it's not working today, and it's certainly not working for cities like Exeter. We have a two-tier waste authority. We have Devon County Council that's cutting homelessness funding, whilst we have an acute homelessness issue in Exeter itself. I could go on across many other areas as well. Will the Minister confirm that we will be moving ahead with unitary local government across the country, including in Devon and for Exeter? She won't be able to comment on the specifics of any proposal, but in order to make sure that cities like Exeter can grow economically and that local government does serve local people. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his point. As I mentioned earlier, there's evidence now from the Child Poverty Review, from the Melbourne Review, that fragmented services are very bad for people who are vulnerable, living in poverty. And there are other examples too. I've heard from the honourable gentleman about his worries for his city, and that's the real purpose behind these reforms.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the Honourable Lady makes her statement on Thursday, would she, when reflecting on the situation in Wiltshire, that would embrace Wessex, but we've been told that's not the government's view, would she address the prevailing concern that the people in rural Wiltshire will be considerably worse off without having the opportunity to embrace this mayoral region, to the tune of £240 per head? And in the context of the wider reduced funding for rural England, they need something from the government to be reassured that they understand the shortfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just see if I've understood the right honourable gentleman's question. In that the Fair Funding Review was put in place to reconnect funding with need. We think that we've done so in a way that meets the needs of 9/10 of councils now, which is much better than it was before. We take into account additional costs of providing services for rural areas. But when it comes to poverty and deprivation, actually improvements in data now allow us to identify much more closely pockets of poverty surrounded by greater wealth. So I hope that we'll be able to do that for his constituents much better in the future.
Ian Sollum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor is one of the government's flagship regional growth priorities, with a ministerial champion in Lord Vallance to ensure joined-up delivery. Yet if reports that option D is being taken forward for Cambridgeshire are correct, the government will be choosing a structure with no realistic path to viability right at the start of that corridor. So will the Minister confirm what assessment has been made of option D's viability within the corridor and whether Lord Vallance was consulted before the decision?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously there's a limit to what I can say, given that the decision will be reported to Parliament later in the week. So perhaps we can come back to this then. But I'm very happy to say, Mr. Speaker, that I've met with Lord Vallance and worked very closely with him.
David House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's proposed carve-up of Hampshire ignores its own preset criteria. It has no mandate, and it splits up East Hampshire. The benefits, if there are any, come way off in the future, whereas the costs and the disruption happen now. Does the Minister think that with the advent of a new Prime Ministership, this would be a good moment to stop in its tracks something that otherwise would make his fiscal task harder?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't, because I think that councils have worked extremely hard along with the timetable that we've set out, and I think it would be a mistake to interrupt that. Councils' costs have spiked terribly in recent years because of central government failure. We're putting that right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Right Honourable Gentleman for Salisbury mentioned, there is a very wild rumour going on in Wessex that a
a Labour MP has undermined the 4 councils against the will of the councils, which has been democratically voted on, and without discussing it with any of the MPs, that Wessex, which was ready to go, is not happening. Would the Minister be able to deny this rumour today so I can reassure my councils that this is not happening?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could spend all my time at this dispatch box confirming or denying rumours, but I think I would be here until Thursday if I did that. I'm sure that we will have further interactions when I make the statement shortly.
David Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Devon, local government reorganisation is taking up a great deal of bandwidth and detracting from what councils should actually be doing. Now, my constituents want to know if this announcement on Thursday will hold beyond the week. So given that the Minister has avoided this question from multiple members today, can she confirm, does the Member of Parliament for Makerfield, the future Prime Minister, agree with the proposed timelines and delivery for local government reorganisation in Devon?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry to disappoint the honourable gentleman, but I am not here to answer questions on behalf of the Member of Parliament for Makerfield. But we have set out a clear timetable for local government reorganisation, and the job we should all do is to stick to that, because that's the best way to help councils get on with their jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My residents in Bicester and Woodstock are deeply concerned by rumours that the Cherwell and West Oxford District Councils will be hollowed out in order to create a greater Oxford authority at the behest of Labour councillors in that city. I know that the Minister will not respond directly to that, so may I ask her to respond to this? In Oxfordshire, is it true, as she just said to the member for Chesterfield, that the original criteria set down by the government will be followed? And is it true, as she's just said, in response to the member from Banbury, that growth will be a priority in the decisions made by the government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the honourable member has indicated, we've set out a process and we're sticking to it.
That now brings us to Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nobody asked for this, and the lack of mandate has been compounded by councils like Rochdale County Council that are refusing to engage with any opposition councillors. So can I make clear that responses of the Lib Dem Rochdale County Council do not represent the views of Rutlanders or indeed the entire council? In Leicestershire, we do not want the Leicester City land grab, and rural Lincolnshire and Stamford do not want to be run by urban Lincoln. So will the Minister consider delaying to make sure that actually all councils have engage with all councillors, because they may be telling you are, but they are certainly not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable lady. She's made her points very clear there and on the record. The one thing that I do not want to do is delay, because the longer this takes, the less we'll be able to get on with the problems that councils face, looking after our children, our older people and growing our economy.
Mike Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of options on the table for Kent, and no matter which one the Minister chooses, we will need to do some tidying up of ward and division boundaries, because there are vast disparities between the number of electors in some of the current county council boundaries. Will that be announced alongside the option chosen on Thursday, or if not, when will that information be given?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take that point that the honourable member has made, and I'll endeavour to give him that information as soon as we can.
Right, that completes the urgent question. Front benches change over. Come to the business statement, change of business. Leader of the House, Sir Alan Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with permission, I will make a short statement to provide an update on this week's business. The business for tomorrow, Tuesday the 14th of July, will now be remaining stages of the Public Office Accountability Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill. Members who are considering tabling amendments to the Public Office Accountability Bill should consult the Public Bill Office as soon as possible. The Government will ensure that the text of its new amendments is made available to members in the Vote Office straight away. The business for the remainder of the week is unchanged. On Wednesday, the 15th of July, Opposition Day, debate on a motion in the name of the official opposition, subject to be announced, followed by a motion to approve a statutory instrument relating to national security. On Thursday, the 16th of July, the Sir David Amos summer adjournment debate, the subject for this debate determined by the Backbench Business Committee. The House will then rise for the summer recess at the conclusion of business on Thursday the 16th of July and return on Tuesday the 1st of September, and I will make a further business statement on Thursday.
Shadow Leader of the House, Jessie Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to come to the dispatch box now without registering my sadness, and I'm sure everyone across this House, at the dreadful news about Ann Widdecombe. And we'll talk about this later, I'm sure, but I just wanted to start with that. The Leader of the House is a good and honourable man, and he will be deeply embarrassed by this fiasco of a procedure today. It is a gross breach of parliamentary protocol and timing to bring a bill, let alone a bill of this sensitivity and magnitude, to the House on this very abbreviated notice. Of course, there is concern about the victims of the bill, of the Hillsborough disaster and their families across this House. But these matters must be properly debated in due season. And to do so, Mr. Speaker, with new amendments that have not even yet been published on no notice, and without the ability of members to amend those amendments or to comment until now, is, I think, a further breach. Mr. Speaker, why has this happened? Because the outgoing Prime Minister is desperate to preserve what he sees as a legacy. It is a tragedy that he should be so focused solely on his own political future, such as it is, and it's a pity, I think, that he's taken this opportunity to sideswipe the incoming Prime Minister, a man who arrives with no scrutiny and no accountability to this House. I raise a couple of key points. Of course, it is understood that this legislation was being discussed in the Intelligence and Security Committee. It is understood that this legislation and its implications were being discussed with our Five Eyes allies, with our armed forces and with the USA in particular. And this abbreviation of protocol is something that I know will attract the attention of the Lords when it arrives in their House. But let me ask the Speaker now, why now? Why has this bill been brought forward on such an expedited basis? What has changed? What actually of substance? What has caused him to want to abbreviate the consideration of these very delicate matters on such timetable? Have our international partners been consulted about this change in procedure? Have the agencies been consulted? And why, above all, after 7 months of grieving families concerned about the passage of it, is it suddenly now, as it may appear with little or no change, being brought forward in front of this House?
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with the Shadow Leader of the House about the tragedy of Ann Widdecombe, and I join with echo his words. I don't agree with him, Mr. Speaker, about the way in which he describes the run-up to this change of business and the fact that the bill will come tomorrow. This is an important bill. We have been signalling for some time that the bill is coming. He knows that because we've had dialogue about this before, but I've only been able to confirm it today, which has been the earliest opportunity, Mr. Speaker. He talks about amendments. A number of amendments have been laid for a long time on this bill. The government has brought forward further amendments, and they are in the vote office. I do regret that there's not a greater length of time for colleagues to scrutinise that, but they are available, and I'm sure there'll be a way of facilitating a full debate tomorrow. There's been no abbreviation of this process. It's the same programme motion as was agreed by the House at the end of second reading. And I just want to assure the House, as will no doubt come out in the debate, that the agencies have been central to this process, the families have been central to this process, and that's why we have taken time to get it right, which is why it has been delayed. But I say this is an important bill that colleagues will want to see on both sides of the House, will want to see before the summer recess, and that's what we're facilitating.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the House for this statement and update and this really important bill coming back to the House. But it does raise questions about the Representation of Peoples Act, which has been delayed. a big legislation which would have included key major reforms enfranchising so many young people when trust in politics is at an all-time low. This bill also contains provisions around tightening financial donations. I think it's fair to say donations have been in the news for the past few weeks. Can the Leader of the House please ensure that this bill will come back swiftly after the summer recess?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right that the representation of the People's Bill is an important bill, and I will announce in due course when it returns to this House, but it will be returning to this House.
Justin Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Leader of the House for taking this action? I appreciate it's not ideal circumstances, but of course there's been much about the passage of this bill that has been less than ideal. But can I just ask the Leader if he can join me in I hope that tomorrow's debate will be about the substance of the bill and the important amendments rather than the process.
Leader.
I share the hope of my honourable friend. This is an important bill. It is an important matter. Of course, it's about the victims of Hillsborough and about the families and their campaign which they've needed to wage for far too long. But it is also of profound importance to public service and how we do business in our country, which is why the bill is of such importance.
Dame Harriet Bowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Leader of the House confirm that since the other place is sitting next week, there is nothing to stop this House and he tabling a business statement to enable us to sit next week as well? Given the enormity of the events happening in the government next week, doesn't the Leader of the House think that would be a good idea?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I also say it would take the House to agree such a move, and I'm not sure the House is quite ready with the colleagues' faces.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just announced the recess dates. There are no plans to change the dates in which the House is sitting. As you have alluded to, Mr. Speaker, recess dates are agreed by the House in advance to make certainty of parliamentary business for colleagues, and just to reassure the House that the work of government will continue through the recess.
Right, let's move on. Before we come to this statement, I must advise the House that the case relating to Ann Widdecombe's death is not yet sub judice, as charges have not been brought. However, there is a live criminal investigation ongoing, and members should take care not to say anything in this House that might prejudice a future trial. I therefore urge members to avoid speculating about the guilt or innocence of any person, the identity of the person who has been arrested, or the motive for the attack. Members may wish to discuss the general arrangements for security, safety of politicians and other connected matters, but they should avoid discussing the detail of individual members' security arrangements. I now call on the Home Secretary.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a statement about the death of Ann Widdecombe. It is with great sadness that I say those words. My thoughts today are with her family, her friends, and all those who loved her. Ann Widdecombe dedicated her life to politics and public service. For nearly 40 years, she was a fixture of our political life. She brought conviction to our politics, grounded in her profound Catholic faith. She was forthright in her opinions and argued courageously for the things she believed in. But perhaps most of all, she brought an inimitable style to politics. She was forthright and fearless. As Lord Howard of Lymm can attest, she had a memorable turn of phrase, and she was joyful. She thought seriously about ideas, but she did not take herself too seriously, and that allowed her to reach beyond this place and charm the country at large. She was one of those rare politicians who was bigger than politics. There have been so many moving tributes in the last few days, reflecting her impact both within this place and beyond politics. But I think her outlook on life is best summed up by Anne herself. Sitting on Graham Norton's sofa, she said, and I quote, "We get one go this side of eternity, one go. Life is not a dress rehearsal. You take opportunities that you like and you go for it." Anne took her opportunities. She was the proud MP for Maidstone for 23 years, a champion of her constituents. She served the country in government as Minister for Employment and then Prisons, and she took politics out of these ancient walls and became a bona fide TV star. Her contribution to our politics and our national life will never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, Ann Widdecombe was murdered in her home. The circumstances of her death are extremely distressing. Counter-terrorism policing have now taken the lead in the investigation. As Lawrence Taylor, the head of National Counter-Terrorism Policing, has said, and I quote, "We now have new information and evidence that means counter-terrorism policing is leading the investigation. We are pursuing multiple lines of inquiry to establish the motivation for this attack." The police now have a suspect in custody, a 28-year-old white British man, and I can confirm to the House that this man was not known to prevent. The police have cautioned against speculating about the case. That is the right thing to do for Anne's family and friends. It is also vital that the police are given the space they need to carry out their work. For now, what matters most is supporting the investigation so that we can see justice delivered for Anne and all who loved her. And I would urge anyone with any information at all to come forward immediately. Mr. Speaker, I know this raises questions about the security of those in public life. I will not be the only one here thinking also of two other beloved members of this House, Jo Cox and Sir David Amess. Politics is a calling for those of us here, but it should not be a dangerous one. And so it is incumbent on the House and the Government to work together to protect those who choose to serve. The Home Office and the police work closely with the Parliamentary Security Department to provide practical advice and support directly to MPs. But we must always be vigilant to changing threats and respond. Security measures are kept under constant review to ensure MPs can carry out their duties safely. And I know that the police intend to issue guidance to MPs soon, and they will be contacting parliamentarians in their constituencies to offer support. I also recently commissioned the former Lord Chancellor, Sir Robert Buckland, to review the lessons from Sir David Amess's murder, including into required improvements to security for MPs working in their constituencies. I recognise the particular concern that the Reform Party will feel today, and of course Nigel Farage, the party's leader. I'm happy to offer a meeting for Mr Farage with the chair of RAVIC, the independent body within the Home Office that manages the security of those in public life. And I will also be looking at what security guidance can be provided to former members of Parliament, which I hope to work with you on, Mr Speaker, as well as those who serve a party outside of this place. Today is a dark day in our political life, but we must also use it as an opportunity to celebrate Ann Widdecombe's memory. She was a unique figure in our politics, a distinctive and devoted public servant, the likes of whom we will rarely, if ever, see again. Anne had a profound faith. Her journey in this life has ended too soon. May she now rest in eternal peace. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary Crisfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. I start by offering my deepest condolences to Anne's family and friends. She will be terribly missed. Anne sat as the Conservative MP for Maidstone for nearly a quarter of a century and in the European Parliament for the Brexit Party. She served in government and in opposition, including as Shadow Home Secretary. She always fearlessly spoke her mind. She did not worry about whether her opinion would be popular or would be fashionable. She always said exactly what she believed and exactly what she thought. Her integrity and her fortitude were unmatched. I first met Anne 29 years ago at a university debate, speaking on opposite sides. I was a callow 21-year-old student. She had just left government and was at the height of her powers. I remember starting my speech by asking her to treat me more gently than she had recently treated Michael Howard. Needless to say, I was put very firmly in my place. Anne was also a much-loved celebrity with memorable appearances on Strictly Come Dancing and Celebrity Big Brother, including being whirled around by, I think it was Anton Dubek. So we will all remember Anne fondly as a public figure who was always formidable, she was always charming, and she was always entertaining. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we discuss this appalling murder, we should heed the words of Devon and Cornwall Assistant Chief Constable Matt Longman, who said at the weekend this: "We are aware of online and public speculation, particularly with regard to motive. I urge people not to share or engage with speculation. It is unhelpful and distressing to Anne's friends and family, and particularly harmful to our investigation." Criminal barrister Dennis Kavanagh also recently pointed out that speculation makes the police's job harder and in some cases could even prejudice a trial. And I urge everyone debating this issue to keep that in mind. Mr. Speaker, it has just been confirmed by the Home Secretary that counter-terrorism police are now leading the murder investigation. So to help avoid that speculation, is there any further information the Home Secretary can properly share about this without prejudicing the investigation? I'd like to thank the police for releasing the information they have so far, including about the identity of the suspect. It is always important to release as much information as possible in the interest of transparency and to avoid misinformation filling the void, as Jonathan Hall KC, the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, has said previously. Let me turn now to threats against those in public life. Any threats against MPs who have been democratically elected to represent their constituents or others in public life should be taken extremely seriously. In the last 10 years, 2 MPs, Joe Cox and Sir David Amess, have been murdered. And now a former MP has been murdered as well. The threat is clearly real. I also remember in 2017 when terrorist Khalid Massoud drove a car into pedestrians along Westminster Bridge, injuring more than 50 people, 4 fatally, and then ran into New Palace Yard, just yards from where we sit here, where he fatally stabbed PC Keith Palmer. That was also an attack on democracy itself. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you personally for all the work you are doing to protect MPs and those in public life. I know that as the Speaker of the House of Commons, you have made the safety and protection of those in public life your highest priority, and I would like to thank you for that. We must redouble our efforts to ensure that public political figures who are MPs and those like Anne who are not MPs always receive the proportionate protection they need. I'd be grateful if the Home Secretary could confirm that she will review all the arrangements with this objective in mind. I believe in this country we should be able to debate each other robustly on important issues, but should also speak to each other in a way that is civil and respectful. Of course, nothing excuses violent attacks on public figures, but we should all also set an example of civility and calm and not inflame. Mr. Speaker, we need people to step up and become MPs and also speak in the public square. Debate and disagreement are what make our country great. Ann Widdecombe exemplified that every minute of her life. I pay tribute to her. I know we will all remember Anne forever.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank the Shadow Home Secretary both for his own remarks and memories of Anne Widdecombe and also for his questions. Let me say to him that in relation to the new information that has come to light and the progress on the counter-terrorism policing investigation, there is a statement that has been put out by counter-terrorism policing, which I believe has been published online, but I will make sure it is placed in the library of the House as well. The main things to draw out for that are the fact, as I said in my statement, that new information and evidence means that they are now leading the investigation and that they are pursuing multiple lines of inquiry in order to establish the motivation of this attack. As soon as more information is available that is capable of being shared without compromising any future trial process, that will be done. So we take seriously, and I know counter-terrorism policing take very seriously the learnings from the summer of 2024 and definitely to heed the call of Jonathan Hall, Casey and others on timely release of information without compromising the ability to bring someone ultimately to justice, which is of course the main aim when such a horror of an attack happens. Let me also, Mr. Speaker, say I would like to echo the remarks made by the Shadow Home Secretary to you and to thank you personally for all of your efforts in maintaining the safety and security of parliamentarians. I know it's something that you personally worry about and take a deep interest in. Let me also say, given the fast-moving nature of this investigation, I don't want to say anything that will prejudice the direction of travel here. However, there is a question that is raised in this as a result of this murder, which relates not just to the security arrangements for sitting members of Parliament, but for those who have left this place but nevertheless retain a public profile as a result of their political party membership or their political activities. There are also, given the range of new political parties that are contesting the political and democratic space. I think questions about those who are not represented at all here in the House of Commons. And just to reassure you, Mr Speaker, I will be looking at those arrangements very closely. I will seek to work with Mr Speaker directly, and my officials will engage with parties across this House and those outside of it to make sure that whatever changes are made are done so in a manner that covers the multiple range of threats that we see. Mr Speaker, I think there has been a step change in the security of parliamentarians over the last few years, but I think that it is a reflection of the multi-layered threats that our democracy faces and that our active individuals in democracy face, that this is not something we can ever take for granted or believe is settled. It is something that we have to continually review, which we do, and there are new questions that are raised, which I will make it my personal business to answer, and I will update the House in due course.
Member of the House, Diana.
The Home Secretary will be aware of how important it is to make sure that members of this House get the protection and the defence they need. At one point, I got as many threats and abuse and threats of violence as all the other women MPs put together. So I think it's important that we take this issue seriously. I think we should recognise, and I can speak to that because of my years in the House, that this has got much, much worse with the rise of online activity. And so we need to find a way to make some of these online companies more accountable for the threats and the violence that they allow on their platforms. And we need to make it aware, as I just said, the importance of protecting members of Parliament.
Home Secretary.
Mr Speaker, let me say to the Mother of the House that I think that given the sheer range of threats that have been made to her personally, it is a testament to her personal bravery that she has continued to be an active parliamentarian, but it should not take such levels of bravery to just be able to represent the people of your constituency. And she is absolutely right that we must always make sure that our security arrangements are able to keep pace with the changing nature of threats that members of Parliament are facing. Let me assure her we, as the government, will do that, and we work very closely with the Parliamentary Security Department in order to make sure that that is the case, so that all members can make their contribution just as effectively and for just as long as she has.
Some Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The news about Ann Widdecombe is shocking and deeply distressing. My thoughts are with her family, including her nephew, the Reverend Roger Widdecombe, my constituent, and his wife Hannah, who lead the congregation at St Paul's Church in Cheltenham. Her death is all the more tragic, given what we now know about the upsetting and disturbing circumstances. Ann Widdecombe was a conviction politician and also an entertainer. Many did not agree with her views, including me, particularly when she was briefly my member of the European Parliament. But the style in which she put those views was compelling, and it captured the attention of her nation, just as her dance moves. They were deeply held beliefs, and she was a passionate public servant who was never afraid to challenge those in power, and might I briefly speculate, Mr Speaker, a strong liberal inclination to challenge power from a strong Conservative politician. I want to pay tribute to the police for their rapid response in this case, and I want to pay tribute to you, Mr Speaker, for the way in which your office gives security support to MPs. It is important we are able to do our jobs without fear, intimidation or worse. It is, of course, horrifying that there have been 3 politicians murdered in this country in the past decade. Clearly there is more work to be done. Might the government support some amendments to the upcoming Representation of the People Bill to impose a duty on the Electoral Commission to provide more guidance and safety for politicians? And will the Home Office consider supporting some measures so the safety of politicians can be improved? And finally, Mr. Speaker, some alarming allegations were made on the weekend by the Reform Home Affairs spokesperson Zia Youssef. If they are true, these allegations are extremely concerning, but given his record, I think many of us have doubts. I'm certain that the government and the House authorities, including you, Mr. Speaker, are taking seriously the duty of care to members from all parties in this House. But for the sake of the record, perhaps the Home Secretary can confirm that this remains the case.
Let me thank the Honourable Member for his contribution on his three specific issues that he raised on the amendments to the Representation of the People Bill. Let me say to him, I'm very happy to discuss with him. He knows that Home Office is not the lead for that bill, but I'm very happy to have a discussion with him about any additional measures that might be needed in terms of legislation. Of course, the Electoral Commission has its own work to do. It might be better that duties are placed elsewhere, but as I say, I'll happily discuss that with him. And equally, whether there's any further obligations or changes of policy in respect of the Home Office or indeed the Parliamentary Security Department. Again, I'm happy to engage with him and other members across this House. Let me also say, I don't wish to speak for you, Mr. Speaker, but I think all those of us who are members can attest to the fact that all of us are treated equally in this place by the Speaker and also for the purposes of the Parliamentary Security Department when it comes to our safety on this estate and also in our constituencies. Let me say that is a position shared by the government. There is equal treatment for all in terms of the work that we do on security of members of Parliament. There is specific work that is undertaken by RAVEC, which is the independent body within the Home Office that looks at security arrangements for some of those in public life. That work is also fiercely independent. It has been the subject of legal proceedings before, and I've always maintained the independence of that process, and that is based on risk assessment and risk management.
Just for the record, every member of Parliament is equal in the security to me. There is no difference between any member. I want to reassure you. When things are brought to my attention, because we don't discuss security, I don't put out there what is happening, what has been done, but I reassure everybody that when it is mentioned to me, it is passed on to the security people to deal with. Unfortunately, I'm sorry that people don't think I do that. Lucy Pell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Home Secretary in paying my respects and condolences to the family of Ann Widdecombe? We might not have agreed politically, but I always greatly admired and respected her outspokenness, her fearlessness, and her ability to not take herself too seriously. I think she was one of a kind, Mr. Speaker, and of the like, frankly, we don't make any more. I think we can all agree on that. I hope that on moments like this, we can come together across the House to talk about these issues as one voice. And can I also place on record my thanks to you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership in all that you've done over many years in making sure that we're all kept safe and secure. Hear, hear. Does the Home Secretary agree with me, though, that this is not about more than just our security and our safety? It's also about reducing the level of threat. We are now in a highly politicised, highly polarised, highly personalised debate in this country, and that is bringing more and more threats onto all of us. And does she agree with me that we do need to tackle some of the online algorithms and business models which heighten this kind of polarisation and hate towards those in public life, and we must do more to tackle this with urgency?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her contribution and her questions. Let me say, I think she's right that the current climate that we are operating in within our national politics is unlike any that most of us have seen. Those of us who've been around for a while can see the big change that has occurred over the last decade or so, and we do absolutely have to do more as a government and as a society to know exactly what the boundaries are between passionate, contested, fierce debate of the kind that Ann Widdecombe herself engaged in, and then behaviour that spills into threats and harassment of the kind that is designed to drive people out of public life. And getting that balance right, I think, is absolutely crucial. I think it is clear that there is more work for the government to do. There is more work for us to do across society. That includes social media platforms taking greater responsibility for the kinds of behaviours that are promoted on their platforms. And I can assure her that I will be discussing this with colleagues across government to make sure that we are responding to all of those challenges.
Dame Karen Bradley, Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like many on this side of the House, I have very fond memories of Anne. She made the effort to travel to Staffordshire Moorlands. Not many people do. We're quite an isolated area. And she came to Consul... Yes, they come to Alton Towers. The Honourable Gentleman is quite right. But she came to Consul Hall Gardens, as it was then, to do a fundraising dinner for me. And she delivered a tour de force, which I suspect the then Prime Minister, the noble Lord Cameron, might not have entirely approved of. But my association were totally enraptured and thought it was the most wonderful event, and it's still fondly remembered in the association. Not least because she told me I had to take my heels off because I was going to stand far too tall next to her in the photographs, and that was not appropriate. Can I also thank Staffordshire Police for contacting me this weekend and making a visit to my home to review my security arrangements at home. I know police forces across the country will be doing that, and I'm very grateful to them for taking that time. But could I ask the Home Secretary to comment on what might happen in the longer term around the prevent duty? She will know that the Home Affairs Select Committee did produce a report on new forms of radicalisation and extremism, and we have some recommendations which we hope might be able to help the law enforcement and others to find those that have a tendency towards violence. Could I ask her if she will consider that in the longer term?
Home Secretary.
Let me say to the Honourable Lady, she makes a really important point actually on the prevent duty and the changing nature of the threat and the consequences that has for the prevent programme. I think it's absolutely essential that we retain a de-radicalisation programme that is focused on ideology, but as she knows, and as those who are also expert in these matters know, the range of threats and the link between ideology, mixed ideology, occasional ideology, mental health and other issues is now asking us a bigger question about how the prevent strategy works in the future and how we deal with the threats that fall outside of that through wider and other societal programmes. I will absolutely look at the recommendations her committee makes, and I hope to discuss those with her committee when I appear before them, hopefully very soon.
Member of the Speaker's Conference on Security, John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I send my deepest sympathy and condolences to the friends and family of Ann Widdecombe, and also extend that to her former colleagues from the Conservative Party and the Reform UK Party, for whom I know this must be a very difficult and sad time. I want to put on record, Mr. Speaker, that you chose that the subject of the Speaker's Conference for this Parliament would be the security of MPs, candidates and elections, and we have done good work on in the Speaker's Conference, but there is much more to be done, as I'm sure we can all agree. So will the Home Secretary confirm that she will work closely with you, Mr. Speaker, and the Parliamentary Security Department and all others who care about protecting our democracy from the threats that sadly are growing?
Absolutely give that assurance to my honourable friend. I will pick up a discussion with Mr. Speaker and others on how we think about security for those who are no longer members of this place and also the specific new circumstances that are raised by Ann Widdecombe's murder. And I'm happy to work across party and across all of this House and indeed with the Speaker's Conference as well.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are all reeling with shock, sadness and anguish at the loss of our Anne, and also the manner in which she has been taken from us. She was a colossus in public life, in political life, a legend adored and loved by millions and millions of people, including my own late mother, for whom she spoke so very warmly of Anne. She was a remarkable lady. She had an incredible work ethic. She would think nothing of going the length and breadth of the country to speak at rallies. She was an incredible orator who always spoke without notes. Absolutely remarkable. And her philosophy to life, the Home Secretary touched on it, She viewed life as it's not a dress rehearsal. You grasp every opportunity. You go for it as far as possible. Her career, her political career here, Mr. Speaker, I checked earlier. In 23 years, she made over 8,000 contributions in this place, and some remarkable witty interventions. When an honourable member said that she should disappear with her broomstick, she immediately replied, "I have my broomstick and I will cast a spell over you." and that was her nature. Likewise, her media career was also remarkable. She was an agony aunt in 2 programmes. She was a most deserving semi-finalist in Strictly Come Dancing, for sure. And of course, Celebrity Big Brother. And she was an incredible panto performer that was adored by so many. Her conviction, her passion, and her advocacy for free speech was to be commended. I had the honour of working with her for the last 7 years, and despite being a foot taller than her, I somehow always found myself looking up to her. And she also, when she phoned, I always stood up on my toes, incoming, beware. And that was Anne, and we will miss her dearly. And I also think that the Scottish whisky industry has lost a very discerning customer. And maybe there could be a limited edition, Widder's Whisky, where the tasting notes may reflect unique, unforgettable flavours, a fiery, spicy series of tones, but a blend to be treasured to eternity. May she rest in peace, Mr. Speaker. And I just asked the Home Secretary in conclusion, could she ensure that the counter-terrorism unit keep us updated on as regular possible basis? And given the nature of these things, we all want our police forces to do brilliantly, of course. Would it be wise, when considering motivation, when giving us early updates, to keep things being open-ended as opposed to motive, as opposed to ruling things out too quickly that may then end up being ruled back in? Yeah.
Well, let me first say to the honourable gentleman that was a very moving and affecting tribute to Ann Widdecombe. Let me say on Widder's Whisky, as a teetotal Muslim, I would never be able to partake of such a drink, although if there is a non-alcoholic version available, I will happily imbibe. Let me say to him, we will of course make sure that as and when it is possible to share more information about the circumstances of the murder and the motivation that is done so in the appropriate way, and also to reassure him at no point has anything been taken off the table in terms of the investigation. It's a live investigation. It is not unusual in these matters that in a fast-paced investigation, more information comes to light that changes the nature or the character of what we think we are dealing with. And I am reassured that Devon and Cornwall Police have been working really closely with counter-terrorism policing, and as soon as this additional information was made available, counter-terrorism policing have taken over as is appropriate and as is the right thing to do.
And I would like to share the sentiments that have already been expressed and send my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Ann Widdecombe. And of course, security is a huge issue to all of us in this chamber, and I'm sure I was not the only one this weekend who went about my business in the constituency looking over my shoulder more than I normally would. And it's terrible that this is the third Member of Parliament, an ex-Member of Parliament, to have been murdered. But it shouldn't be like this. And whilst I thank the Speaker for everything he's doing, and I have already heard from my Operation Bridge of Contact this morning about my security and is everything okay, which I'm really delighted to have heard from, it does seem that security fob and security in our houses is not really enough. And so I'd just like to ask the Home Secretary what more she can do to work with the Parliamentary Security Department and with the Speaker to make sure that our security is not undermined.
I thank my honourable friend. Let me say to her, we wouldn't, of course, ever comment on the specific nature of the arrangements that are made for members of Parliament for their security, either here on the estate or in their homes or constituencies either. However, let me assure her that there are a number of measures that are taken and that for local policing, as well as working with the Parliamentary Security Department, there is an offer for all members of Parliament, and then there are also specific risk assessments as well when there is something for an individual, something of concern relating to a particular individual. So let me just reassure her that I think those arrangements are comprehensive. However, we should ask ourselves always whether they are enough and whether they are responding to the changing nature of threats or the spike in threat activity that we sometimes see as well. And let me assure her I will, of course, be working closely with the Parliamentary Security Department and policing more broadly to make sure these arrangements are as tight and as robust and as comprehensive as they need to be.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I apologise to you and to the House that the fact that I have to chair a meeting in a few minutes' time prevents me staying as I would wish to do till the end of the statement. When I went up as an undergraduate to Oxford in late 1970 and joined the University Conservative Association, there were two outstanding figures a year ahead of me in that august body. One was Ann Widdecombe and the other was Nicholas Turner. And a few years later, in February 1980, Ann Widdecombe and I shared a taxi to the funeral of Nicholas Turner, who had heroically sacrificed his life in an attempt to rescue his young daughter Alice. It was a double funeral, who had been swept into the sea by a freak wave. Anne was always there when her friends needed support. And on a lighter note, she was always there ready to bring her friends back down to earth. So when she was elected, I think in 1987 for the first time, and I happened to be moving flats, I gifted her a relatively new washing machine that was now surplus to my requirements. And for several years after she became an MP, she used to invite me once a year, almost like clockwork, to have lunch with her in this place. And I naturally assumed that it was that she wished to imbibe the wisdom of my political advice. It was only by accident that she once revealed, when I suggested that to her and how flattered I was, she said, "Oh, no, Julian." She said, "This is rent for the washing machine." Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker will certainly remember that in 2008 to 2009, this House spent a lot of time taking steps to ensure that MPs' home addresses did not in future have to be revealed either in answer to freedom of information requests or on ballot papers and notices of nomination. And it therefore comes as a bit of a shock to me to read in one of the reports today that Anne had, and it may turn out to be complete coincidence, featured in her home on a programme on television extensively only 6 days before she died. And it said that the name of the home had been obscured, but there is software available that if you put up a picture of a place, particularly if you know the general area where it is, it will identify the address. So may I please appeal to members and ex-members from whatever political party, do not throw away the gains we made, and whatever else you do, keep your home addresses as private as you possibly can.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the Honourable Gentleman makes some really wise points on the safety of MPs' home addresses. And let me just say to him, I will make sure that in the work that I carry out alongside the Speaker on the lesson to be learned from the circumstances of Anne's murder, I will make sure that the privacy and security of home addresses is something that we consider.
Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join in paying tribute to the many heartfelt tributes for Ann Widdecombe from members right across the House. I didn't know her personally, but as someone thinking about before I came to this place, there are many names that you always come across, and hers was definitely one of them. And may her gentle soul rest in peace. I wanted to ask the Home Secretary about the area that many members have already raised. I spoke to a group of students earlier this afternoon, students who were completing work experience in shadowing, and one of the young girls asked me, what are the downsides and what do you not like about this role? And it pained me, to be honest, to them to say the death threats and the abuse that you get just because you are doing something that you love and something that you enjoy. And we have to be honest about the real life threats being faced by parliamentarians right across the House just for doing the job that they really enjoy. So I asked the Home Secretary, can she confirm that it is good that counter-terrorism police are leading this, that they have all the necessary resources they need to be able to carry out this full and thorough investigation, because there are many competing demands that they will be dealing with in our ever unstable and global world. And can she also confirm that in addition to some of the misinformation that's been spread online, we look at the area which the Mother of the House did mention around that online misinformation, that targeting. I'll declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do sit on the Speaker's Committee on Electoral Commission, and this is one of the areas we have looked at. And just to add my tributes and thanks to the Speaker for the work that he's done on this in terms of the Speaker's conference. I know that whenever I've raised issues, and to thank the Parliamentary Plate team, they have taken that really important. And it's important that we don't deter future people for standing for public office.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to say that we must make sure that people aren't either driven out of politics or put out of entering political life at all, and it's incumbent on us all to work together to make sure that whenever we're asked that question about the downsides of public life, that we're able to give a positive view because it's a truth rather than where we are today. On the resourcing for counter-terrorism policing, let me assure her they do have the resources they need. I had an extensive discussion and briefing from the head of National Counter-Terrorism Policing, and I'll be kept updated on their progress and in particular as to whether they need any more from us at the Home Office. We stand ready to offer greater assistance, but I'm assured at the moment that they have everything they need.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on Friday was a funny day because I heard the news very early in the morning that Anne had died. I must say I was utterly surprised over that because she seemed perfectly fit the last time that I saw her. So I gave my condolences and spoke on the radio about it. And only sadly later that day, just after lunch, did I discover it wasn't sad, it was a tragedy. A tragedy that a phenomenal woman, a member of this House, me to think back to this woman who was a force of nature. She was impossible to argue with because she never accepted that she was losing the argument until finally she was able to turn it 180 degrees and make you feel guilty that in actual fact you'd even dared to argue with her at that time. And I particularly remember during the Maastricht debates, of which I have to confess I and one or two others here were deeply rebellious, and I got a lecture from the dispatch box when she was in government about how I should support the Maastricht Treaty and the European Union, which rather worried me. And I have to say, it's rather ironic now when I turn out that she's gone over to reform. I thought to myself, now there's somebody that takes the brief that you have collective responsibility more than she even had to, I said, so rather remarkable. And she was a remarkable woman in many, many cases, and I got to know her during Shadow Cabinet, when we would debate and argue. She argued as robustly in Shadow Cabinet as she did across the dispatch box. You were the enemy, no matter whether you were Labour or Conservative, you disagreed with her. And you got used to it, and it was phenomenal, really, because she was so certain about the way that she was. But she embodied something else, Mr. Speaker. The passion that is necessary in this chamber for us to make our arguments without fear of any other person doing something to us. We have that because we're there. The second thing she imbibed and completely demonstrated was the peculiar, unique responsibility that we have to our constituents and the nature that we have, which I don't think is replicated almost anywhere else. The personal contact we make with constituents going into their homes. I don't ask for security when I go into someone's home. You go in to see them if they're too ill to come and see you. We all do this. I know we do. And we do not want to lose that. We do not want the epitaph of her terrible murder to be that we withdrew from the nature of who we are and what makes this place so great. And I simply say we need to reiterate, and the government, if I don't mind saying to the Home Secretary, needs to specify to all those social media companies, they must do something to close down on the visceral, violent language that some people use, attacking personally, as they did over her murder, which has shocked me, to make sure we get on top of that, because that is the root of violence and death. It is not only her that has been murdered. It is not only Joe Cox or David Amos, my good friend, that has been murdered. But the rack up here shows that terrorists have murdered many in our party. And I say, if we want to stop that, we have to be bold, we have to be clear. We will not accept being shut down, being stopped from our duties, or being silenced in any way, because that is what Anne would have approved of.
The honourable gentleman makes some very powerful points. He's absolutely right. I think it is not sad, it is a tragedy now that we know a little more of the circumstances of this murder, and more will obviously come to light in the fullness of time. Let me say I agree with him. I think as a society, as a government, we are all going to have to do much more on holding social media platforms to account for what is said and done through their platforms. I think that some progress has been made, but it feels like it takes a long time to get legislation through, many years before any of it can be implemented, and this is a very fast-moving environment, and getting that balance right between fierce and contested debate and then the behaviour that gets you into threats and visceral abuse and harassment, I think is incumbent on all of us, and I hope that we're able to work together across this House to achieve the necessary balance and the necessary regulation of social media that we need.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I add my condolences to those of the Home Secretary and other members, to the family of Ann Widdecombe. May she rest in peace. I just want to flag up, if I may, the concerns I have, not just about members of this place, but actually our party members, our councillors, our council candidates. Every week in my constituency, volunteers go knocking on doors, and I have to say most of the responses we get are absolutely fine, but there is an increasing trend for violence and aggression on the doorstep, and these are people who are giving up their own time to engage in the political process, and they should not be met with violence and intimidation. So we absolutely need to do far more than we are to tackle the causes of this division and aggression. I absolutely agree with what members have said about social media companies and the algorithms peddling hate, but we also need to look at what we can do. I've put some amendments down to the representation of the people bill to deal with misleading information online, but also statutory code of conduct dealing with prevention of abuse and intimidation in campaigns. I think there's more we need to do, and in particular I'm concerned that actually we're putting off the next generation of members of this place by making it so intimidating on the doorstep. We need a wholesale review and real action to protect everyone who does their bit in democratic life.
Well, my honourable friend makes some really important points. Just as joke candidates are a feature of British democracy, so is knocking on doors at election time and talking to people up and down the country. And I think all of us have a responsibility and a duty to make sure that the unique features of British democracy are protected at all times. And that has also been the work of the Defending Democracy Task Force, which my honourable friend, the Security Minister, who's now the Defence Secretary, has led on, and which the new Security Minister has taken over. Let me assure him we'll do everything we can to protect the norms by which our democracy is felt across our country, and how we all take part in it is protected. Let me say to him, this has come up from other members as well, on potential amendments to the Representation of the People Bill. I will undertake, that is not a Home Office lead as a bill, but I will undertake to members of the House today that I will discuss this with colleagues in government and make sure that we respond on specific amendments, or at least on a body of work, to make sure that any additional amendments made to that bill are capable of reflecting the nature of the challenge that we face.
Pete Wishart.
The news about Ann Widdecombe was truly shocking, compounded by the fact and the way that she had met her death. And the thoughts of my party, the Scottish National Party, are with her friends and family today. As has been said, Anne was a larger-than-life political figure, liked by people right across this House for her wicked sense of humour and her straight talking. I remember when I inadvertently strayed into a private Conservative event to be met by Anne, sending me packing. And I could say something, Madam Deputy Speaker, for somebody of her stature, she was a very effective bouncer. Now, there is great interest in this tragic death, beyond those with an obvious interest in politics. And there will be this temptation to speculate about her death, including with those with more malevolent intent on social media. So can the Home Secretary do everything she can to ensure that the information that's passed on about this particular case is correct and right, and do everything possible to counter those bad bits of misinformation?
It's incredibly important that nobody indulges in any speculation of any kind, and for those that do, that we all collectively call them out as well, that people exercise caution before they comment on this case. For those who wish to see justice done, that is the right way to behave, and that is what we should all want, the proper functioning of our criminal justice system, which does require careful handling of information. We will obviously, wherever possible, step in to correct misinformation, as the police have done as well, but occasionally in these sorts of cases, the police are constrained as to what they can put out in the public domain because they wish to protect proceedings that may follow in the future. And so for all of us, I think we have to be vigilant and we have to be careful and we have to send out the right message from this House as to what our expectations are.
Helen Dollymore. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I join members across the House in giving my deepest condolences to the friends and family of Ann Widdecombe. I never had the privilege of meeting her, but I certainly remember growing up, seeing her on the TV and thinking what an outspoken, strong woman she was that wouldn't take no for an answer. So I want to pay tribute to her as well. I don't want to speculate on the case or what happened, but I do wish to place on record my concern about the fact that we are seeing very frequently the media either photograph or broadcast identifiable details of members or former members' homes. That is happening repeatedly to members across this House, members of the Cabinet, members of the Shadow Cabinet, and to former members. And we've heard today about the risks that could come with that. I know that the former member for Surrey Heath mentioned in a podcast fairly recently that the man who killed Sir David Amess visited his home from details he had identified from the media, and that's how serious this is. So given the risks that we know exist about this, I know this is something the Speaker's Commission has looked at as well, and the new tools that are existing out there, like reverse image searching, which makes it easier to look at a media image to then find out where that house is on Google Maps. Could the Home Secretary urgently look at this issue, together with her colleagues in DCMS and also the media regulators, Ofcom and the Independent Press Standards Authority?
Yes, let me thank my honourable friend for that question, and to assure her that this is one of the issues that I will pick up, as I said, in answer to a question from one of the members opposite a little earlier in this statement, and I shall discuss with colleagues on a cross-party basis and with Mr Speaker and the House authorities on what more we can do when it comes to the specific details relating to the homes of members and former members of Parliament.
Jenkins.
Speaker, can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement and her tribute to Anne, which was extremely moving, if I may say so. Can I also just point out the unfortunate statistical fact that as a Member of Parliament you are more likely to meet a violent death than a member of Her Majesty's Armed Forces or a member of the British Police Forces. And can I just ask you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to assure Mr Speaker that none of us doubt his personal commitment to our security, but this remains a very relevant problem because none of us want our homes to be turned into fortresses, but maybe more people need to be encouraged to put, for example, security gates on the front of their houses and to have security cameras watching and recording what is going on, rather than just relying on the ring bell that happens to be on your front door. Can I just also pay tribute, my own tribute to Anne, that much has been already said, and I shared 18 years of her parliamentary life alongside my right honourable friend, the right honourable member for Chingford Wood and Green, the disagreements about Maastricht, the disagreements about women candidates. My goodness, she loathed me trying to promote women candidates in the Conservative Party. And I maintain she was wrong about that. But she was right about many things. Her maiden speech was actually about the Trident nuclear deterrent at a time when the Labour Party was a bit wobbly on that subject, and the Liberal Democrats. But what a testament to, what an emblem of her patriotism and fervour for strength and clarity of purpose. And I would also just point out, I served in shadow cabinet with her when the government were introducing the Human Rights Act and our close adherence to the European Convention on Human Rights. She was the one member of the shadow cabinet said we should oppose this, when there were members of our shadow cabinet saying that we should relish joining it. And she was right. And her prescience has often invited derision from others. But she was right on that score. We're learning the lessons that she left behind in her life. Maybe other parties will learn them too.
Yeah, well said.
Well, let me say to the honourable gentleman that was also a very moving tribute to someone that he clearly was very fond of and worked with very, very closely. He is dared to say that she was wrong. Perhaps if we listen clearly, we can hear her saying something in response to him that was probably quite forceful in its own way. Let me say to him, I take very seriously, and I know Mr Speaker takes very seriously, the security of all members of Parliament. And actually, as we consider what has happened to Ann Widdecombe, we now must, I think, live up to our responsibilities for former members of Parliament as well. And let me just assure him I will take my duties in that regard very seriously. I do not want it to be the case that you are more likely to die a violent death if you're a member of this great House. This great House has great public servants in it from all over the country, from every party, and the public service of all members of this House is something without which our country cannot do, and it is incumbent on all of us to protect that for this generation and for generations to come.
Alan Campbell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my thoughts and condolences are with the family and friends of Ann Widdecombe and the colleagues who worked closely with her on the benches opposite. It's hard not to see the murder of an ex-MP as an attempted attack on this place and our way of life, but we must not let it have a chilling effect on those who want to stand for public office. Can I thank Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr Speaker, for the time he took with new intake MPs in 24 to give us his hints and tips and also really focus on security. And could also thank the Home Secretary for looking at the safety and risks for ex-MPs. As someone who's in almost daily contact with one of their predecessors, I'm sure it will come up in our next phone call. And can I let the member for Boston and Skegness know I have a call with the Scotch Whisky Association this afternoon, who I think want to talk about the FTA, but I'll very happily talk about Widow's Whisky. Does the Home Secretary agree we must do all we can to ensure that people are not put off standing in public life, particularly with online hate and the increasing violence that we see on doors and in our society?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. We all must do more. Let me assure him the government will work closely with Mr Speaker and the Parliamentary Security Department to make sure that we're doing everything that we can. But as I said in answer to other questions during the statement, as a society, I think we have to take a stronger position on the right boundary between contested debate and then unacceptable behaviour and abuse online. And I know that we'll have more work to do in this space.
Ellie Chams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Green Party, I'd like to say how shocked and saddened and horrified I am by Ann Widdecombe's horrific death, her brutal murder. And my sincere condolences go to her friends and family and all who knew her and loved her, including colleagues in this House. And I welcome the points that the Home Secretary has made about reviewing security arrangements for those in public life, including former MPs and those outside this House, and very much agree with her in terms of the responsibility that we all have across this House and beyond to avoid speculation in order that the police can do their vital investigation and bring the culprit to justice. She's recognised the calls that have been made from across this House today for further action to tackle the proliferation of polarisation and indeed hatred online. And can I press her further to set a timescale for taking that further action in order to protect not only the safety and security of all those in public life, but the fundamentals of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Lady for her contribution and her question, and just assure her that I will be picking up a discussion with my colleagues across government on how we do more on social media platforms and the sorts of behaviours that are promoted on social media platforms that we know are having a very damaging impact on our democracy, but also in the safety and security of people involved in politics in different ways, both as activists and then also as elected representatives. Specifically, I will be discussing this matter with colleagues in the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, in DCIT and others, and I will ensure that the House is updated soon after the summer recess.
Al Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to echo the thoughtful and meaningful comments across the House today. Now, I didn't know Ann Widdecombe, but I definitely knew what she stood for. Public service. She was a unique character and an amazing public servant of many years of sacrifice. How have we ended up in a position of where an individual or individuals collectively across the House spent so much time and effort into public service, but yet we are at risk? One of the reasons is that when we were young, Madam Deputy Speaker, we would walk into a library and the librarian indeed was apolitical. She or he would allow us to read whatever we wanted within a set boundary. But now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that librarian is no longer apolitical, it's an algorithm. And that algorithm is bought for by anyone from American tech bros to Russia and China and others. It's not a 4 or 5 different threats, they are one consistent threat, and one that is swaying the minds of large chunks of populations across the globe. So I was wondering if the Home Secretary could give me some detail on how we're clamping down on some of that adversarial and nefarious activity and making online activity much safer.
I thank my honourable friend for that contribution. He will know that colleagues in DCIT are working very carefully on the Online Safety Act and its further implementation and learning lessons from how it is applying so at the moment to think carefully about what might need to be done in the future. But I think it is clear that we need a much stronger and better policed boundary between what is acceptable in a democracy and behaviour that we know is challenging the very foundations of our democracy. And as I say, I've undertaken to have that discussion with colleagues across government, and I will make sure that the House is updated as to a programme of work that the government intends to take forward to make sure that all of our arrangements here are as robust as possible, and that it is we, the people of this country, that decide the sort of inheritance that we wish to leave for our children, and not algorithms decided by a very small number of men who live abroad.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank both frontbenchers for their very touching tributes to Anne? And for the benefit of those outside this House, can I place on record that we all know the absolute personal commitment of Mr. Speaker and all the Deputy Speakers to the security of all members and of their families? And can we thank him and the rest of the team for that?
Yeah, well done, Mark.
We mustn't comment on the investigation, but can we at least wish the police Godspeed in bringing whoever was responsible for this utterly heinous act fully to book? We've now lost another fallen comrade. Joe Cox, Sir David Amos, and now Anne, and years ago others to Republican terrorism too. This is a challenge for all of us and for our loved ones. And I do believe, as I said after David was murdered, the social media companies have a responsibility in this too. You always needed a thick skin to come into politics. You now need the hide of a rhino. And they could do something to calm down the level of hate to which honourable members and their families are exposed online. And I look to the Home Secretary in the hope that something positive could be done there. Ann Widdecombe was unmissable. She was a one-woman nuclear deterrent. Whether she was debating in the House of Commons or arriving on Strictly by zipwire. I saw her only about 3 weeks ago at a breakfast meeting, and she was in fine fettle that morning. I knew her through Sir David. They were great friends. They came in a similar era in the 1980s. They had a strong bond via the Catholic faith. They got on extremely well. I appeared in a number of photographs with both Sir David and Anne down the years, but for some reason I was never asked to remove my shoes. I have one brief anecdote. In 2010, having obviously upset someone in authority, I was made the government accommodation whip. And it was my responsibility to hand out officers. Now, anyone who's ever done this job will tell you it's not easy. And Anne, who had retired from the House, had a very, very attractive office overlooking Parliament Square. And that was on my list of one that I knew would be in high demand. So when I went along to check it out, I found Sir David already neatly ensconced in the office. And when I asked him how this had come about, he told me he was claiming squatters' rights, and moreover, that he had been bequeathed the office by Anne as a personal gift. And when I sought to remonstrate, he told me that if I didn't like that decision, I could take it up with her personally. At which point I decided that discretion was the better part of valour and withdrew.
Right.
She was remarkable. You couldn't argue with her. Well, you could try, but you never got very far. And she's the type of character that people deeply respected because she was absolutely consistent in her view, whether you agreed with her or not. And we have lost a distinguished and incredibly remarkable colleague in the most awful of circumstances. But Ann Widdecombe would tell us to keep calm and carry on. And I believe that's exactly what we should do.
Yeah. Madam.
That was a very moving and funny set of memories from the honourable gentleman, very affecting. And let me say to him, keeping calm and carrying on are definitely words to live by, and we could all do with taking that lesson on board. And also let me just echo what he said in terms of our best wishes for the police as they continue this investigation. Godspeed.
Suella Braverman. Speaker, Anne's tragic murder has shocked the nation. Dear Anne was the personification of political courage, patriotic tradition and the importance of faith. Immense support
completely unacceptable. I know an apology is made. Comment ADI News. Reacted at comments identical views then let me say and at that behaviour and who has lost her life tragic no politics or in our hope that that, and I would urge all to the wherever they mix and hit the send but social message a little touch in these circumstances.
Speaker, can I thank some speakers for everything? Parliamentary security all members safe. For also the of reform for as well. As a West Midlands anti-terrorism policing and also House. One problem that was in 2009. In 2009, in 2009 to step down. Actually, we met with her. Would you do it? We're going to speak to the up in committee rooms, usual, and you've got to don't say you're standing down. And of course, as we that advice, integrity, authenticity, a lexicon of virtue. And of course, she was recognised by His Holiness the Pope with a papal damehood at DSG, but she was unfortunately, I think, unfairly never recognised in this country in the same way. And I hope that is something in her honour and memory that could be considered. Thank you.
Well, again, let me say to the honourable gentleman, those are some lovely memories that he has shared with the House of his dear friend. As he was making his contribution, I thought I would follow what he had said in relation to counter-terrorism policing and just place on the record my gratitude for our counter-terrorism policing across the country. We actually have a world-leading counter-terror policing operation in this country. We are very lucky to have them. They do a great job keeping all of us safe. And I know I speak on behalf of the whole House when I place those remarks on the record. He is right. Many members have made this point today about the unaccountability of social media platforms for their algorithms and for the type of content that they host on their platforms. The government has already done some work in this area, but I'm sure we will have to go further. And as I've committed before, I will make sure the House is updated in due course.
Roberts. I speak on behalf of my party, Plaid Cymru. I think we will remember where we were when we heard the news once again that, in this case, a former member of Parliament, but somebody who lived the same lives as ourselves, died in such a hideous, shocking way in the murder. And of course, it is the work of the police and the justice system now that must come first and foremost. And I was with North Wales Police in training many of their officers on Operation Bridger only on Friday afternoon, just before this happened. And I do commend them, but also I think we really need to know how difficult it is for the police, because what Operation Bridger does has to go down to the front line. The front line need to be alert to that. And I must also mention the importance of Operation Ford for Senedd members in Wales, other national parliaments elsewhere, and also for councillors, because the ability of elected representatives, all of us, to do our job by being available to meet constituents and speak directly to them is precious. We need to be alert to keeping that. The trust that goes with being able to meet people is precious. So does she agree with me that we're not just talking about protection for ourselves for this year, for a few years to come? What we're doing here, what we're endeavouring to do here, is to safeguard the values of democratic debate over violence into the future.
think the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. When I was first elected in 2010, I used to run an open, first-come, first-served advice surgery, and now that is no longer possible. And in the last few years, I've had to change, still offer advice surgeries, but on very different terms to when I first became a Member of Parliament. And it's a huge change, actually. It's entirely as a result of what happened to Joe Cox and to Sir David Amos. And it's a tragedy because it does change the way that you relate to your constituents. It is a very precious thing that we must protect, that connection between Members of Parliament and those that they represent, between councillors and those that they represent as well. That is the work that the Government and the Parliamentary Security Department, Mr Speaker, and all of his team here in the House are determined to see through, to make sure that even if there are some changes in the way we relate to our constituents, that we are still able to do so on terms that we would all recognise as good old British democracy at its best.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are no words to express the sadness that we feel about the passing of Ann Widdecombe, but the sadness, unfortunately, is turning to anger. Anger not just at the social media companies, but also all of us in this place and the politicians and some of the language that we use in this place. And Reform UK MPs have been labelled as racist, as Nazis, as bigots by people serving in this place, and that undoubtedly increases the risk of attacks on politicians on this side. But is the Home Secretary aware of any increased risk to Reform UK MPs?
Let me say to the honourable gentleman, I think that it is important that all members of the House are careful and calm in the way that we describe other members of this House and the work done by other members in this House. I think that we have to imagine how we would feel if we were on the receiving end of that and try to treat others the way we wish to be treated ourselves. And I would certainly want to make sure that I say from this dispatch box for myself and for the government that any abuse or harassment of members of Parliament to other members of Parliament is unacceptable as well. We should all moderate our language. We also have to get the right balance in this place between fierce and contested political debate, which happens on both the right and the left of the spectrum, and then also making sure that we don't slip into behaviours that increase threat to any of our colleagues. It is a difficult balance sometimes to strike in the heat of the moment, in the heat of a very polarised debate, but we still have a responsibility to show our best selves at work, as it were, and I would always caution all members, before you say anything quickly, just take a minute to reflect and then think about what you're about to say. Let me say to him on specific threat, no, I am not aware. He knows that I wouldn't ever comment on threats because, or indeed arrangements that are in place for any member or indeed others in public life, only because to comment starts to affect the integrity of the overall system. But I will make sure, as I've said, that in relation to the leader of Reform UK, that he's offered a meeting with the independent chair of RAVEC to discuss specific issues relating to risk assessment. And if there are any other matters in relation to risk assessment, I know that the police are monitoring that very carefully and will discuss with all political parties in this House any additional changes that they might wish to make.
Robert Jenrick.
Can I join colleagues across the House in paying tribute to Anne, a woman who was brave, principled, kind and generous. I, like many others, will miss her enormously, even though on my first morning as a Member of Parliament, when I was the youngest MP, I met her in Westminster Hall and she asked me, am I here on work experience? I think I've eventually shed my MP nappies. The Home Secretary is the ultimate arbiter of what happened in the Home Office. She isn't powerless and no one would pretend so. Would she agree that it was unwise of the government to heavily reduce the security offered to the member for Clacton, given all that we know about his particular danger that is posed to him and to his family? Would she agree that, frankly, it shouldn't have taken the murder of Anne for him to be offered a meeting with the committee, and that many will conclude, perhaps unfairly, but nonetheless, that it is only because of the political views of the member for Clacton that he is placed in this position? And will she use her power as Home Secretary to make sure that the security that he and his family needs is put in place immediately?
Yeah.
Well, let me say to the Honourable Gentleman, he will know that it is an independent process within the Home Office that deals with the risk assessment and risk management of those in public life. I'm not going to compromise the integrity of those arrangements by commenting in any detail on specific instances. Let me simply say and observe, as in the 10 months I've been in the Home Office, I have seen media reports in relation to various suggested risk assessments and risk mitigations. I have never commented whether to say something is true or false, simply because I believe that you should not breach that principle of not commenting so as to protect the integrity of the system. But that the meeting has been offered. Let me assure him in relation to Ravik, it is and will always be fiercely independent. It must be, because the protection that is offered and the level of protection and the tactics of protection that are offered to people must never be based on a political assessment of who needs it, but an independent operational assessment of what risk is and how it is best managed. And I do think that that operational independence is incredibly important, and I will always maintain it and protect it, and I know the government as a whole will do so as well.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and the death of Ann Widdecombe is incredibly shocking, and I didn't know Ann Widdecombe as an MP, but it's been a wonderful afternoon listening to colleagues from across this House share some of their memories. She is was clearly a formidable political leader, and of course we will always remember her as well as an entertainer. And my thoughts are with her family and her friends at this incredibly difficult time. But her death is, I think, also a devastating reminder about the problem that all of us in this place, of all elected members and in particular councillors as well, all face on a day-to-day basis while we try to serve the communities that we love and we have been elected to serve. And I think it has come across very clearly in this chamber that we all want to and need to do more to protect each other and our democracy. And particularly reflecting on councillors, I speak a lot to my councillors in Guildford and also as the local government spokesperson to councillors from across the country. And the stories I hear are horrendous. Whether it's parish council leaders telling me about death threats, whether it's council leaders telling me about death threats. This is a democracy. We should not be experiencing this as elected representatives. And I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for the things she has set out already. But I wonder if she could also set out what actions the government is taking to protect elected officials at all levels, but particularly councillors and those who are served by Operation Ford. And whether she can confirm that there will be more resources made available to Operation Ford so that they can provide a consistent level of support across the country, as I know that police officers and police forces across the country want to do that, but I do hear varying levels of support across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me also join with the Honourable Lady in saying it has been a very moving afternoon hearing tributes to Ann Widdecombe across the House, and particularly from her former colleagues in the Conservative Party and also from her colleagues in Reform UK, who are obviously very personally affected. And I offer my condolences to all of them once again on the loss of their friend and their colleague. Let me say to the Honourable Lady, I take very seriously the wider risks to our democracy, including for local councillors. She has already referenced some of the steps that the government has taken through our Defending Democracy Task Force, Operation Ford. I'm sure there will be further developments in this space. I think we're learning lessons from the work that the task force did in relation to the most recent local elections, and I know that the developing nature of these threats has to be reflected in our new arrangements as we move forward as well. But we are very alive to the risks, not just to those of us in this place. Of course, given what's happened to Joe Cox, to Sir David Amess, and now Ann Widdecombe, parliamentarians get a lot of attention in terms of our security, and this is perhaps the most high-profile chamber and often referred to as the Mother of Parliament, so that would be understandable. But this country also cannot do without the work of its local councillors, its parish councillors, and all those people who put in the hours to make their local area better, and this government will stand by them too.
Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement this afternoon, and I will allow a few moments for the front bench to swap over. which brings us to a statement on the state of nature and climate 2026. Minister Mary Creagh.
Thank you. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement about the nature and climate crisis. Nature is the monopoly provider of everything we need to live, and we are living through the Anthropocene, an age where human activity is now the dominant influence on our planet's climate and ecosystems. We are seeing its consequences: pollution, climate change and mass extinction. Last year, my right honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, gave the first ever statement to this House on this crisis. 1 year on, I am here to set out the government's commitment to tackle these challenges. Because climate change drives nature loss, and nature loss drives climate change. We must tackle both. Droughts and floods are disrupting harvests, straining supply chains and pushing up costs. Our nature security assessment, published in January, shows that if the current rate of biodiversity loss continues, every critical ecosystem is on a pathway to collapse, from coral reefs that protect our coastlines to peatlands that store carbon and prevent floods. The UK's climate is getting hotter and wetter with more extreme events. 2025 was the UK's hottest year since records began. In the heat waves in May and June this year, the Met Office reported that as many as 2,700 people may have died. Railway tracks buckled, over 1,000 schools closed, and the London Ambulance Service had their busiest day on record. Since 1901, the UK sea level has risen by about 20 centimetres. But that rate is accelerating because 2/3 of this rise has happened in just the last 30 years, which is why this Labour government is stepping up, leading globally on nature recovery, climate mitigation and adaptation. In the UK, we're working in partnership with local communities, businesses, conservationists and farmers. Before the Paris Agreement, the world was on track for around 4 degrees of warming. Now, national commitments put us on course for around 2.5 degrees. There is so much more to do, but this represents real progress. In December, we launched our Environmental Improvement Plan, which for the first time set out delivery plans to underpin our targets to restore nature, boost our recycling rates and protect our environmental security. Since then, we have published the Land Use Framework, the Water White Paper and the Farming Roadmap. We have invested a record £2.65 billion funding for flood resilience, invested in new food waste collection services and £1 billion in our national biosecurity infrastructure in Weybridge. Over the next 3 years, we will make the largest investment in nature ever, over £7 billion. This includes £5.9 billion for environmental farming schemes, £816 million for tree planting and £85 million for peatland restoration. Last October, we published the Carbon Budget and Growth Delivery Plan to set out how the UK will continue to reduce emissions, to lower bills for consumers and secure good jobs for British people. Last month, the majority of members in this place voted to cut emissions by almost 87% from 1990 levels for the Carbon Budget 7 period running from 2038 to 2042. Under this government, over £100 billion of private investment has been announced in the net zero economy. We have done much on mitigation. But following advice from the Climate Change Committee, we are setting stronger objectives for climate adaptation. We are building our resilience for a minimum of 2 degrees of warming by 2050. And we are supporting combined authorities to increase their resilience to climate change too. In 2024, we saw a single year exceed 1.5 degrees of warming, which is why we are committed to working with our domestic and international partners to keep the Paris Agreement goal of limiting temperatures to a temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Global warming is likely to reach 1.5 degrees at around 2030, but 1.5 degrees is and will remain the right limit. Every fraction of a degree of warming reduces the severity of impacts on people and nature worldwide. Every species saved reduces the risk of losses to the ecosystems we rely on: pollination, disease prevention, food and climate regulation. And the key to delivering our nature and climate goals is how we use our land and seas. Our land use framework shows we do have enough land to achieve our priorities across economic growth, housing, food production, climate and nature recovery. But we must make better decisions about how we use our land. We are moving from paper-based systems to making land digital and opening up the land registry free for all. Today, we have published an interactive story map of our spatial evidence to support decision makers to use their land more effectively. The UK has also committed to protect and conserve 30% of our lands and seas for nature by 2030. Today, we're publishing the 30 by 30 delivery plan for land in England and guidance to land managers on how to implement it. In May, we announced the £30 million Wildlife Rich Habitat Fund. And today we are providing an additional £37 million a year for the next 3 years for national parks and national landscapes. But this is a whole of government effort. This weekend, the FCDO ratified the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement to create marine protected areas on the high seas, covering nearly 2/3 of the world's ocean. Funded by DCIT, the Advanced Research and Invention Agency, ARIA, is investing £81 million in its Forecasting Tipping Points programme. The MOD is developing climate security analysis and critical emerging technologies to support energy resilience for the UK and our armed forces. And the Department for Education are investing £710 million out to 2030 to improve the condition of school and college buildings, reducing their emissions and bills, and increasing their resilience to climate change so they last for decades to come. In Coventry East, my constituency, I'm delighted that Richard Lee Primary School and Potters Green Primary School are installing new solar panels. I opened a sensory garden built by the pupils' eco team in Courthouse Green School to bring nature closer to children. And tomorrow, on this week, I'm visiting the Great North Bog to see successful peatland restoration in action. And later in the week, I will celebrate the 75th anniversary of the first 4 national parks, a legacy of the great 1945 Labour government. Tomorrow, we launch a competition for young people to join our new Youth and Climate and Nature panel. It will offer us their expert insight into government as we deliver for climate and nature action through our outreach with young people. From introducing wild beavers to planting 3 new national forests and creating 9 new river walks, this Labour government is bringing nature closer to people. And we will all benefit from a more resilient, more prosperous and greener country. As my right honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, said in his statement last year, we are at our best in this House when we work across parties on these issues. By preparing our country and our citizens for the climate and nature crises, we are showing leadership internationally. This government is acting now to protect the world in which we live and which we pass on to future generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement. I'm sure that no one in this House disputes the importance of protecting our climate or restoring nature. The real question is whether this government is capable of delivering both. The Minister speaks about climate and nature as priorities, yet the government has repeatedly chosen to target those very individuals who are tasked with delivering it, our farmers, who are the frontline custodians of our natural world. And let's just have a look at the choices that this government has already made in the last 2 years, which is in direct contradiction to the ambitions the Minister has set out. First, Part 3 of the Planning and Infrastructure Act was rightly heavily criticised by the RSPB, who warned that this legislation would, and I quote, rip the heart out of the environmental protections and risk sending nature further into freefall. The Wildlife Trust directly challenged this government's growth at all costs rhetoric, stating, before the general election, Labour promised to restore nature, yet they are instead driving environmental regression. Both organisations took the extraordinary step of demanding that Part 3 of the then bill was completely removed, as did we on this side of the House. Second, last September, the Minister pushed through a blanket ban on the controlled burning of heather on deep peat, but in doing so, completely ignored the warnings of the National Fire Chiefs Council, the NFU, and many environmental scientists who understood, quite rightly, that by blocking land managers from conducting traditional, heavily regulated rotational burnings, this government is literally letting massive fuel loads build up across our moorland, effectively creating a tinderbox, vastly increasing the risk of devastating wildfires that destroy the very peatlands and biodiversity which this government claims that they want to protect. Third, the government has completely undermined the sustainable farming incentive. With only £240 million allocated to this year's applications, the government has in effect made the whole scheme competitive entry. And to make matters worse, by capping agreements at 100,000, the government is actively pushing the most ambitious, large-scale nature restoration projects in the country out of the window. And you cannot achieve a massive 30 by 30 target by cutting funding, reducing green options, and telling farmers that large-scale conservation efforts are no longer welcome. Fourth, as a result of this government's choice to remove the onshore wind farm moratorium, we are now literally in the ridiculous scenario where large-scale wind farm applications are coming forward to be built on protected peatland, such as the Calderdale wind farm proposal in West Yorkshire, despite warnings from academics and groups like the Yorkshire Wildlife Trust that, if approved, these projects will release massive amounts of CO2 into the atmosphere. Madam Deputy Speaker, the list goes on. So I say to the Minister, today's statement offers no new protections, relying instead on a fragmented, reactive approach that tries to hit targets rather than redefining how we count and reference land, rather than actually doing anything positive about it. The choices that this government has already made in the last 2 years do not represent a roadmap to nature recovery. So I ask the Minister, before coming to give today's statement, what consideration has the government made of the impacts of their previous choices on the targets set out in this plan in which they have made over the last 2 years? And does she agree with me that those policies are in direct contradiction to the delivery ambitions the government has brought to this House today?
Minister.
Well, I'm disappointed to hear the nature and tone of the Honourable Gentleman's response to our attempts to right some of the wrongs that were left behind by the previous government. He asked me in particular about the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. What we have done is introduce strategic policy statements to actually prioritise outcomes over process, so that Natural England and the Environment Agency can actually speed up decision making whilst maintaining these high environmental standards. We've given them £100 million over 3 years to fund specialist staff and modern digital systems to cut costly delays for planners. And what was clear when we came into government is that the status quo for development and nature was simply not working, with fragmented site-by-site environmental requirements, increasing costs, adding to delays to the much-needed housing and infrastructure which this country needs. And at the same time, it wasn't working for nature either, because the condition of many of our most important habitats and species was continuing to decline. So the Nature Restoration Fund will support development, but ensure that the money spelt by developers on environmental mitigation delivers more. So it's a simple levy payment which Natural England will use to deliver impactful conservation measures at scale, instead of a piecemeal approach. Let me just talk to him a little bit about peat. 80% of England's peatlands are degraded. And we are investing £85 million in their restoration by 2030. And since we've come into government, approximately 10,000 hectares of peatlands have been brought into restoration through our Nature for Climate Peatland Grant Scheme. Last week we announced £44 million for lowland peat, which was I don't think invested in under his government, and we expect another 4,000 hectares this year. So we have a target which his government set to restore an additional 40,000 hectares by 2030. But with these 80% of peatlands being degraded, rotational burning is a contributory factor to that. It makes it difficult to restore peat to its natural hydrology and impossible to return it to its natural state. And of course, it's really bad for air quality locally. So it damages peatlands, it shifts species composition, it disrupts the hydrology of peat, and crucially, it releases stored carbon, increasing vulnerability to wildfire. So wetter, healthy functioning peatlands are much more resilient to the impacts of wildfire. And let me just say a final thing. We have published our farming roadmap. It is supported, but what we are doing with the new environmental land management schemes is supporting those smaller farmers, those organic farmers that were excluded from the larger schemes that he talked about. And we are spatially targeting so that we get bigger, better, more joined up protected areas for nature and wildlife.
Chair of the Environmental Audit Committee, Toby Perkins.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and really welcome the government statement today. Firstly, my honourable friend's absolutely right to say that climate change drives nature loss and nature loss drives climate change, and we must tackle these absolutely hand in hand. I met this week with Moors for the Future, who were speaking about peatland and about the importance of working with land managers, and I have to say that they were very much more of the view of my honourable friend and of the Shadow Minister that we just heard from a few moments ago. She is also absolutely right to talk about the importance of adaptation. We need to massively improve adaptation. So can she tell us any more about when the next iteration of the National Adaptation Plan will come out? The previous one under the last government was widely criticised, and we need to know more. But a plan that only looks at adaptation is simply a plan to fail, and that must be secondary to mitigation. And will my honourable friend finally tell us in terms of the approach going forward what more we can do? It is right to say that farmers are absolutely fundamental to the success of improving our outcomes on nature. It's regrettable this government got off to such a bad footing with farmers. What more can she tell us about how we can rebuild that relationship? Because ultimately we must work hand in hand if we're going to get the achievements we need for nature, working hand in hand with sustainable farming.
Well, I think we're seeing through some of our landscape recovery projects, farm clusters really getting behind this new idea of leveraging in private finance to work alongside the public investment that we are making. But what I would also say is understanding their role in a multifunctional and multi-use landscape. So, for example, in the uplands in the Lake District, working to restore peat, to hold much more water on the land, to prevent runoff, which can overwhelm the towns and villages below the peatlands and the bogs, but also understanding the role that nature can play in protecting runoff on farms, particularly with agricultural runoff. So planting, for example, trees along riverbanks and making sure that there isn't runoff into the rivers and reducing their phosphate. He asked me about the National Adaptation Plan. We are committed to an ambitious fourth National Adaptation Programme in 2028 and have requested advice from the Climate Change Committee on appropriate planning assumptions to inform our approach. But we are investing in those flood defences, 104 billion in private investment for new water infrastructure, and crucially the launch of the Local Advisory Climate Service to support local authorities to respond to flooding and crucially now to heat waves.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for early sight of the statement. On my way into Kendal this morning, before I came down here, I observed the jarring reality of fields yellowing in the dry heat and the River Kent so low that I could see the bedrock, and then alongside the defensive walls being built on the banks of the river in the aftermath of devastating floods. A reminder that climate change has brought extreme weather, different threats at different times, but equally challenging, indeed equally dangerous. And I'm afraid that those who continue to deny climate change now look more and more foolish by the day. And seen especially in the terrifying wildfires in the Peak District as we speak, a reminder that we do not protect nature if we completely remove livestock and the human beings that manage nature. The government aims to reclaim 30% of our land and seas for nature. I welcome that and welcome much of the action plan. But 70% of England's landmass is agricultural land. So would she agree with me that we must start with ensuring that all farmers have access to environmental schemes, not just those who apply for them the quickest? And will she give more detail on the welcome proposals that Liberal Democrats have long fought for to now permit those who farm common land to access payments to help restore nature in our most precious landscapes, like the Lake District, the Peaks and Dartmoor? Farmers estimate that hot weather this year will cost them 20% of their harvest. What is her plan to remove barriers so that farmers can build on-farm reservoirs and take other measures that will protect our natural environment and our food security? And finally, if the government wants to meet its targets, and we really want them to, aren't they being unwise in their rush to deregulate when it comes to planning? Shouldn't we be increasing the ability of local communities to resist the destruction of nature and to have greater power to direct developers to protect and enhance nature, rather than being at the whim of those whose only motive is profit?
Minister.
Well, he asked me about a range of policies there. Can I just talk to him a little bit about natural flood management? Because we will be investing £300 million in natural flood management over the next 10 years, the highest figure ever for floods programming, and that's a minimum level, to support projects that reduce flood risk and deliver wider benefits to communities and nature. But as he observed at the beginning, the concrete barriers and the dried rivers, we have to do more to enable farmers to hold their water on the land. And when they're building their reservoirs, we don't want concrete bowls and concrete buckets. What we need is natural scrapes and areas where they can hold on, and they can help with that aspiration, the natural aspiration, by planting trees as well. So experimenting with agroforestry, as we're doing with the Western Forest around Bristol and Gloucester. We are acutely aware of what the challenges that farmers face with extreme weather events. The wheat harvest is already being brought in some areas in the east of England. We are committed to maintaining food production and supporting thriving farm businesses. But I think, as I said earlier, land managers, farmers have an increasingly important role in reducing the risk of flooding and coastal erosion as we adapt to climate changes. And eligibility criteria for floods, natural flood management funding has widened to include them for the first time. So we want them to do more on soils so that the soils can actually hold the water as well, buffer strips to slow the flow, and runoff attenuation features to store and release water.
Yeah. Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just start by thanking the Minister for including land use and food systems within this outline. It's so important that's included as part of the Triple Challenge, Climate, Nature and Food. We know we can only meet our climate and nature goals if we catalyse and incentivise private sector investment. I point to the example of Bristol, where through our strategic energy partnership City Leap, we've mobilised finance for city decarbonisation, and where the West of England Combined Authority has just launched a £5 million nature fund to help kickstart nature markets. Can I ask the Minister what more we are doing at a national level to support nature and carbon markets and to incentivise that private sector investment?
I thank my honourable friend for her question on that. What I would say is that at London Climate Action Week, what is clear is that the energy and climate transition is already well underway. We have worked with we've worked to set nature standards so that we have with the British Standards Institution, so that when we have nature projects and we have large financial funds that want to invest in nature, they have the confidence to invest in nature, and that they aren't accused of greenwashing as they have been in the past. But we want to also learn from some of the issues around investing in carbon markets and make sure that companies feel comfortable in setting their carbon and nature losses in their own supply chain. So the first rule is to do no harm and to inset it within their own supply chains. But there is a huge amount of money going into nature projects, and I'm very excited to see how that develops in the future.
Dr. Ros Savage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to express my gratitude to the Minister and to the Government for delivering this second climate and nature statement, as they promised to do during the conversations that we had around the time of my climate and nature bill last year. It's maybe not exactly what I'd envisaged, but I welcome it nonetheless, and maybe we can discuss it further in our meeting on Wednesday. However, despite all of this money that is being put into various climate and nature measures, there does seem to be an agreement amongst the environmental NGOs that the 30 by 30 plan is not going to deliver on 30 by 30. For example, in the last 3 years, Natural England has not designated any new sites of special scientific interest, and over the last 20 years, the area covered by those sites has only increased by 2.8%. So I'd like to ask the Minister what further funding she'll be giving to Natural England so that they can expand on their important mission.
I have been literally discussing that very issue with Natural England this morning. What I would say is that land covering around 32% of England is already likely to, or has the potential, to contribute to the 30 by 30 target, including through our landscape recovery projects and local nature reserves and national nature reserves. We're creating 3,000 hectares a year of national nature reserves, a very, very significant contribution to that. But we've also set out the route to 30 by 30, and we're talking about bronze, silver and gold land. I understand why the environmental NGOs want everything to be gold, but we have to live in the real world and show what the pipeline towards gold looks like.
Chris Hinchliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our best hope in the fight to restore our environment is this country's nature-loving public. But many of us across the House will be aware of the recent example of the Environment Agency threatening to take people to court for trying to clean up their dying river. So what steps will the Minister take to ensure that the Environment Agency is empowering the public rather than threatening to prosecute them for protecting nature?
Minister.
Well, he's right. We have an army of citizen scientists and naturalists, and we're certainly looking forward to celebrating some of them tomorrow at RHS Wisley for Bees Needs Week, and we've got the pollinator count next week as well. But what I would say is that anyone who wants to clean up their river does need to get a permit from the Environment Agency beforehand. We have habitats there, we have flood defences there, and you know, we mustn't, he's right that we should empower citizens to take action, but people also need to do it in a way that makes sure there aren't unintended consequences.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Nature Minister delivering this statement and recognising the crucial links between nature restoration and tackling climate breakdown. Does she recognise that whatever action is taken, and we need to see far more action taken both on nature restoration and on decarbonisation, that if there is the granting of large-scale new oil fields, whether it's at Rosebank or Jackdaw, and if that could see, for example, the emissions equivalent to 28 low-income countries just from one oil field, that it could undo all the good work that she and all of us in this House want to see?
Well, he knows that I'm unable to comment on individual licences, and that the Energy Secretary will make his decision in due course. But what I would say is that it is essential that we have a climate transition that is fair to those workers in the North Sea. We have been in decline in the North Sea. Oil and gas has been in decline for about the last 20 years. So he is right to say it is in decline, and we have to get off the fossil fuel roller coaster in order to secure energy security on prices and for the future.
Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really welcome this statement and all the commitment the Government is
is giving to nature. However, can I ask, I know that this 30 by 30 plan is just focused on land, the justification being that 40% of our waters are marine protected areas, but actually the JNCC said that less than 1% of our MPAs are assessed as being truly protected. So can the Minister please tell us when she will be focusing the next plan on marine protection, including, one hopes, banning bottom trawling?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend, the Water Minister, is only too happy to meet with my honourable friend on this matter of bottom trawling. But what I would say is that about 32%, I believe, of our waters are currently protected. My understanding is that this depends on the site that is protected and the particular feature or animal or creature that is in there. So it's about the appropriate protection for the appropriate thing, but I will get the Water Minister to talk to her in detail on this matter.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Minister will agree that in order to meet our climate and nature obligations, we mustn't take decisions that will commit us to creating waste and causing harm for 40 years. The Government's own policy published in late 24 said that new incinerators can only be approved where there is a local waste disposal need. But one in my constituency at Camford Magna has said 12% of the waste process will come from the wider Dorset area and only 60% from the whole Wessex region. So will she pause any new approvals until their impact beyond 2050 and in light of the 7th carbon budget has been fully assessed?
Well, what we did by publishing that incineration capacity strategy was to set out very clearly the standards that we're looking for on new permits on incineration. What I would say is we have a problem, an epidemic, with abandoned landfills, which we were left behind by the previous government, and illegal landfills, which are springing up through organised crime groups across the country. It is infinitely better to use energy from waste plants than it is to bury it in a hole next to where people work and where people live and where people go to school. So there is an issue about the sustainability of incineration. What I would say is it is part of our clean power as we go forward as well.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, fire spread rapidly along the railway line in Walthamstow, with the dry vegetation and the heat wave acting as kindling. It meant that hundreds of residents had to be evacuated as an emergency, and several have lost their homes, as a result burnt down. Can I pay tribute to the St Mary's Welcome Centre, the Waltham Forest Islamic Association, the fire brigade, the police and the council staff who joined hundreds of residents helping those affected, setting up emergency centres with food, with water, fans and phone chargers, all at short notice. The honest truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this is not the first time Walthamstow has risen to the challenge to support our community when a crisis like this has happened. Can the Minister tell us what she is doing to build climate resilience into local government planning? Because I fear, whether it is flooding or heat waves, my community will face more of these incidents in future without it.
Minister.
Well, I remember when I was chair of the Environmental Audit Committee doing a report on heat waves, which started during the Beast from the East, so nobody gave us any evidence, and ended up in the first 36-degree day in June in London, which was, I think, back in 2018, 2017. But the point she makes is a valid one. I'm incredibly sorry to hear about the impact that that fire has had on her constituents, and I'm sure it has had huge impacts on the local fire and rescue services as well. What we need to do as local government is to plan for these mutual assistance moments, because there was a fire in Stratford on I think it was last week as well, and people had to be evacuated from the train track. Network Rail is taking action in terms of clearance of trees to make sure that the line is clear. What they have done is create new areas of grassland. What we need to look at is this appropriate sort of shrub for the very intense weather that we're getting, these very intense heat waves, and if not, what needs to change?
Laura Bird.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Energy Secretary says that he supports green jobs, yet there is growing concern that only 2 out of the 6 NESO pipelines will support the Scottish wind pathways, with the rest of the investment being redistributed to areas across the rest of the UK, despite the fact that Scotland is a renewable superpower. So can the Minister confirm to me whether one of potentially the Energy Secretary's last moves in this job will be to rob Scotland of £100 billion of renewable investment whilst jeopardising thousands of Scottish jobs? Or will he commit to investing in the grid connectivity that Scotland needs to support our crucial Scottish renewable industry?
Minister.
The North Sea Transition Authority is equipped to support a fair, managed and prosperous transition, including a new statutory objective to consider workers, communities and supply chains in its decisions. And we are extending employment rights and protections for offshore workers in renewables, bringing them into line for those working in oil and gas. But what I would say is we have a pragmatic plan for the North Sea to secure and renew the basin's place as Britain's powerhouse, protecting jobs in our oil and gas heartlands and to build the next generation of good jobs in clean energy industries. Beyond that, I'm afraid I can't say much more.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As you will be aware, Harlow is full of some incredibly beautiful areas of natural beauty, from Hatfield Forest to Harlow Town Park to Parndon Wood Nature Reserve. I am determined that these beautiful areas will be protected not just for this generation, but for generations to come, which is why I'm very concerned when I hear voices in this chamber that deny the climate emergency. It's not an emergency for the future, it's an emergency now. So will the Minister confirm that she will ensure that we do everything we can as a Labour government to protect nature, to protect the environment and to tackle climate change?
Well, he's right to say that we've seen a big flip-flop from the Conservatives, who I'm old enough to remember back in 2019 when, under Theresa May, they put net zero into law, and Theresa May described it as a Conservative mission. Now their leader says the very same target is impossible. So which Conservative party are the voters supposed to believe? The one that legislated for net zero, or the one that now instructs its MPs to vote against it?
Claire Young.
Deputy Speaker, some schools in my constituency were forced to close during the recent red alert heat wave. So could the Minister, causing disruption and loss of learning, so could the Minister explain what discussions she's had with the Department for Education about preparing our schools for more frequent and more extreme weather events, and also about improving outdoor learning spaces, as advocated by my honourable friend, the member for South Devon, to ensure that the citizens of the future feel more connected to nature?
Well, I mentioned in my statement the solar panels for schools, which have the benefit of cutting bills, but also increasing resilient electricity supply for those schools. The DfE are investing £710 million to improve the condition of school and college buildings, and crucially they're part of our Government Estate for Nature plan, so they're part of that cross-government work. Schools cover a landmass the size of Birmingham, and it needs to play its part in both educating pupils about the climate and nature crisis, but also helping to tackle it as well.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I welcome the Minister's statement and thank her for her work in this very important area? Could she say a little more about rewilding in lowland Britain, tree planting and also changes to agricultural practice, all of which reduce emissions of carbon and indeed capture carbon? And could she perhaps mention the work in towns as well? There's some fantastic work along the Thames in my area which you might want to see.
Well, I always like to go and see trees being planted, but he is right to talk about the importance of trees, both for shading our streets and as part of those 3 new national forests, 2 of which we have already announced. That's why we have more than doubled the grant for trees outside woodland through the Tree Council. So it's gone up from £1 million last financial year to £2.5 million this year. But crucially, we need the right trees in the right place for the right reason. And the trees that will survive out to 2100 are not the same trees that our mums and dads were planting in our back gardens.
Pippa Halings.
Thank you. And I'd like to declare an interest as the chair of the APPG for Local Nature Recovery Strategies. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, as Britain endures another summer of extreme heat, droughts and devastating wildfires, this nature and climate statement is absolutely crucial. And I only wish that the opposition Conservative benches would feel the same about that. What I do welcome in the 30 by 30 delivery plan is the focus on the network of local nature recovery strategies, because they tackle climate change, improve resilience and hit our nature targets. But what we need within that plan is more than a plan, a map and warm words, but commitment to make them matter in practice, such as weight in planning and public funding to leverage private finance.
The Honourable Lady really does need to get to a question, and can I just suggest to members there's a really important piece of legislation to come. This statement will finish at 6:40, so many are going to be disappointed unless questions are very brief. Minister.
Well, the depleted numbers on the opposition benches are beginning to make me wonder whether they need some funding to avoid their extinction, Madam Deputy Speaker. But what I would say, I'm here all week, what I would say is local nature recovery strategies have been a brilliant vehicle to get these better, bigger, more joined up landscapes. And I have been in discussion with DEFRA officials to talk about how we can align and spatially target funding towards those areas in particular. And I was with the West Midlands Combined Authority talking about exactly that.
Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, this weekend, I joined constituents in Hume for a screening of the People's Emergency Briefing on the threats of British life to British life from ongoing damage to nature and to our climate. So my constituent wants to ensure everyone across the country is properly informed about the causes and impact of climate change. So will the Minister commit to holding a prime-time televised emergency briefing on the climate and nature crisis?
Well, I look after many things, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I don't yet control the broadcast schedules of, sadly, I don't, of any national broadcasters. The point of the National Emergency Briefing is to get people together, a bit like the great organisation who rejoices in the name People, Planet and Pint. That sounds like I've been People, Planet and Football for most of the last 3 weeks, but bringing people together to discuss it in local areas is a really good and positive way that people can grab this crisis by the neck and set out what they're going to do locally.
Manuela Patagella.
Madam Deputy Speaker, despite the whole government effort to tackle the climate and nature crisis, I fear there is still misalignment of policies across departments, as we've seen with the dilution of environmental protections in the revisions to the National Planning Policy Framework. Therefore, can the Minister ensure more collaborative working across government so that future decisions on planning and infrastructure will leave nature in a better state than contributing to its decline?
Well, we have the Biodiversity Net Gain Framework, which is all about making sure there is a biodiversity gain uplift of 10% in every planning policy. It was a brand new policy left to us by the previous government. It wasn't working perfectly. Nothing is born perfect. We've made some changes to make it more proportionate and to work better in practice.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the 30 by 30 nature and climate plan responding to the crisis we face with building resilience and restoration. And following my youth environment conference in York, Our Planet, Our Future, it's really clear that young people want to get involved. So in addition to the Youth, Climate and Nature panel, will she ensure greater accountability with young people across the country, with local panels to hold local authorities to account for what their actions are?
Again, she tempts me beyond my brief, Madam Deputy Speaker, but given that most of the local authorities in the country have declared a climate and nature crisis, it strikes me that it's an excellent topic either for this, for the Youth Parliament or for local youth panels done through schools.
Jonathan Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister was right when she said that climate change drives nature loss, and nature loss
drives climate change, and we are seeing the effects of that on people's health, on the economy, but also global security. So I welcome the work the government is doing to address that. But there was a report, the National Security Assessment on Biodiversity Loss. Can I encourage the Minister to put as much of the findings that went into creating that report into the public domain so people understand the threats that we face in terms of our security? And could I also invite her to give us some information about the relationship between the new Climate Security Task Force and the findings of that report, which I mentioned earlier?
Well, the Climate and Security Task Force is part of DESNES's remit, so I can ask my right honourable friend to talk to him about that. But what I would say is that what we have published on that national security assessment about biodiversity loss talks about ecosystem degradation occurring across all regions, every critical ecosystem on a pathway to collapse with high confidence, and it threatens UK national security and prosperity. Without major intervention, this is highly likely to continue to 2050 and beyond. So what is in the public domain is pretty sobering reading, and I do commend the full document in the public domain to all members of this place.
Sir Jan Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning I visited the Churchill School in Hawkinge, and I had a good interaction with the young children. And most of the questions were around protecting nature. And they were repeatedly asking the question how we can support them to plant more trees. Children do care about our environment. How the government, the minister, how we can encourage that public opinion, like the children, especially the opposition benches, to talk about this nature and the net zero.
Well, it's absolutely vital for children in Ashford to have the protection and shade from trees, given the intense heat waves that we have experienced this year and in previous years. What I would say is if it's an academy trust, they should be making the funds available to mitigate these adaptation impacts in their schools and to keep their schools open. What we don't want is children at home not learning and schools overheating to absolutely impossible temperatures. So I commend those students and I encourage them in their efforts.
I am aiming to finish this statement at 6:40, so if we could have questions and answers short and snappy, please. Alex Serble.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government has produced the Global Diversity Loss, Ecosystem Collapse and Nature Security Report, and I support my honourable friend's call from Mid-Derbyshire to release it in full. But what we do have in the public domain warns of the exact cumulative heat waves we are now experiencing. Can I ask the Minister what work is being done to protect nature globally, particularly within relation to the Kunming framework, and what adaptation is being done here at home to protect people from this extreme heat?
Well, we are having a triple COP year. We will be setting out our approach and our achievements as we move towards the biodiversity COP in Armenia and the climate COP in Turkey. But what I would also say is there's a very important desertification COP taking place in Mongolia, really on the front line of the climate crisis as the permafrost there collapses. So we are looking to see how we make sure that every pound we're investing in climate also delivers for nature, because the era of £1 for one thing and £1 for another thing and governments being asked to do it on their own is emphatically over.
Deputy Speaker, this weekend many people have heard from their water suppliers urging them to conserve water due to high demand. But there have been no new reservoirs built for over 30 years and there is little uptake of grey water systems. Does she agree we need to urgently address water storage issues and make use of grey water systems and rainwater collection in homes?
Good question.
We're building 9 new reservoirs, but like her, I have had the messages from Severn Trent Water. My advice is to put a bucket in the bath, to put a hose pipe out and do a bit of siphoning of the bath water to water the garden. And we already have, I think, 3 areas with hose pipe bans. I fear there may be more on the way.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to commend the organisers of the national emergency briefing, which I attended last year, as well as the local organisers of the People's Emergency Briefing in Shipley. The climate and nature crisis is an emergency. We see the consequences, particularly with wildfires becoming more common on the upland moors in my constituencies, such as Baildon Moor, Harden Moor and Rombalds Moor. So what further action is the Minister taking to protect our upland peatland moors in areas like mine?
I will be travelling to Fylingdales this week and making an announcement there about what we're doing to help those brave farmers who are on the front line of that wildfire.
Sarah Coombs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over the last few weeks, the Black Country turned red hot in this intense heat wave, which we know is most impacting vulnerable people, particularly elderly people. Because of the urban heat island effect, urban areas such as mine in West Bromwich are much hotter often than rural areas. So can the Minister set out, in addition to the excellent work we've done already, what's the government doing to protect urban areas and green urban areas to protect us from extreme heat in future?
As I mentioned before, we are more than doubling the funding for tree planting through the Trees Outside Woodland grant. But what I would also say is climate change is sexist, and it seems to be that women are particularly affected because of our body composition. We're less able to reduce our core heat. So I do think we need to look at specific policies to protect particular parts of the community, the under 5s, the over 65s and those with heart and lung problems. And we look to our health service to do that. They can't do that if their hospitals are heating up beyond 28 degrees.
Conlon.
Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of Beckham and Penge earlier this month, the River Pool was lined with thousands of dead fish, including critically endangered European eels following a pollution incident. Thankfully, the water quality has now returned to normal and the Environment Agency has agreed to restock the river with key fish species. Will the Minister join me in asking the Environment Agency and Thames Water to urgently conclude their investigation into what caused this and share the findings? And will she support my efforts to ensure that whoever is responsible for this is held accountable and faces the full force of the law?
Well, I think I pay tribute to everyone who is helping with the restocking. He's lucky to have a fish, a river so close to London that has the European eel in it, a very sensitive and rare species. What I would say is it's important that perpetrators of environmental crimes are brought to justice swiftly, but it's also important that any case we bring is watertight and achieves the right outcomes.
Speaker, a couple of years ago I went to Spain at the end of a severe heat wave, and what I saw devastated me: fields and fields of blackened crops. And now farmers in my constituency are increasingly experiencing drought, flooding, extreme heat and the changing seasons that come from climate change. So does the Minister agree with me that action on climate change is vital to securing Britain's food supply and also making sure farming's future as a vital industry in our country?
Well, again, we know that we need to experiment with agroforestry, that we need to do farming differently in this country. But when we talk about that, sometimes it's just going back to the old ways of farming with mixed arable and cattle and sheep crops to get that grassland and to use and to re-wiggle the waters. We know, I was talking today about the blocking up of a little river in the east in East Anglia for the for blackcurrant bushes, and we all grew up on Ribena. But that is a very resilient piece of farming. So growing our own fruit, not relying on Spain for our fruit and veg, because as their water supply dries up, we're going to have to do more at home.
Laura Kirksmith.
Heat waves have been really unsettling. We've seen kids unable to learn in school. We've seen care homes unable to keep residents cool. One of the GP practices in my constituency had to shut its waiting area because the temperatures were dangerously high. I was pleased to hear the Minister talk about adaptation and resilience measures. We're in this climate emergency. Can she say more about how those measures might help my constituency at Aylesbury?
Well, she lives in a particularly beautiful part of the world, and she has a lot, which has a lot to commend it. But what I would say is we need to take a whole city approach to this. So we need to look at our roads. We need to reduce the urban heat island effect by more tree planting, by more soft planting, moving away from the grey concrete and planting more ways to hold water out of our drains and keep it on our streets and reduce the amount of concreting over of our front gardens, which has done so much to contribute towards flooding problems.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I represent a constituency at the front line of the climate and nature emergency, with flood risk part of our daily life. Moors for the Future have demonstrated that restoring peatland can slow water flow on hills, with water passing over restored peat going 670 times slower than degraded peat. They're working on projects with the highways agencies to stop roads flooding. This is a win-win that helps nature and infrastructure. Will the government continue to support healthy peatland across the country?
He is absolutely right to raise the issue of peatland and their role in hydrological protection. He raises the same point as the honourable gentleman opposite does about Calderdale, but from a completely different direction. I think we know that peatlands have this important role to play. They are this country's Amazon rainforest, and we are doing everything we can to protect them for the future.
Conor Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister's statement will be welcomed by Year 2 at St Michael's Community Academy in Crewe, who I visited recently and heard letters read aloud by the children demonstrating their concern about the need to protect our environment and natural habitats. Will the Minister join me in congratulating classes in Year 2 at St Michael's Community Academy, and will she set out why the government's 30 by 30 delivery plan is so important in terms of reversing decades of...
Well, his Year 2s at St Michael's have shown you're never too young to start caring about the environment, but I think it's important that we nurture and protect that climate and eco-awareness. Often as kids go into secondary schools, they can lose that, but I'm really excited that we're going to have a new GCSE in natural history so that people can learn about what they love, something again that is being done under this government, not the last.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with Coton in the Elms in my constituency of South Derbyshire hitting the national news, having recorded the UK's highest temperature on Friday, 35.2 degrees centigrade, we're reminded of the realities of climate change and the need to transition to renewable energy. Most of my constituents support that transition, but they're concerned that South Derbyshire is being asked to shoulder more than its fair share, particularly through the Castleway energy proposal and the concentration of battery storage linked to Willington and direct load grid connections. So will the Minister reassure my constituents the burden of hosting solar and battery storage infrastructure and nature protection will be shared fairly across the country?
Minister.
Well, I commend her on getting through that. She tempts me beyond my brief on battery and energy solar. What I would say is that solar installations can show biodiversity net gain of up to 300%. So you can have farmland, sheep, grazing, grassland and solar, which provides that extra income for the farmer alongside each other. On battery energy storage, I feel like that's a question for my right honourable friend, the DESNZ.
Final question, Brian Leishman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, climate change is upon us and it is costing lives. Now, we must change society to try and stop the situation from getting even worse. Even with the smallest amount of analysis, we know that extreme weather hits the poorest in Britain the hardest. What steps is the government taking to close inequality as an essential way of improving our resilience to climate change?
Well, he makes a great question. I said earlier climate change was sexist. It also hits the poorest harder, and a point that he makes very well. I think as we look towards the future, we need to, as well as thinking about offering warm spaces through our local government colleagues and councils, we also need to start looking at offering cool spaces, air-conditioned places, such as this chamber, where we can all go for a bit of relief from the heat.
And that concludes the statement. We now move on to the presentation of bills. Presentation of Bill, Hannah Spencer.
Maximum workplace temperature bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of October.
Friday the 16th of October. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Immigration and Asylum Bill, second reading.
Now. The reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition has been selected. Minister to move second reading. I call the Home Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be read a second time. 2 years ago, when this government took office, we inherited an asylum system in chaos. The Conservative government had ceded control of our borders to criminal gangs, and as a result, between January 2021 and June 2024, 110,000 people arrived here by small boat, while a further 175,000 claimed asylum by other routes. As numbers soared, so did the cost to the taxpayer. In just a single year, spending on asylum support was £4.7 billion, including £9 million spent daily on housing people in 400 asylum hotels. In the last 2 years, this government has begun the work of restoring order to our borders. And that starts by taking the fight to the criminal gangs. In the last year, arrests of people smugglers were up 55%. Since taking office, we have disrupted organised immigration crime on 3,700 occasions, up by 46%. And in partnership with French law enforcement, we have stopped 46,000 attempted channel crossings. We are now taking that partnership further with a new deal signed in April. This will fund increased patrols and intelligence operations with a 53% increase in personnel on the French coast. This is already bearing fruit. In May, nearly 2/3 of attempted small boat crossings were thwarted. Meanwhile, we have rebuilt a shattered asylum system. Decision-making ground to a halt under the last government. Now, decisions are at a 24-year high. As a result, removals are now at their highest level in nearly a decade, up 41% on the same period prior to our taking office. And we have now deported and removed nearly 10,000 foreign criminals, 36% more than the last government achieved. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are also beginning to lighten the burden on local communities. This government committed to ending the use of asylum hotels within this Parliament. 2 years in, we have already emptied 1 in 5, reducing the hotel population by 29% and cutting asylum costs by £1 billion. And these are... Yes, I will.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way and can say absolutely wholeheartedly that she retains my complete support for seeing this legislation through in full. Does she not agree that as we take this action forward, it is important not just that hotels are reduced, but also the dispersed accommodation that has overburdened communities like mine in Hartlepool is also reduced?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for what he's just said. Let me say to him that he's absolutely right. We need to reduce the pressure in local communities as much as possible. He knows dispersed accommodation has been part of the asylum accommodation estate for many years under the previous government as well. Of course, the best way to reduce the need for asylum accommodation, both through the use of large sites, dispersed accommodation, as well as other sites as well, is to reduce the inflow of people coming into the country on small boats in the Channel. Once we get to grips with those numbers, we will see the biggest decrease in asylum accommodation, no matter what form that it takes. And that is the work that this government is taking forward. Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, yes.
Grateful to the Home Secretary, and I congratulate her on not resiling at all from the tough stance that she is trying to take. Has she received any indication that after July the 20th, a Labour Home Secretary, hopefully she herself, will be able to continue to develop this important work?
Oh, the honourable gentleman tempts me with some attractive bait, but I am going to resist the temptation, and I'm sure once the events of the 20th have taken place, all of these matters shall become clearer still. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has taken some considerable steps forward, but we must do more. Around 94,000 people remain in asylum accommodation at a total cost of £3.7 billion per year. While asylum claims fell by 12% last year, they remain close to historic highs. And with the criminal gangs still at work, people continue to die in the Channel, with over 100 deaths since the start of 2024, including women and young children. Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, I will.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way on that point. We always forget that people lose their lives in the Channel, including tragically last year, a young girl of 4 and another young man of 16 who just tried to phone his parents. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that anyone with any humanitarian beliefs at all should be doing everything they can to stop cross-channel boats, and it is incumbent on everyone that we do everything we can about that?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I think one of the things that's really shocking is that we no longer seem to be giving huge amounts of attention to the deaths that still occur in the Channel. In fact, they barely make the news. Most people don't realise that so many still lose their lives when they are crossing on small boats in the Channel, and that is why there is a moral responsibility on all of us to think about how we deal with the particular challenge of small boats crossing the Channel, how we play our part as a government committed to our humanitarian responsibilities, but how we also make sure that we finish off this trade once and for all. The only people that really benefit from this trade and the huge risks that people place themselves are the criminal gangs themselves. This is money that is going into the pockets of hardened criminals who would harm us in other ways, and we have got to put a stop to it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this country has always provided sanctuary to those fleeing war and persecution, and I am proud of that fact. But we must accept that public consent for our asylum system is fraying. Unless we restore control, we will lose the British public's support entirely. My goal as Home Secretary is to rebuild the public's confidence and thereby ensure we can continue providing protection to those in need today and for generations to come. To do so, I believe we must restore fairness to our asylum system, fairness both to those who are fleeing war and persecution, and also fairness towards those communities already here who bear the burden of supporting. I'll give way over here first and then behind.
To the Home Secretary for giving way. On the issue of fairness, I understand that some 80 of her backbenchers have written to the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield asking him to review your plans for indefinite leave to remain. Are they likely to be disappointed or encouraged by his response?
Well, that indefinite leave to remain in the government's proposals on earned settlement will be settled policy later this year when the government responds to the earned settlement consultation, in which we have said we are consulting on transitional arrangements. Those will be settled later this year. That is not the subject matter, as he well knows, of this bill. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable and learned friend, and she's absolutely right. We have an absolute proud tradition of welcoming those fleeing persecution, oppression and injustice. In my constituency of Bradford East, over a decade ago, many Rohingya who were fleeing genocide made Bradford their home, and we welcomed them. Many of them were able to reunite with their families from the refugee camps who are now living with them in Bradford, all of whom are contributing very positively to Bradford and to this country. Under her changes today, they would never be able to reunite with their family, and they would not have done that. Does she think that's right and fair on them?
What I would remind my honourable friend of is that we have paused family reunification, as I know he knows, and the government has said that we will bring forward further proposals on our approach to family reunification and the need to make sure that we have more parity of treatment between those who are ultimately recognised as refugees and other migrants who come to this country, and indeed for British citizens as well, who may marry from abroad but are subject to different rules that do not apply to their refugee counterparts. I think there is a need to bring some coherence to the family reunification system and to make sure that we have an approach that is fair to all the sorts of people that make claims for family reunification. That is not the subject matter of this bill today, but it is something on which the government will bring forward additional policy proposals very soon. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is nothing fair about a system that is based upon uncontrolled, unsafe and illegal routes into this country. The only people who it serves are the people smugglers. Instead, a fair asylum system must be grounded in controlled, safe and legal asylum. For that reason, in the last few weeks, I announced new routes for genuine refugees to build a new life here. These capped, safe and legal routes will soon allow communities, universities and businesses to sponsor refugees. This approach means those in need of protection arrive with the consent of communities and with the financial support of their sponsor and not the taxpayer. It is an approach to asylum that promotes integration within and contribution to this country. Yes.
Would she put on record thanks to communities like mine in Hornsey and Fry and Barnet who have opened their doors for the Homes for Ukraine scheme and who were deeply involved both through the synagogue, the mosque and the church in community-based schemes which found accommodation locally, helped people into work who were already refugees that the UNHCR had decided were refugees, so there was no question about their applications, but which have been a real positive kind of development for our communities.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. When people arrive through controlled, safe routes, when we have made a decision to allow people to enter, when we are in control, not the people smuggling gangs, the inherent openness and tolerance and generosity of the British people is unlocked, and people are willing to welcome those who are in need and who come to this country at our invitation and through a system that has broad public support. And that is those are the principles that will underpin this government's approach to the asylum system. I will give way and then I'll make a little progress.
Secretary of State for giving way. I just wanted to make the point that even in rural areas like Cornwall, those community schemes welcoming Syrian refugees are working very well, and it just shows that those community sponsorship schemes can work well across the country.
She's absolutely right. Yes, they can, and they do, and that is the difference between a safe and legal route that has buy-in from communities across the country, and that is the basis on which we will build the system for the future. I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend very much for giving way. It's great to hear her supporting schemes like the Homes for Ukraine scheme, and the reason that we don't see Ukrainians crossing the Channel on small boats is because, rightly, we have a safe and legal route. Why not expand those safe and legal routes to places like Sudan, Eritrea, where obviously if an asylum claim comes from those countries, at the very least they should be fast-tracked, and that would help clear up the backlog. Would you support that?
Well, what we've set out is our proposals to open up a student refugee scheme and a community sponsorship scheme that will go live later in the autumn this year, with the first arrivals coming in the autumn of the following year. These numbers on these schemes will grow. We will also make it possible for businesses to sponsor refugees to come to this country and provide them with work opportunities. I think this is the right way forward. It means that we are able to accommodate different cohorts of refugees where we believe we are able to offer a fresh start for people and also to make the best of the contribution that they are able to make to the country as well. And I look forward to getting those routes open and to welcoming the first arrivals. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that in Canada, local communities have long sponsored refugees, and there 70% of sponsored refugees have found work within a year. Here, the story is very different. In the first year after being granted asylum, just a quarter of refugees are in work. And this leaves them unable to contribute and build a life here, relying instead on the support of British taxpayers. And so this autumn, we will begin to take applications for our new community-sponsored and study routes. The first refugees will arrive in autumn 2027, and while the numbers will start relatively small, it is my intention that they grow in scale as we restore order to our asylum system by reducing the numbers arriving by unsafe, illegal routes. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill we debate today is focused on how we reduce the numbers arriving unsafely and illegally in this country, and on reducing the burden placed on local communities. I will give way.
We've read reports recently that her important reforms to indefinite leave to remain are being watered down because of the incoming Prime Minister's views. We've also read of the letter from 80 Labour MPs, many of them in the Chamber today, who oppose her plans today. My simple question is, what are we all doing here right now? And is there any guarantee that the reforms that she's putting... Is there any guarantee that this bill is actually going to survive contact with the next Prime Minister, who is going to be assuming power without any scrutiny, any transparency, and absolutely no accountability as to what his plans are?
Well, let me say to the honourable lady, I've already answered the point on proposals around indefinite leave to remain. I would just remind her in the House that has been settled government policy to increase the qualifying period from 5 years to 10 since last summer, since before I was, in fact, Home Secretary. And what we have done in our earned settlement consultation is to set out a series of proposals that we are consulting on and also seeking views on what are the appropriate transitional arrangements that should be applied to that cohort of people. That is not what we are debating with this bill today. I am sure, if there's one thing I'm sure of, they will be the subject of intense debate in the weeks and months to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will give way.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. Just for the benefit of the House and for clarification, does the Home Secretary intend to implement her proposed ILR changes via amendments to this bill during its passage, or via the immigration rules in the autumn?
As he well knows, this bill is specifically about the changes we are making to our asylum system, to human rights laws, and to the approach that the government wants to take for asylum appeals. This is not a bill about indefinite leave to remain. When we have settled policy later this year, they will be subject to the usual procedures for the changes to immigration rules that always take place with scrutiny in this House. I will give way to the Honourable Lady, but I will make progress after that. Thank you.
The Home Secretary referred earlier to immigrants coming here to live off the taxpayer. Can I put it to her? Not only do a disproportionate number of immigrants find themselves in work, whether it's legal work or illegal work, but the children of immigrants do pay tax, and she should remember that.
I do say to the Honourable Lady, for whom I have the greatest respect, it isn't as if I'm about to forget my own background, so I don't really need other people to remind me of my own history or background in my own country. And what I would also say to her is we are talking about people smugglers and men, women and children, though these days primarily young men, getting on small boats in the Channel and crossing into this country. They are not arriving in a safe and legal way. They are not migrants as we understand them in the usual sense. We wish to pivot to a system where in the future this country will live up to its responsibilities to help those in need across the world and fulfil our international obligations by taking people through safe and legal routes where we will be able to increase the numbers that we take on those routes. It will be subject to debate in this Parliament to make sure we're playing our full part, but doing so in a controlled way and one that does not put tens of thousands of pounds per person in the hands of people smugglers. She knows that is the trade we are trying to break. We have been going after the gang masters, and now we must make legal changes to make sure that we change the calculus of those who are seeking to get on a boat in the north of France. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill we debate today is focused on how we reduce the numbers arriving unsafely and illegally in this country, and on reducing the burden placed on local communities. It is a bill that is designed to be fair to genuine refugees and fair also to British citizens. It ensures asylum claims are fair and fast, with legitimate claimants not stuck in limbo, and the swift removal of those with no right to be here. It ensures that human rights protections remain robust where they must be, but are also tightened where they need to be to eradicate the abuse that has crept into our system. And finally, the measures in this bill ensure we support those in their hour of need while making clear that this may be a right, but it comes with responsibilities. When the recipients of public support are in a position to contribute to their costs, they should. With those goals in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will take the House through the detail of this bill. And that begins with measures to make asylum decisions fast and fair. Today, the backlog in appeals hearings is a major barrier to this. While this government has slashed the backlog in initial decisions, the vast majority of failed asylum seekers then lodge an appeal. There are now more than 150,000 people waiting for an appeal decision, with average wait times of well over a year. We must be honest about the nature of this appeals queue. So, I will give way.
I really thank the honourable friend for giving way. There are a number of civil rights organisations that are opposed to the appeals process, and the Bar Council has spoken out strongly against him. They've said that it's in the interests of justice that the persons who decide immigration appeals are legally qualified. So will the Minister listen to their criticisms and strengthen our feeling in this House and remove these proposals so we can ensure high quality and legally sound dispute resolution for asylum appeals?
Well, I obviously disagree with my honourable friend and indeed with the Bar Council and other groups on this matter. And in fact, as I'll come on to in a short moment in my speech, I will set out all of the many tribunals in which people make decisions of great import every single day that do not require legal training before they do so, or not required to be legally qualified professionals before they do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must be honest about the nature of the appeals queue. Some are genuine appeals, but others have been made simply to delay a legitimate removal from this country by placing themselves last in the long queue for a hearing. They delayed the date of their... I'm going to make some more progress. They delayed the date of their removal, continue to receive taxpayer-funded support, and use the time to accrue rights which could strengthen their appeal. The best way to prevent this gaming of the system is to speed up decision-making, while ensuring claims are heard fully and fairly. As many will hear... I will in a moment. I will make a little more progress. I think I have been really rather generous. As many here will know, appeals are currently heard by judges in the first-tier tribunal, immigration and asylum chamber. This model, reliant on judicial availability, simply does not have the capacity to meet the scale of demand, nor does it have the flexibility to respond to sudden surges in cases. In Part 1 of this bill, we therefore establish a new independent immigration appeals authority, staffed by independent adjudicators, not judges, and this will allow us to recruit from a far wider pool of candidates and therefore respond more rapidly to increasing and changing demand. To those who say such decisions can only be taken by a judge, I need point only to the complex and weighty decisions taken each and every day by those without law degrees, such as magistrates, parole board members, ombudsmen, planning inspectors, and many others. You don't have to be a judge to have good judgment. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way. She refers to gaming of the system, but can I just clarify the basis on which she says that, given that around half of Home Office initial asylum decisions are overturned on appeal? So there's a huge issue about the quality of Home Office decision-making, as shown by various Audit Office reports. So it'd be very useful to know the proportion of the appeals that are made that are actually, in her words, abusive.
Well, as he will know, 50% of a 150,000 backlog is still 75,000 cases. He will also know that one of the real problems in the system are multiple appeals made to delay and frustrate legitimate removal from the country, which is why our proposals include a single appeal route. It is the totality of the behaviours that we see that are designed to frustrate removal, lawful, legitimate removal from this country that we are seeking to change with this new authority. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to make more progress. I will come back. As anyone who knows these tribunals can attest, most immigration and asylum appeals turn on the facts. That requires careful, impartial and well-trained decision-makers. Our adjudicators will be paid professionals trained to make robust, defensible decisions. Where specific legal expertise is required, we will have senior adjudicators on hand. This will be a smaller cohort of legally trained adjudicators who must have been a barrister, solicitor, or have similar legal experience. Decisions taken in the new authority will be appealable to the upper tribunal, which will continue to sit before a judge, and as today, these appeals will only be on a point of law, not an opportunity to rehear full cases. I give way to the Honourable.
On the Independent Immigration Appeals Authority, I wonder that others of us in this place would not be concerned that, given the political nature of the decisions made here, that we are seeing a blurring of the line between the executive and the judiciary in exactly what the Home Minister is proposing here.
As she will see, it is a fully independent authority and will be fully independent. The impartiality of this new authority is vital, and as Clause 1 of the bill makes clear, its decisions will be entirely independent of government, with every Minister of the Crown compelled to uphold the independence of the authority. As is often the case with establishing a new body, the first Chief Executive and Chief Appeals Officer will be appointed by the Home Secretary. However, thereafter, appointments will be made by the Chair of the authority, as set out in Clause 2, and these will be made on merit on the basis of fair and open competition. The authority's operations and performance will also be subject to external scrutiny, and it will be placed under the remit of the Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration. Within this new... I've already given way. I'll give way to my honourable friend who has not asked a question yet.
I thank my right honourable friend very much for taking my intervention, but I wonder whether she thinks it would be more appropriate for the first of each of these categories of appointments to have input from the Lord Chancellor or the Judicial Appointments Commission to make sure that their independence is guaranteed.
Well, all such appointments will be subject to the usual public appointments principles, and they will apply here as they do elsewhere. I would be very happy to discuss with members as the bill passes through the House whether there are any additional safeguards. I have given way to my honourable friend before. I will make progress and I will come back to him. Madam Deputy Speaker, within this new system, a single faster appeal route will be established, addressed in clauses 11 and 12 of this bill. Today, too many claimants make multiple claims at different stages of the process, including at the last possible moment, often to thwart their legitimate removal from this country. They include, to give just one illustrative and eye-opening case, a convicted rapist who was due to be sent home after serving 8 years in jail. Despite not challenging his deportation at first, he went on to make a series of late claims, including a judicial review on the eve of being removed from this country. And while we eventually managed to remove him, it took more than 4 years to get this criminal out of the country. And for that reason, alongside the new authority, we will create a single appeal route. This will require claimants to raise all relevant matters up front. Where late claims are raised, particularly in the run-up to removal, they will be dealt with through an expedited process. And this means genuine issues will still be considered, but tactical claims can no longer be used to frustrate a removal. As is already the case, claimants may access advice and legal representation with legal aid available to those who are eligible. This advice and support is vital to ensuring appeals progress fairly without delay or disruption. Madam Deputy Speaker, in Part 3, Clause 21 of this bill, we introduce further measures to ensure decision-making is fast and fair. Today, there are two separate types of protection, refugee status and humanitarian protection. Both carry near identical entitlements and eligibility for settlement. This creates near duplicate claims and unnecessary complexity, which slows down our asylum system. This bill therefore replaces those two forms of protection with one, the core protection model. And this means each claim will be assessed once with one outcome. A right of appeal will only be available to those refused protection, not those who wish to seek protection under a different status. This is a clearer, simpler process. It will make no difference to those lodging genuine claims, but will cut the inefficiency in the system and ensure those with genuine appeals get a faster, fairer decision. An effective asylum system is one in which claims are heard fast and fairly. Those who have a legitimate claim receive the protection they need, while those who do not are removed from this country without turning the bureaucracy against us. And that is what the measures in this bill seek to achieve. I'll give way to my honourable friend if he still wants to come in. No? I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you for giving way again, just being very generous. If the purpose is to make the system more swift, I was surprised to see that there wasn't a component of mandatory reconsideration that was included in this, because as we've seen in the DWP, that has really made that system faster. And secondly, we had a broadly similar system in the 1970s, 80s and 90s that was then replaced. And I wonder, that didn't make the system quicker. So how is it going to be different to what we already had before?
I think my honourable friend means a mandatory reconsideration in the context of a case when an appeal is made. So just to assure him, before a case proceeds to appeal, we already have an internal process whereby we check whether we should still defend the claim at appeal stage, and if the facts have changed or if there were issues with the original decision, we do remove cases from the list of those that are proceeding to an appeal under the current system. So just to reassure him, we are doing something similar already. What I don't want to create is an additional bureaucracy of ever more complication, but that is part of the Home Office's current process, and we have removed cases from the appeals backlog where we know that they should be granted. I will give way.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. The case that she's making for this legislation is that the way in which appeals are being dealt with is unnecessarily slowing up and clogging up the system because of the nature of the appeals that are being made. She herself has just argued that there is a quality control with the initial decisions that the Home Office is making. Looking at the figures, that accounts for 40% of these appeals being overturned. Can I ask her to reflect again about the initial Home Office quality of decision-making and whether or not bringing in a piece of legislation that will further complexify that decision-making process will lead to better decisions being made the first time? Because for the public value of purse and the decency of how we treat refugees, surely that is where she should be focusing her efforts.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think we need to focus our efforts in a number of areas. So, of course, we need to make sure, and we have been, improving the quality and the speed of initial decisions. She will also know, however, as I've just been setting out, people make multiple claims, often at the last minute. I mean, as I've raised the example of the foreign national offender, where it took us 4 years to remove him from the country after he had served sentence, and that is because he kept putting in appeal after appeal after appeal after appeal. So the reforms are designed to deal with that problem, and I'm sure she would agree that we need to be able to look at the system in its totality. So absolutely, we should look at the quality of initial decisions, but there is no silver bullet here that says as long as you fix that one thing, you're not going to have a problem anywhere else. There will still be claims that are rightly refused, both at initial stage and at appeal stage, and it is absolutely imperative that we are able to remove people from this country when they have no right to be here as quickly as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is vital that we provide protection to those who are truly in need. Following the devastation of the Second World War, this country led the world in promoting human rights to ensure we learned from the horrors of the past. This government will always be committed to that internationalist ideal and to the robust human rights laws that underpin it. However, we are also realists, and so we admit where noble intentions have been misused and abused. Today, too often, we see well-meaning laws used not to defend a human right, but as a way to frustrate the removal of someone with no right to be in this country, including failed asylum seekers, visa abusers, and even foreign criminals. The British people have a natural sense of fairness. They believe those who require protection should receive it, but no one should be able to abuse that protection. The abuse of human rights law does not just erode the public support for our immigration system, it erodes their support for the very idea of such laws at all. So for those who believe that these laws matter, it is essential that we reform them to end their abuse. In clauses 17 to 20 of this bill, we reform the domestic application of Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, the right to a family and private life. Article 8 is undoubtedly a vital protection, but it is also a qualified right. This means the rights of individuals must be weighed against the public interest. Over time, the balance between an individual's family rights and the rights of the wider community has shifted. Without a clear definition from Parliament of how that balance should be struck, the interpretation of Article 8 in our domestic courts has expanded beyond the original convention and what Strasbourg case law requires. To understand how far the balance has shifted, consider just one example. In 2025, an Albanian man jailed for growing cannabis escaped deportation, not because he had any right to be here, but because it was deemed unduly harsh on his partner to deport him. She was not his wife or life partner, and instead, this was a relationship which began only after a deportation order had been served. The reason deportation was deemed to be unduly harsh, the partner spoke no Albanian and had never visited the country before. While this is just one example, Article 8's expansion is clear throughout the system. Over half of those who stayed in the UK for family reasons last year did not meet our own rules, relying instead on their Article 8 rights. And 71% of those who stay in the UK because of Article 8 rights arrived here illegally or overstayed their visa. This bill addresses both the definition of family life and the public interest test. At Clause 19, the bill tightly defines the public interest. This includes clarification that judges must consider the economic impact on the taxpayer of allowing people to remain in the UK, including whether they are able to support their family, and that no weight should be given to an Article 8 claim when someone is here illegally. At Clause 20, the bill strengthens the public interest test to more easily remove foreign criminals. It states that the more serious the offending, the greater the public interest in removing them from this country. It also specifically addresses those facing deportation, but who may be appealing on Article 8 grounds. The bill makes clear that a deportation should go ahead outside of a limited number of truly exceptional circumstances set out in Clause 20. On the subject of deporting foreign criminals, the government intends to bring forward an amendment to this bill in response to the widely reported case of the vile grooming gang leader Shabana Mahmood. Our amendment will provide the Home Secretary with a new power to disapply Section 7 of the Immigration Act 1971 for serious criminals. This provides protections for long-term UK residents, but clearly should not be acting as a bar against removal in cases like that of Shabana Mahmood. The threshold for this power would be tied to the power to deprive citizenship, which applies only in cases of exceptional severity. It is important to note this does not guarantee his removal from this country, as those opposite know all too well from their own experience, but the Foreign Secretary and I will continue to work all avenues to pursue a deportation. I know the thoughts of everyone here are with the victims and survivors of this vile criminal. Madam Deputy Speaker, I return to the bill as it is currently drafted and our reforms to the definition of family life in domestic law. At Clause 18, the bill tightens the definition of family life. For immigration purposes, a family will now normally mean relationships within the immediate family unit. This means a spouse or partner, parent or a child under 18, apart from in truly exceptional circumstances, such as an incapacitated adult who lives with and is entirely dependent upon their sibling. At Clause 19, the bill makes it clear that judges must consider when Article 8 rights were established, and in particular whether this happened after someone entered this country illegally or overstayed their visa. And at Clause 17, we clarify whose Article 8 rights should be considered. This makes it clear that for someone overseas to come to the UK on Article 8 grounds, a family life claim must be made by a UK-based sponsor and cannot be made by family members overseas. And this is because our obligations under the ECHR are rightly to those who are living in the UK. In Clause 19, as part of our reforms to Article 8, we set out where it is unreasonable to expect a child to leave the UK when a member of their family is being removed. Specifically, if the child won't receive an education in that country, won't be able to integrate into that country, or where relocation would have a very significant and long-lasting adverse effect on them. This brings us into line with the case law in the European Court. We also set out the limited circumstances in which it may be reasonable to remove a parent where they do not have a genuine and subsisting relationship with the child. In doing so, we once again bring UK law in line with existing Strasbourg case law. We do so with legitimate cause. As the interpretation of Article 8 has widened, we have seen shocking examples of the abuse of parental relationships, of parental relationships. These include a paedophile who was allowed to stay in this country because his deportation to Pakistan was considered, under Article 8, unduly harsh on his children. That was despite the fact his contact with those very same children is restricted by law to protect them from their father. The Home Office appealed the case and eventually won, but only after a lengthy legal battle necessitated by the lack of clear definition in the law, which this bill rectifies. I give way.
Thank you very much. Would the honourable member agree with me that these agreements have come about through partnership working with our European partners, and this has been a central part of the negotiations because this is a unity of purpose by other European countries who want to tighten their borders and who are people abusing the system?
I'm sure the Home Secretary will have seen the amount of people in the chamber, and I'm sure that she'll be bringing her remarks to a conclusion shortly. Home Secretary.
I have been far too generous, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I shall plough on, but my honourable friend is absolutely right. The way to make sure that the interpretation of international human rights law is in line with what the general public would expect and is in line with the original intention of the drafters is to work with our international colleagues, not to rip these things up and give up on human rights law, but to make sure that it is fit for purpose. Madam Deputy Speaker, just as Article 8 has been exploited by those facing legitimate removal from our country, so has our modern slavery system. Human trafficking is an abhorrent crime, and we will always provide the support victims need, especially vulnerable children. And for that reason, within this bill, we strengthen a number of those protections, especially in relation to child trafficking guardians being placed on a statutory footing, and to make sure that modern slavery decisions about children are devolved to local authorities, so those closest to the child who are best placed to make decisions about the support they need are made properly. And we also strengthen trafficking prevention and risk orders, ensuring law enforcement can restrict offenders' movements and work. And at clauses 44 to 49, we raise standards within businesses and public bodies who must report on their actions to identify and tackle abuse in their supply chains or face potential fines of up to £1 million. But we also know we must address the growing misuse and abuse of these protections. In 2025, modern slavery claims by arrivals on small boats reached an all-time high. Over half now relate to alleged exploitation overseas rather than here in the United Kingdom, and we are also seeing claims increasingly used to frustrate legitimate removals from this country. Last year, over a third of charter flight returns failed to go ahead because of a modern slavery referral lodged at the last minute. Foreign criminals have seen the opportunity. In recent years, last-minute claims have been made by a convicted rapist, a gangster jailed for possession of a firearm, and an attempted murderer. In every case, those claims successfully delayed their removal from this country. And for that reason, in Part 5 of this bill, we introduced measures to address abuse in the system, in particular making clear that anyone who poses a threat to public order or national security will not receive modern slavery protection and support. This includes any foreign national who has received a custodial sentence, including if that sentence was suspended. At clause 36, we make clear that delayed disclosures have a damaging effect on a person's credibility unless there are good reasons, and in doing so, we further reduce the incentive to make claims as late as possible. And I won't, because Madam Deputy Speaker wishes me to wind up quickly. At clause 37, we close another significant loophole. As it stands, those whose claims turn out to be unfounded can continue to receive taxpayer-funded support for a 30-day recovery period. This bill ensures we stop providing protection for those that we know do not need it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is committed to the protections provided by human rights law, but those protections must be applied fairly, and that means ensuring they are always given to those truly in need, and it means ending the abuse that runs contrary to their spirit and intention. The measures in this bill are realistic and proportionate, designed to protect those who are genuinely deserving, while bearing down on abuse that erodes public support for the very existence of protections like this. And a fair asylum system is one in which claims are heard fast and fairly, where protections are upheld for those who need them, but not for those who seek to abuse them. It is also one in which we provide support, but expect that those who are in a position to contribute do so. Every day we ask our constituents to bear the burden of funding our asylum system, and that as that asylum system has spiralled out of control, the weight on their shoulders has grown. That is not fair, and it was also never foreseen. The original drafters of the Refugee Convention could never have imagined that the British people would spend billions each year on asylum support to continue their legacy, providing protection to those in need while retaining public support. We therefore need to adapt to our new reality, and we need a fair way of addressing the challenges of the world as it is. To that end, Part 4 of this bill creates a new contributory principle within our asylum regime. It does so at clause 23 by introducing a power that requires those who have received taxpayer-funded support to pay back a portion when they can. This measure reflects a principle that most people would recognise as fair. Once you are able to contribute, you should. Refugees have immediate access to the labour market and housing. Many go on to work, build successful lives and contribute enormously to our society. Payments under our new system will be proportionate and made over time. No one will be asked to contribute more than they can afford to do so, but payments will not be optional for those who can. And those who have received support but have been removed from the country will not be able to return until their debt is repaid. And there are some to whom this will not apply, including children and anyone who came here via a safe and legal route. In clause 23 of this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, we introduce this new power. However, the precise design of the payment programme will be set out in draft regulations, which I will share with the House during the passage of this bill through Parliament, so there will be ample opportunity for full parliamentary scrutiny of these changes. Madam Deputy Speaker, this brings me to the end of this bill. It must be read in light of the inheritance that this government received. Borders out of control, an asylum system in crisis, a burden placed on the British people that was simply too great. This country has long provided support to those fleeing war and persecution, and proudly so. But the chaos those opposite left behind has eroded public trust for our asylum system. And this government has already done much to restore order at our borders, but there is more, and that is the goal of this bill, to ensure decisions and appeals are fast and fair, to provide protection to genuine refugees, to offer protections under human rights laws for those who are in genuine need, while closing loopholes that have too often been abused, and finally to ensure that the generosity of the British people is not forgotten and that people can contribute when they are in a position to do so. This is a bill that will provide fairness for genuine refugees, but fairness for local communities as well, and thereby make sure that we secure our asylum system for generations to come.
Yeah. And with the exception of front benchers, we were starting with an immediate 7-minute time limit. I call Shadow Home Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to move the reasoned amendment standing in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, myself and my honourable and right honourable colleagues, declining to give a second reading to the bill on the grounds it does not go far enough to combat illegal immigration or to ensure that all foreign criminals are deported. Firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't help but notice the absence of the member for Dover, the Immigration Minister, who I was expecting to see in his place. Perhaps the Home Secretary has not yet forgiven him for openly defying her a few weeks ago, and her rather extraordinary public campaign to get him fired. No wonder she has so much trouble deporting illegal immigrants when she can't even deport her own junior minister from Marsham Street. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, well, does the Home Secretary deny that she tried to get him fired a couple of weeks ago, unsuccessfully? I notice she makes no such denial. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the beginning of her speech, the Home Secretary made a number of claims about statistics, one or two of which I would like to very gently take issue with. She referred to small boat crossings. Since the election, 76,000 people have dangerously and illegally crossed the Channel by small boat. That is more than under any other Prime Minister. And let us keep in mind, those crossings were undertaken mainly by young men, all of whom were leaving a safe country, France. Nobody needs to flee danger in France. She also referred to removal numbers. Of course, about 85% of those removals are voluntary, and only a tiny fraction of those removals relate to people who arrived by small boat. In fact, since the election, removals of people illegally entering by small boat amount to only about 5%, 5 or 7% of small boat arrivals. So if you enter this country by small boat and you have a 95% chance of staying and you get put up in taxpayer-funded accommodation, no wonder the crossings have occurred in record numbers. The only way of deterring these crossings is if almost everybody arriving gets deported when they arrive. Let me also observe that of the 80,000 people whose asylum claims were rejected at first instance last year, 2025, only 12,000 were removed or left. And when it comes to foreign national offenders, yes, it is true that FNO removals are somewhat up, which I welcome. But if you look at the breakdown by nationality, it tells a rather different story. Numbers of foreign criminals who are deported to countries like Albania, Romania, Lithuania, Poland, those numbers are quite strong, quite high, when you compare them against the offender population. But when you look at countries outside of Europe, the numbers are very, very much lower. So, for example, Jamaica, Iraq, Nigeria and Somalia together have 1,150 offenders in prison. And yet last year, and many more out in the community, I would add, and yet last year, only 110, under 10%, were removed. So yes, the removal of FNOs, foreign national offenders, to countries in Eastern Europe are going well, and I commend the government for that. But when it comes to removing foreign criminals to countries outside Europe, like Jamaica, Iraq, Nigeria and Somalia, the figures are very, very low. And the reasons for that are some of the ones the Home Secretary touched on earlier. Of course, I'll give way.
I thank the Shadow Home Secretary for giving way. I'm reluctant to interrupt him when he's in full flow, but does he think that our membership of the ECHR has any impact on our ability to deport to those countries that he just listed as being successful nations to deport people to?
Our membership of the ECHR has less effect on deportations to Europe, because it's quite hard to make an ECHR-based claim if the receiving country is in Europe. However, when it comes to deporting foreign criminals to countries outside of Europe, like those I listed, there are frequently ECHR-based claims, as the Home Secretary enumerated earlier. I'm going to expand on that a bit later. There is no question in my mind that ECHR-based claims are one of the reasons why it's very difficult to deport foreign criminals to countries like the ones I just listed. It's human rights claims combined with asylum claims and modern slavery claims that mean dangerous criminals remain in this country. And just to give the honourable gentleman a number, under Section 32 of the Borders Act 2007, the Home Secretary is under a legal duty to deport a foreign national who is sentenced to more than a year in prison. It's a legal obligation. And yet there are 20,000 people who meet that criteria at large in the community, many of whom continue to offend. The reason they're still here, at large in the community is because they make claims under the ECHR, modern slavery and asylum. And those 20,000 people are a risk to my constituents and to his. So anyway, I do take exception with some of the Home Secretary's high-fiving at the beginning of her speech. Let me touch now, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the proposal for so-called safe and legal routes or refugee sponsorship. Now, these numbers would be additional to the asylum claims we're already processing. Last year saw the highest number of asylum claims in history. I think from memory it was somewhere in the region of 109,000. And this current year will only be a little bit less. So to add to that, at a time when we already have record numbers of asylum claims, strikes me as irresponsible. The Home Secretary said there would be a cap, but she didn't specify what the cap would be. I'd be interested to hear it. She also asserted that the people coming in on these routes would not be a burden on the general taxpayer because their sponsor would look after them. But what she neglected to mention was that support only has to last for the first year. Thereafter, potentially the taxpayer will have to pick up the tab. So I must say I do not support the creation of these schemes until we have got illegal immigration and asylum claims down essentially to zero. And in response to the argument that somehow the creation of safe and legal routes will stop small boats, I think that is an absurd argument, because unless you give access to this country to everybody who wants to come, to everybody congregating in northern France waiting to get on a dinghy, just in 1 second, unless you give access to all of those people, the ones who don't come in on the scheme will still try and cross on small boats. So the idea this will stop the boats on its own is frankly absurd. Of course, I give way.
To the Shadow Minister for giving way. Does he agree with me that with the rising asylum claims and the rising number of approvals of the said asylum claims, essentially it's acting as a magnet for others and essentially it's amounting to an amnesty for asylum claimants?
Yes, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. There are many nationalities who cross the English Channel by small boat. For example, Afghan, Iranian, Iraqi, Eritrean and Sudanese, to name just 6 or 7, where the asylum grant rate is well over 90%. In some cases, it is very close to 100%, which means crossing by small boat is tantamount to the automatic right to stay here, even though those illegal immigrants, and they are illegal immigrants, are leaving a safe country, France. They're not fleeing danger, they're in France already. So I do agree, it creates a massive pull factor. Yes.
Shadow Minister for giving way. I know he's an intelligent man who thinks a lot about these things. Has he considered for a moment why there are so many refugees globally? Why there are 70 million people without a home to call their own? What the effects of wars, environmental disaster and human rights abuse has on populations around the world? Shouldn't there be an international effort to try to help those people as well as dealing with the problems at home? Will putting up barbed wire all around the world solve the problem or create an even worse situation globally?
Well, I mean, I do agree that the situation in countries like Afghanistan does create large movements of people. That is correct. And fixing those problems at source is clearly the best thing to do. What I don't think will solve the problem is transferring potentially tens of millions of people. He gave the number just then, it was 60 or 70 million. Transferring tens of millions of people into the West, I don't think is the right solution to this problem. Those people who are displaced are probably better helped close to their country of origin. But transporting people en masse into this country, I don't think is the solution to that. Let me finish. When we have got illegal migration under control, by which I mean zero, then I think there is a case for a limited, safe and legal route. But until such time as we do that, I don't think it's reasonable. And by the way, the people who are crossing by small boat are not the most vulnerable. They're not typically women and children. They're not people who are sick and vulnerable. They are mostly young men who are paying people smugglers. And if we were going to choose who to help, it wouldn't be mainly young men who are paying people smugglers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to just make a little bit of progress. I will give way again, but I want to make a bit of progress. There'll be plenty of other opportunities to come in later. I want to briefly touch on ILR, which is conspicuous by its absence. We heard the policy proposal was announced. It was announced, I think it was last November, but we still don't have any of the details laid out. I actually agree I actually agree with the thrust of the Home Secretary's proposal to increase the period to 10 years, because otherwise a large number of people, about 2 million, who entered in the last 4 or 5 years will get the permanent right to stay, including full right to benefits, including people who came in on skilled worker visas sponsored by, amongst others, kebab shops and fried chicken shops. But I am keen to make sure that the Home Secretary sticks to her previous pledge that these rules would apply to people in the country already, and she does not give in to pressure from her own backbenchers. Let me remind the House what the Home Secretary said to the Institute for Public Policy Research on the 5th of March this year. She says the changes proposed, that is to say the 10-year qualification period, she says, and I quote, "That means applying rule changes to those who are in the UK today but have not yet received settled status." I hope the Home Secretary stands by her commitment, and if she does stand by her commitment, we on this side of the House will vote for it. So she has our support on that. While we're speaking of legal migration, I would also urge the Home Secretary to reconsider her plan to introduce remote language tests. They are open to enormous fraud and abuse. Australia and Canada rejected remote language testing for that reason, and some domestic professional bodies, including the Association of Chartered and Certified Accountants, have stopped doing remote testing because it is so open to fraud. I would just ask, I know it's more efficient, I know it'll save money, but it is massively open to fraud. Madam Deputy, go on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite something to listen to the Shadow Secretary of State. I'm not sure, is he? Yes, Shadow Secretary of State. His party oversaw net migration increases of 2.5 million in 4 years and now has the brass neck to stand here and lecture this party in government about how to clear up his mess. Does he think he has any credibility at all on this matter? Or is this just about the Facebook clip that undoubtedly he'll have pumping out on his social media this evening?
Yeah. Well, of course, the Honourable Gentleman knows nothing about Facebook clips, I'm sure. But look, I'm going to be honest, mistakes were made in the past, and the policies we have now developed under new leadership will fix those issues. And in fact, this ILR policy was first proposed by us about a year ago and then very wisely adopted by the Home Secretary. Now let me come to the commitment the Home Secretary made on Shabir Ahmed, the vile gang rapist who should be deported back to Pakistan. We support the amendment to Section 7 of the Immigration Act 1971. Section 33 of the Borders Act, I think it's Section 1, subsection 3, might need some attention as well, but we certainly support that. All I would ask is that the Home Secretary does it rather than by amendment to this bill, which will take probably a year or so to reach the statute books, consider instead doing it by emergency legislation in September, which could be done in a couple of weeks, like the Terrorist Offenders Restriction of Early Release bill that we took through Parliament in, I think it was 15 days in February 2020. There is not a moment to lose, and this can quite quickly be fixed. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the substance of this bill, I agree with some of the Home Secretary's analyses on where the problems lie. The Home Secretary is quite right to say that the immigration appeal system, modern slavery laws and human rights laws are being abused on an industrial scale by foreign criminals and also by people with no legal right to be here, including people who came here illegally by small boat. These illegal immigrants and foreign criminals do make repeated claims, time after time after time. She mentioned an example of a foreign criminal he took 4 years to deport. There was the case I was aware of a Somali man who entered the country illegally, participated in the violent gang rape of a 16-year-old girl, and upon his release from prison, it took 8 years to deport that man back to Somalia because he made 2 or 3 different human rights claims on sometimes contradictory grounds. I think 2 modern slavery claims and a number of human rights claims as well. There have been cases where foreign criminals have avoided being deported, for example, in one case, back to Nigeria as an armed robber on the grounds his mental health needs would not be perfectly taken care of in Nigeria. Another man, a drug dealer, wasn't sent back to Iraq, again on ECHR human rights grounds, because apparently he'd become, quotes, too westernised. Not a single thought for the safety of British children to be protected from paedophiles. There's another case of a Zimbabwean paedophile who didn't get deported back to Zimbabwe because he might get treated with hostility back in Zimbabwe. The judge gave no thought to protecting British children at all. No thought to protecting our citizens from criminals. There was one case where a man was taken off a charter flight to Jamaica, again on human rights grounds, I think it was Article 8, and about 6 months after being removed from that charter flight to return him to Jamaica, he murdered someone on the streets of South London. A murder committed because of the supposed human rights of a criminal who went on to commit murder. So I agree with the analysis that our immigration legal system, our modern slavery system and the human rights system is being abused on an industrial scale, and it has to end.
Does my right honourable friend agree with me that part of the problem is that practitioners of the legal system seem to believe that there are such things as absolute human rights, whereas most human rights are in fact relative ones that can be trumped by other people's human rights and in fact can be abrogated when you infringe other people's human rights. You cannot expect your own to have priority over theirs, can you, in a sensible system?
I agree entirely with my right honourable friend. When it comes to foreign criminals, when it comes to people who enter this country illegally, having exited a safe place, namely France, I don't think they should be given all of the protections that we've been talking about this afternoon. So let me just turn to some of the specifics the Home Secretary has put in this bill. I think what these measures amount to, whether it's the changes to the immigration tribunal system, modern slavery, or trying to better define Article 8, they represent, I would say, small steps in the right direction. But the truth is, on their own, they are not going to work. Previous governments have attempted to make this work, and it has essentially failed, and I think it will fail again. So, for example, attempts to better define Article 8 in domestic law. That was attempted by, I think from memory, it was Section 19 of the Immigration Act 2014, which I think created Section 117 of the 2002 Act. That was an attempt to do, broadly speaking, what the Home Secretary is trying to do now, and it didn't work because judges, not just in Strasbourg, but our domestic judges here, empowered by the Human Rights Act, simply continued interpreting family rights very expansively and allowing foreign criminals to stay. So I admire her effort to do this, but it's been tried before and it didn't work. Similarly, with trying to exclude modern slavery claims by foreign criminals, I mean, this has been attempted before. In fact, the legislation before us today it essentially seeks to amend Section 63 of the Nationality and Borders Act, which was an attempt by a previous government to fix this problem 4 or 5 years ago, and it's been repeatedly struck down by the courts. So because of the ECHR and the way it's incorporated by the Human Rights Act, it doesn't matter how we legislate. In Section 63 a few years ago, and the Home Secretary's most recent attempt today, judges will use the ECHR, empowered by the HRA, to circumvent laws passed by this Parliament. The Home Secretary experienced this herself just last week, didn't you? Didn't the Home Secretary? When her one-in, one-out scheme has been essentially upset by vexatious modern slavery claims, the Home Secretary tried valiantly to fix the loophole in guidance, and last week a court struck it down. So the conclusion I've reached, having suffered in the Home Office in the past, as she is suffering now, trying to fix these issues within the construct of the ECHR and modern slavery legislation, the conclusion I've reached, and the examples the Home Secretary gave really only support this. The only way to fix this is to come out of these institutions entirely. You can't do it by tinkering, as this bill seeks to do. The previous government tried it. I've tried it personally. Her predecessor tried it. She's now trying it again. Let me finish the point. The truth is, tinkering like this doesn't work when you have very expansive rights-based conventions. The only way of fixing this properly is to exit the ECHR entirely, repeal the Human Rights Act entirely, exit the ECAT Treaty, that's the modern slavery treaty, and say that people entering the country illegally, particularly from a safe place like France, simply can't claim asylum. That would enable us to legislate in this House without courts effectively circumventing our legislation, as they do on a near daily basis. It would enable us to deport not just some foreign criminals, but all foreign criminals, and it would enable us to deport within a week of arrival anyone entering the country illegally by small boat back either to their country of origin or a safe third country if we can't deport to their country of origin. That would be a genuine deterrent to these unnecessary crossings. That would give us back control of our borders. And while I do share many of the diagnoses the Home Secretary set out in her speech, I honestly don't think these measures, which are incremental and trying to work within the existing framework, I honestly don't think they'll work. Only radical solutions will actually work. Now, I can see the member for Norwich South is twitching in excitement, so I think I better give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I don't know if I'm alone here, but to listen to the Shadow Secretary of State glibly throw away 80 years of human rights legislation, human rights that were forged in the aftermath of the Holocaust, of concentration camps, of the horrors of fascism, and you stand there and glibly talk about throwing them out when they have protected millions, hundreds of millions of people around the world. There's a clue. The reason they're called human rights is because it's the universal condition. We're all human beings. And the day we forget that in this place is the day we open to a dark chapter in this country's history.
Now, the ECHR, when it was first conceived and entered into as a treaty, I think in 1950, was developed for very good reasons. Those the honourable gentleman just mentioned, to avoid a repetition of the horrors of the Second World War that he referred to. But over the years, judges in Strasbourg and domestically, using this living instrument doctrine, have expanded and expanded and expanded the definitions of those articles. The articles are necessarily very vaguely worded. For example, Article 3, freedom from torture, inhuman and degrading treatment. Now, when it was written, that meant don't send people to concentration camps. But today, and on the face of it, the words are very reasonable. Right? If we were going to sit down today and come up with a convention, it would have those words in it. But the way it's applied by judges today, it means we can't send foreign criminals back to other countries like Zimbabwe in case they face hostility there as foreign criminals. It means we can't run our border system because of the way these articles are interpreted. The balance has now shifted so far that it is preventing border control and a number of other things as well, and that is why we have to leave. Now, the proposition that the only thing standing between us and barbarism is the ECHR or the Human Rights Act, I don't accept. This country has led the world in human rights, not just for decades, but for centuries. And if there are any gaps in our protection of rights that this Parliament feels are exposed by leaving the ECHR, then the proper remedy is for this Parliament, this sovereign, democratically elected Parliament, to legislate to fill them. If there is a gap in our domestic statute, or if there's a gap in our common law, and this House feels that gap let me finish the point, and if this House feels that gap needs to be filled, the right way to do it isn't by judges making up expansive case law, it's by this democratically elected Parliament to debate the issue as we're debating now, and to take a vote on it. That is the way I think democracy should function. And by the way, one of the reasons I think why mainstream politics are coming under pressure, if I can put it euphemistically, is because pledges made at elections by successive governments on issues like immigration don't get delivered. One of the reasons is the human rights legal framework prevents it from being delivered, and the Home Secretary herself just gave examples of that, and it's essentially a democratic deficit. This Parliament should decide how our borders are run, not judges. And that is why, while I welcome these measures as small steps in the right direction, I don't think they're going to work, and I don't think they're going to go far enough. I'm going to take one last intervention in a second before finishing, because they don't address the fundamental problem.
For giving way and giving us his experience. All governments of any colours have always been angry about the European Court of Human Rights, because all governments of any colours are kept honest by having a court of human rights who can act to protect citizens against their governments when they make incorrect decisions about their basic fundamental liberties. If he wants a good example of that and why it matters to uphold international treaties, I suggest that he talks to our colleagues on the benches from Northern Ireland about the Good Friday Agreement, which is rooted in the European Court of Human Rights. So before he argues to this House that we should remove those protections in such a cavalier fashion, perhaps he might reflect on why people like Winston Churchill wanted to protect citizens from governments who might make incorrect decisions, whether in the immigration system or for their fundamental human rights.
First of all, I don't think Winston Churchill would ever have envisaged the ECHR, which he helped create, would lead us to being unable to control our borders. Secondly, on the Good Friday Agreement point, I urge her, honestly, to read the report, 175 pages, written by Lord David Wolfson, KC, which explains how our Good Friday Agreement obligations can be upheld, having left the ECHR. And thirdly, on her point about protecting rights. The ultimate guarantor and protector of rights of people in this country should be this democratically elected Parliament, and not judges handing down expansive definitions of vaguely worded clauses which have acted as a charter for illegal immigrants and foreign criminals. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to move our reasoned amendment. While these are small steps in the right direction, and while I just need to finish, and while I do agree with the diagnoses the Home Secretary very eloquently set out in her speech earlier, the measures she takes simply won't work, and I know that because I've tried taking measures like this myself in the past, like Section 63, and the courts don't let them stand until we come out of the ECHR, until we come out of the ECAT Treaty, until we stop illegal immigrants claiming asylum, until we end judicial review of most immigration cases. We won't get control of our borders, and the public will continue to lose trust in mainstream politics. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why I move the opposition's reasoned amendment.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that that amendment be made. With a 7-minute time limit, I call Diane Abbott.
I listened with great care to the Home Secretary's speech. And one of the things she said, and said it more than once in different phraseology, was that her legislation was designed to remove the burden of asylum seekers from the shoulders of British people. I live in a part of the world which has as many asylum seekers and immigrants as anywhere else. We have had, over the century, Irish immigrants, Jewish immigrants, Caribbean immigrants, South Asian immigrants, Turkish immigrants, African immigrants. None of them were a burden on anyone's shoulders, and my constituents would be dismayed to hear her talk in these terms. The Home Office website tells us there have been well over 150 pieces of primary legislation or policy changes on immigration since 1988. And each one, and I've been in the House for some of them, each one was accompanied by the same grand assertions that the Home Secretary has said this afternoon, that they would bring fairness to our immigration system, fairness to our asylum system. They did not. They simply took away rights and treated people badly. And one example of a piece of legislation which was moved in precisely the terms that she's moving this legislation today, it's the 2014 Immigration Act, which was brought in the name of the hostile environment. And again, the House was told it would bring fairness. Instead, it led directly to the Windrush scandal. People who'd been invited here with cross-party support to help rebuild Britain after World War II were treated in the most shameful way. People who'd given their lives here were deported. People born here were deported. Families were split up. People lost their jobs. Others were denied re-entry to the country after holidays, travel, family events, including funerals. And that scandal isn't over. That scandal isn't something that we can move on from. Very many victims of that legislation are still facing severe delays, still facing wrongful rejections and low payouts. And sometimes, maybe the minister should talk to some of the people waiting for their payouts, for the compensation, because there is a view that ministers or officials are trying to wait out the victims. It's as if they're hoping that year by year there are less victims to actually give compensation to. The legislation before us is being sold and explained in exactly the same way as nearly 30 years of immigration legislation has been sold to this House. And I would argue that precisely like that 40 years of legislation has failed to do what ministers said it would do, but in fact has made people's lives harsher and more difficult. I would argue that if the Bar Council, if any amount of legal bodies are saying to her that this legislation is unfair, unduly cruel, and will not achieve the results it's meant to achieve, she needs to look again. Because if this kind of very negative and hostile rhetoric and language about asylum seekers and immigrants is not what one would want to hear in this house. My parents were immigrants. Many of my relatives were asylum seekers. We need to be talking about the contribution that immigrants and asylum seekers have made to this country, not talking about them as if they are some kind of burden. And even at this late stage, maybe the Home Secretary will reconsider this legislation that she's bringing forward.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was quite taken aback by the passion that the Shadow Home Secretary showed for wiping out many decades of hard-won human rights that we all enjoy. Human rights are not just for asylum seekers and people from other countries in the first instance. Human rights are for all of us. And to put the member for the New Forest slightly correct, some rights are absolute and others are qualified and limited. I will make progress. I will give way.
Well, to put the honourable gentleman right, it's customary that when you name another member, particularly in a critical way, you give way to them freely and not have to be forced into it. The fact of the matter is, I'd love him to list all these absolute human rights. Even in a democracy, there isn't an absolute right not to put oneself in danger when people get conscripted in a wartime situation. Does he or does he not accept the basic moral fact that if you infringe the human rights of other people, you cannot then expect your own rights to be fully respected, because you abrogate those rights, and if there has to be a clash between an innocent person's rights being infringed and the perpetrator's rights being infringed, then and I'd like to think most sensible people would say it's the perpetrator who should lose out.
Well, I thank him for his intervention. I mean, these things are actually defined in law. I saw a human rights barrister on the other side of the chamber furrowing his brow at the same time.
That's the problem, they're defined in law.
And the Shadow Home Secretary mentioned the report by Lord Wolfson, who is in fact a commercial barrister, and therefore I assume that when the Shadow Home Secretary goes into a hospital with a urology complaint, he demands a cardiologist. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Does he seek experts from the right field? Perhaps not. Madam Deputy Speaker, according to the Oxford Migration Observatory, asylum seekers in Calais regularly tell researchers they know the UK's absence from agreements with the EU is a weakness in our asylum system. They even use the word Dublin in reference to the agreement that we left. If asylum seekers have worked it out, why haven't ministers? One commentator has even described how Brexit turned the UK into the final court of appeal for any asylum seeker in the EU. So it will come as no surprise that we will not be supporting this bill today. It's not because we deny the problems in the UK's asylum system. These are problems that impact local people in our constituencies, but also these are problems that impact asylum seekers themselves. Quite the opposite, Madam Deputy Speaker. This backlog is too large, accommodation costs have spiralled, and dangerous small boat crossings must be brought to an end for the good of everyone. But this bill does not solve those problems. It piles more bureaucracy onto the Home Office. It risks greater costs to the taxpayer. It undermines integration and still fails to address the fundamental causes of irregular migration. The government's stated rationale for this bill is that claiming asylum in Britain today is more attractive than elsewhere in Europe. But data from her own department, the Home Secretary's own department, shows this to be not true. Britain was fifth in the number of asylum applications made to European countries in 2025, behind Germany, France, Spain and Italy. The truth is that many migrants who have had their asylum claims rejected in EU nations are trying their luck in Britain. This is the legacy of the Brexit given to us by Farage and the Conservatives, including the Shadow Home Secretary. Our damaged relationship with Europe has created Brexit pull factors, yet nowhere does this bill attempt to restore an orderly relationship on asylum with our European neighbours. That would end small boat crossings once and for all. It's an uncomfortable truth for the Conservatives. It's a problem they created. Then, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is the issue of the asylum backlog. Accommodation costs have risen sharply, with more and more people stuck in hotels at considerable cost. Poor Home Office decision-making is a key cause of this backlog, with 2/3 of the concluded appeals finding the Home Office's initial decision was flawed. Yet the bill does not address the quality of first-instance decisions. Instead, it proposes the wholesale reform of the appeals process, creating the IIAA that will not be operational until late next year. Even the Home Office has described the value of this measure as uncertain. If the government wants to solve the problem, it should focus its resources on clearing the backlog by expanding processing capacity and ensuring decisions are right first time. Moving on, those asylum seekers fortunate enough to be successful in their claims will apparently now face a penalty later on of £10,000. Now, we Liberal Democrats are in favour of asylum seekers and all migrants contributing to our economy and paying taxes. That is the fair thing to do. That's just one of the ways that we believe that migration can make our country a stronger place, only if integration is successful. But this measure is punitive and pushes refugees further towards destitution and state support. Those refugees who had a job after 8 years of being here had a median income of just £23,000 per year. It's been suggested that repayments will start when refugees are earning far less than that, and that seems unfair. If the Home Secretary was serious about getting refugees to pay their way, she would take the opportunity to allow asylum seekers to work. This would immediately relieve the burden on the taxpayer and bring down costs. Instead, these proposals create a bigger burden on the state, often falling on already overstretched local councils who would be forced to look after those who would otherwise become destitute. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is un-British. Sadly, this measure, coupled with potential decades-long waits for leave to remain, will actively undermine the integration that everyone in this House should be aiming for. So costs to the taxpayer are likely to go up and not down. The reviews of refugee status alone are set to cost up to £725 million extra in the first 10 years. And on the subject of unintended yet entirely foreseeable consequences, there are serious concerns that this bill could inadvertently criminalise victims of modern slavery. It is simply unrealistic to assume that people trafficked here by criminal gangs will be able or willing to raise a claim upon arrival. The Home Office's own statistics suggest that there is not widespread abuse of the current system, and so it seems that this particular measure is unnecessary and could work against the government's aims. And on the point of the ECHR, the government knows that the interpretation of the law remains in the gift of the UK courts, the judges that the Shadow Home Secretary dislikes so much, who perform such a valuable role in our justice system. That will be the case regardless of what happens with this bill. The reality is that this bill is all show and no substance. Now, when this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, debated the Home Secretary's statement last November, something weird happened. There was an unholy alliance that emerged between Labour and the Conservatives, and even the Reform Party welcomed the Home Secretary's approach. The thrust of our response in that statement last November was that there were issues to resolve in the asylum system, which had been devastated by the Conservative government. But recognition was also needed that immigration has a role to play in our economy and in delivering public services. I also urged the government to drop divisive rhetoric on this subject, a suggestion that didn't quite find favour with the Home Secretary and others. Indeed, after my plea for moderate language, I was in receipt of some direct and forthright feedback from the Home Secretary, which the Minister will remember. And also from Lord Gove, who used his Quite Right Spectator podcast to call me oleaginous, a word that I later learned means oily, the king of smuggery, and an offensive term, but I will spare the Chamber's blushes by simply saying it starts with D and rhymes with Mick. That's from a member of the House of Lords in this Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, I continue to wear that as a badge of honour. In a different recent podcast, the Home Secretary told an audience member who disagreed with her stance on migration and asylum to F off, and later she joked that she would taser and deport 4 of her political opponents. I'm clear it was a joke, but I'm not absolutely certain that those are the actions that a government minister should be taking. It's clear that the tone of this debate has not improved much since November. Unfortunately, policy-heavy And unfortunately, this is policy heavy on rhetoric and light on substance, and it risks playing into the hands of Nigel Farage. Accommodation costs will remain sky high. I thank the Honourable Member for his heckle there. He says, get it right. I suggest he gets his knowledge of human rights right as well. Accommodation costs will remain sky high. Small boats will keep coming, with all the danger that that causes to people being trafficked, and the British people will rightly feel the system is neither fair nor functional. Until ministers recognise, as asylum seekers seem to, that not having a proper agreement with the EU is at the heart of the small boats crisis, there will be no resolution. Labour MPs claim that the new Prime Minister will present a reset for the country, and we all hope it does. But if the Makerfield MP sticks with these plans, it will be more of the same. Bad value for money for the taxpayer, failures on integration, and no comprehensive plan to stop dangerous small boat crossings. That is why Liberal Democrats will not support this bill.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Mr. Speaker. I think all of us in the Chamber accept that the immigration and asylum system is broken. All of us want an asylum system that is both firm and that is fair, where the impact is managed both on those who are seeking asylum and who are coming here to build a better life for themselves and their families, and also on the host communities where integration needs to be managed in that process. Where there is clearly disagreement is how on earth do you fix a system that is so broken there is not a single lever you can pull to make all of this mess right. We have an absolute crisis in our immigration system as well as our asylum system, and every debate on this is polarised. And unfortunately, when we come to this place, which is meant to be the place of evidence-based policy making and exchanges that are trying to find a degree of common ground, honestly, at times it feels like we are just parroting the social media posts that I see come up every morning when I dare to open X or Facebook. And I think we need to be better than that. I think we can say that immigration has made a positive contribution to our country, but there are strains on immigration in some parts of the country that have been managed so poorly that public consent for immigration is framed. If we don't accept that principle, we're not going to win public support back. But we also have to accept that the tone of the debate that's taking place means that every person that is coming to flee persecution, flee war, is being cast somehow as a chancer, that they're here to try it on, that they're acting against our national interests. And I don't think that is in tune with British values. I think we have a long and a proud history, certainly in a town like Oldham. We are proud of our history in supporting people who are fleeing persecution. But we're also a town that believes in fair play and contribution. And on the other side, there are people in the system who aren't living up to those values, who are trying to play the system through the appeals process and different claims, and who aren't contributing because when they arrive, they break the laws of the land. And if on our side of the chamber, we're not willing to be honest about those tensions, then how on earth can we build the middle ground ourselves? And so there's a lot of work to do here to build trust, and I have a great deal of confidence in the Home Secretary for the work that she is doing, and the evidence speaks for itself, not just actually on asylum and immigration, but I think this week we just had the figures on knife crime that we see coming down again. It takes a lot of hard work, and quiet hard work quite often, to get through some of these issues, but it is happening, and this is just 2 years in. So I am optimistic that we can get a grip of this. But where I think the country, and certainly people in Oldham, want to see progress, is they do want to see a tougher line on the small boat crossings, because people don't believe that is either playing fairly or playing by the rules if you break the rules on day one. But people are aghast that there aren't safe routes for families who are fleeing persecution to be supported from. And I think that most fair-minded people look at the images of children fleeing war, and we see the same in Gaza, but we see it right across the world too, and think there, but for the grace of God go I. If that was my child, what would I want in terms of sanctuary to give them a future and not leave them exposed to starvation or death? And this is where we're not quite getting the balance right, really. So I do welcome the efforts that are being made to introduce safe routes. I do want to see a fairer distribution of asylum seekers around the country, though, because for a town like Oldham, and this was actually under the last Labour government, I think we were so fearful from right-wing headlines that essentially would say that any asylum seeker being housed in accommodation in London was living in £1 million townhouse, and they'd pick out a Camden townhouse and say that's the example. And so the government, obviously in response to that, says, well, where's accommodation cheapest? And of course they come to towns like Oldham and Rochdale and Stoke, where housing at that time was probably plentiful and very cheap. But that isn't the case today, because in Oldham today there are 588 children who are living in temporary accommodation, and over 100 of those households have been in temporary accommodation for over a year. And those housing pressures are felt by all of the community right across Oldham. And I think a fairer distribution of asylum seekers in dispersed accommodation might win a bit more public support. And on top of that, we're still waiting, I should say, to the Minister on the front bench for the asylum hotel to close at some point as well. I know he's been lobbied very heavily on that. But all these are important to know that all parts of the country are playing their part and are taking their fair share as a way of rebuilding public consent. But the thing I want to come on to was really just to appreciate the speed and the efforts that are being taken on the case of Shabir Ahmed. I don't think that anybody would look at the Rochdale grooming gang and Shabir Ahmed as a ringleader of that gang over a long period of time and think that he is anything other than evil and abhorrent. The way that he sexually abused, exploited those young girls in both Oldham and in Rochdale shook the town. It was on a scale that we hadn't seen before. But probably what really struck home was a complete lack of any empathy for the victims, his refusal to take any responsibility, and him laughing at the justice process that was holding him to account. And when news came of his release back into the community, and of course we don't know where he is, it certainly isn't in Oldham and Rochdale because of the exclusion zones, it re-traumatised the victims that spent a long time trying to rebuild their lives. And the fact is this, he's already been stripped of his British citizenship. He has no right to be here, bar the loophole in the 1971 Immigration Act that will now be closed thanks to the actions of our Home Secretary. Now, that isn't to say that we rush to say the answer is always deportation, but on a case of a child rapist who has acted in such an abhorrent way, this has got to be the ultimate justice that is secured for the victims that were affected by that. And I give credit for the work that's taken, but to say that pace is really important on this. The Pro Board rejected his early release on 3 separate occasions because of the risk that he posed to victims and wider society. And I don't believe today that he's any safer today than he was 18 months ago when the Pro Board last looked at the terms of the licence conditions at that time. So please, the government front bench, speed is of the essence on this case. And can I, with the seconds that I've got, ask whether there might be grounds in cases like this to say that if you are facing deportation on these grounds, that actually you should be returned back to custody pending deportation.
Aaron Bradley. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the honourable gentleman. He was absolutely right when he talked about the tone that we need to employ here, and I recognise the comments he made about his constituents. I suspect his constituents have a very similar view to my constituents, which we're not too far apart. And I would refer him to the Home Affairs Select Committee report on asylum accommodation, which did talk about the point he made around the disproportionate numbers of asylum seekers in lower cost accommodation areas, and something that we did ask the Home Office to look at. And I would also just suggest he perhaps avoids X and Facebook for the morning. It probably will make his life a lot better. I rise to speak briefly on the bill, which I broadly welcome. I think that these are our matters that our constituents expect action to be taken, and whilst it may not go as far as some would like in some areas, and it may go too far as others would like, this is a second reading at which we're looking at the principle, and I agree with the bill that should have a second reading and then be considered at report stage and in committee. There are a couple of points I wanted to make before I move on to my main comments. But if we start on the issues around Article 8 and the ECHR, I think that what happened in the Chisinau Declaration was very encouraging, and that is a good step forward to see that there is an agreement across the Council of Europe area on the way that Article 8 and other parts of the ECHR are being abused. I might also suggest that the Minister looks at Section 2 of the Human Rights Act, which does state that the UK courts must refer to decisions of the ECHR, and maybe there may be a way of changing that wording to may. So it might make it easier then for courts to disregard clearly ridiculous decisions that shouldn't have any bearing on the decisions that are being taken in our courts. And I would also refer him to the work that was done in the coalition government on the arrest warrant, which we were still a member of it, where we did change the rules in the UK so that only somebody who was guilty of a crime that would be a crime in the UK could have an arrest warrant applied to them. Previously, we'd had all sorts of spurious claims like not paying tips to Greek waiters and things like that. By doing that, there were things. So the Minister may wish to look at that. On the matter of small boats, the Select Committee did a visit to Northern France, and the Honourable Member for Edinburgh East is there, an Honourable Member for Sunderland, and the Honourable Member for Bassetlaw. We were all there seeing the work that's being done, and it is very impressive to see the work that's being done jointly with the UK. We've heard a lot from UK law enforcement and others who are working closely with their French counterparts. So I'd encourage more of that. But I cannot stress enough how important ministerial oversight of this is. I will pay tribute to our former colleague James Brokenshire, who was Immigration Minister, insisted every single day he received an update on the number of people who were entering the country, the number that were in claims, the number of visas that were being issued, and he kept it, having a daily update. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it's delightful that you're in the chair, but the Right Honourable Lady from Romsey was, of course, also an Immigration Minister, and she employed similar things. And I think it would be fair to say that the evidence we've heard on the Select Committee indicates that maybe that level of ministerial oversight hasn't happened at all times, and perhaps that's why we saw some of the big spikes that we have seen. Of course I will.
Thank the Chair of the Select Committee for giving way. She and I were in Northern France together, and does she agree with me on my impression from that trip that it was actually quite astonishing the scale and complexity of operations that the French government were undertaking? Does she join me in welcoming the new iteration of the Sandhurst Treaty? And does she agree with me that, and this may be stretching the bounds of bipartisanship too much, that it's good to reset the relationship with European friends and neighbours, because in cross-border channels, when difficult issues arise, it's only through those joint working operations now we've left the European Union that we can actually collectively tackle the small boats, which is as much as an issue in France as it is in the UK.
Thank my honourable friend from the Select Committee for that. It was a very enjoyable visit, and we did learn an awful lot. It was a challenging visit. There was an awful lot for us to take in. And this is a problem that affects countries across the world. This is not an issue that can be solved by one country alone. We have to work together. But I think we also came away agreeing that actually if everybody who arrived from France was taken immediately back to France, that would kill the trade for the people smugglers, and that maybe would be something that we should start trying to negotiate with our friends in France. What I want to focus on now, and the very short amount of time I've got left, is part 5, and I declare as the co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Human Trafficking and Modern Slavery, I do have some concerns about this. Apart from anything else, human trafficking, modern slavery is not an immigration crime. Your immigration status may make you more vulnerable, but it is a financial crime. It is the exploitation of one human being by another human being for financial gain. And therefore to put it into an immigration bill, albeit I understand the reasons, and we're very grateful that there are some good points in here, but it is concerning that it still keeps being put into the migration bucket rather than being seen as the financial crime that it is. Now, I'm in contact with a number of organisations, and the Independent Anti-Slavery Commissioner, Ellen Lyons, has been in touch with me. And there is a general agreement there are some good things. The strengthening of civil orders and support for children is welcome. But I think that the abuse of the modern slavery protections needs to be looked at, because it is not, nobody can self-declare as a victim of modern slavery. A first responder has to say that this person is likely to be a victim of modern slavery. So what is going wrong with the first responders? Why is it that first responders are being dragged into, as the government say, declaring people to be a victim of modern slavery to avoid deportation? That has to be something that should be looked at without removing protections for victims, because this very victim-centred approach, one has to have a victim-centred approach to this crime in order to solve it. It cannot be solved by just pursuing the bad guys. The victims have to be at the centre of it, because it is this extraordinary crime where the the commodity that money is being made from is a human being. It is not a drug or a firearm or any other product. It is a human being, and that human being needs to be prepared and able to give evidence and to speak out and to recognise the crime that's been committed against them. And therefore, victim support is essential to solve this crime. It isn't nobody. You know, if one wants to see this in a hard-nosed way, the only way we're going to stop this and the only way we're going to kill this trade is by looking after the victims so that we can stop the bad guys. That is a very basic point. So I would urge the Minister, and I don't have time to go through the specifics, but I would urge the Minister to engage with the many authorities, in particular the Independent Anti-Slavery Commissioner, to see where the measures that the government has introduced that may have unintended consequences and may make it harder to tackle this crime. With that, I will sit down and let others speak, because I know there's many others who wish to take part.
And with an immediate 3-minute time limit, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll focus my remarks for the time I've got on Part 1, Clauses 1 to 16 of the Bill, which create a new appeals body for immigration and asylum cases, known as the Independent Immigration Appeals Authority, which will be staffed by non-lawyers or members of the public and will perform much of the work currently done by the first-tier tribunals, immigration and asylum chamber. There are backlogs in the FDT, which have reached around 60 weeks for cases to be heard, 11 weeks longer than a year ago. So reforms are clearly needed. It's vital, however, that such reforms are properly thought out and resourced. Last week, the Justice Committee took evidence from experts in the sector. We've taken a keen interest in this since it was announced last year and have visited the first-tier tribunal. We saw a system under great operational strain, but with judges doing a good and efficient job. From that visit, as I say, our diagnosis that these are operational problems. I think there are two key questions for the House. Will this fix the problems in the current system, and will it be truly independent from the Home Office? On point one, a big part of the problem, and I haven't got time to give all the figures, is the poor quality of initial decision making. 45% of decisions are overturned. How will a body staffed by members of the public, as opposed to judges and legal experts, result in a reduction of errors in a complex area of law? A further risk is created by an increase in errors, maybe that it shifts the current backlog to the first-tier tribunal to the upper tribunal. It's not clear from the impact assessment accompanying the bill that enough thought has been given to the potential impact on the upper tribunal. It's also fair to assume that non-expert adjudicators may take more time to hear cases than judges would, given the complexities of asylum cases. There is insufficient legal aid available, and that is likely to lengthen hearings as well. On point two, the issue of independence, the Home Secretary says the IIA will be independent from the Home Office, puts that word in the title, but the bill contains provisions for the Home Secretary to expedite cases, to set the length of time for cases, and to appoint the Chair and Chief Executive. The IIA is effectively a quango over which the Home Secretary has substantial controls. I'm sorry, I can't do further justice to this in the time that is available. I would just like to see this body, if it is to be set up, is independent, is able to make sensible and judicial decisions, and I don't see this at the moment and what's on the face of the bill.
Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope that the whole House might surely be able to agree that public confidence in our immigration system depends on the principle that those who seek to undermine our borders, exploit vulnerable migrants, or worse still, profit from illegal migration, are identified, apprehended, and removed wherever possible. All our constituents expect robust border security, effective immigration enforcement, and a system that distinguishes between genuine asylum seekers and those who seek to abuse the rules. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is against that backdrop that I wish to raise the deeply troubling case of Twana Jamal, recently exposed by journalist Sue Mitchell and her team through a BBC investigation broadcast only a week or two ago, where Twana Jamal was exposed not only as an illegal asylum seeker, apparently working in my constituency in Blaby, worse still, in a mini-mart right next door to my constituency office. But according to Sue Mitchell and the BBC's reporting, Mr Jamal is a convicted people smuggler who was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment in France after being identified by French authorities as a major organiser of illegal migration operations. And the BBC subsequently traced him to my South Leicestershire constituency, where he is allegedly working whilst also claiming asylum in the United Kingdom. These allegations, reported by the BBC, are extremely serious. Sue Mitchell confirmed with me only a few hours ago that the Home Office has not engaged with her or her team post or broadcast regarding the evidence that Sue Mitchell and her team have gathered during their painstaking and thorough investigation. I was grateful that the Home Secretary earlier today did confirm that she would seek to ascertain why civil servants have not responded or have not given me the courtesy as a local MP of an update as to what the Home Office are doing, and I hope the Minister will ensure that that is taken forward. I think what we all want to know from the bill, and what I would be grateful to hear from the Minister, is whether the measures proposed in the bill will mitigate against a case like Mr Jamal ever arising again if this bill is passed into law. Can the Minister assure all of us that convicted human traffickers will not be allowed in the United Kingdom, let alone allowed to apply for asylum? Thank you.
I call Paul Wall.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like first of all to thank the Home Secretary for listening to me, my honourable friend, the member for Oldham West, and also the member for Hayward and Middleton North, and all our constituents for the way in which he's acted super quickly in seizing this issue to make sure that we will change the law to allow for the deportation of Shabir Ahmed. Under this bill, the new power personally applied by the Secretary of State means that offences like Ahmed's will be classed as so serious that they would lose protections under the 1971 Immigration Act. That Act, let's be clear, was meant to give rights to law-abiding citizens of the Commonwealth who came here to work hard and play by the rules. Its drafters never intended it to be exempted from the vile sex offenders and grooming gang leaders who should be facing deportation. Shabir Ahmed's release from prison this month was for many another painful reminder of the wicked crimes he committed. Ahmed, who lived in Oldham, was the ringleader of the Rochdale grooming gang. He was convicted of the serial rape and exploitation and vile abuse of young white girls in Hayward. He was separately convicted for 30 rapes of a young Asian girl. All of his victims were failed for years by the institutions that should have protected them. Now, it's important for me to say that I can tell you that the people of Rochdale, whatever their racial background, are united in their disgust at paedophiles like Ahmed. It's this Labour government that has finally created a specific offence of grooming, which unbelievably didn't exist before. And it's trialling the use of chemical castration for convicts in jails, though I personally would welcome that being made compulsory for sex offenders like Ahmed. Ever since I was elected, I pressed ministers to pursue the deportation of every grooming gang member who can legally be removed from the UK. And I know this is just the start, and that even once the law is changed, Pakistan may still say it will refuse to take back this man. But whatever diplomatic barriers exist, they must be challenged. Every possible avenue must be explored. The public interest is clear in this case, and more broadly, the public interest is strengthened by this bill. In the European Convention of Human Rights, the Article 8 right to family life has always been a qualified right, as the Home Secretary has pointed out, meaning judges are asked to strike a balance between those rights and the public interests. That's precisely why the Rochdale grooming gang members lost their appeals under human rights law. But these bogus appeals happen far too often. And for many, it's a sick joke that paedophiles who've robbed children of their own right to family life are depending on human rights to stay in this country. And that's why I welcome the new provision in this bill to require decision makers and courts to change the law.
Order. Tim Farrell.
Deputy Speaker. This bill, as in most debates on this issue, is just riddled with bogus context and false premises. It's worth just bearing in mind that the majority of European Union countries take more asylum seekers per head than the United Kingdom. We heard from the Conservative front bench this stuff about young men being here disproportionately, coming as irregular migrants. I just want to tell a little story that the Honourable Member for Folkestone and Hythe will recall, I'm sure also. We went to Cairo just over a year ago. And we met some young women, mostly refugees from Sudan, one of whom was presented to us as the chair of the Young Mothers Group. It sounded all very lovely. Turned out, though, the Young Mothers Group were every single one of them victims of sexual violence between the ages of 14 and 20. There are reasons why women don't end up on those boats and don't travel and take those risky journeys. I wish we could have a debate understanding the realities of what it is to flee for your life and to flee from war-torn circumstances. And the problem with this bill is that it is a set of changes proposed that are a combination of the ineffective, the performative, and the cruel. Let's start off with the new appeals body. Well, already we see 40% of decisions successfully appealed. How does it make any sense to reduce the quality of the decision-making process now that will happen? In Australia, they tried the same thing. It clogged up the system even further. Article 8, 382 applications under the HCR decided against the government in the last 10 years. How many under Article 8? One. Just one in 10 years. Again, the government being performative and not tackling the issue. And then when all is said and done, human rights matter for all of us. And to throw them out the window because of a few difficult cases is to throw human rights out the window entirely. The repayment issue for asylum seekers who've been successful, been granted refugee status and being told they'll have to repay the costs of their asylum is indeed performative and it is cruel. This is a government that refuses to allow asylum seekers the right to work. That would be a far better way of making sure...
Member give way.
I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and I wonder if the Honourable Member and perhaps the Minister, in their efforts to prevent modern slavery, might consider that they both be allowed to work and thereby pay their way, and also fitted with ankle tags until their status is decided. Thank you.
Well, I certainly think that people who are seeking asylum in this country should be given the right to work, not least because it helps them to integrate if they are successful, and secondly because they will cover the costs of their accommodation and so many other things whilst they are here. How cruel it is to be telling people who have gone through goodness knows what, who've been granted refugee status, to then say you have to pay it all back. We don't make British prisoners pay back the cost of their time in prison, but we're going to do this to asylum seekers. Again, performative, cruel, and will probably end up costing as much to administer as it would bring in anyway. And on the issue of modern slavery, what do we know about people who are victims of modern slavery? We know they're terrified of their captors. We know that often, under coercion, they're in a situation where they don't realise perhaps they are victims of modern slavery until much later. And giving people a handful of days to declare is cruel and, again, performative. There is nothing in this bill to undo or to relax the moratorium on family reunion, which is a safe route, and it's a safe route that the beneficiaries of 9 times out of 10 are women and girls. And the failure to restore family reunion is a deliberate decision to remove what is a safe route that would have been a good and positive way of being able to counter the demand for people crossing irregularly. To give raw meat to those people who are never going to vote for you anyway, to people who already take the view that immigration is bad and immigrants are bad, is utterly and totally pointless and counterproductive. When the last government, some of whom were in the Reform Party now, did this kind of thing, I thought it was despicable. But at least they meant it. At least they meant it.
I can't see Steve Yem. Ewan Steinbach.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
Falkirk has seen a discussion of asylum policy take unprecedented command of our local debate. What has occurred in our community is an example of the failure of the past government to provide solutions that work in the best interest of our communities across the country, or the best interests of asylum seekers fleeing persecution and conflict, to put it mildly. The lack of control the previous government had over the asylum system has destroyed almost public confidence. It saw the number of applicants rise from the tens of thousands to the hundreds of thousands from 2020 onwards, leading to their ministers in a panic state directing the acquisition of town centre hotels for use as accommodation. With that one move, they placed asylum seekers who are unable to work, as members have mentioned, into goldfish bowls, hotels across the country, ground processing to a halt, forgot about them, and forgot or simply didn't care about the communities such as Falkirk who host them. We saw costs balloon, and we failed to stop the rise in people coming through illegal routes. This Labour government, on the other hand, have seen Tory asylum hotels down by over a half of the peak of 400, crossings down 41% in 1 year, claims down 12% in 1 year, and the grant rate falling from 45% when in July 2024 to 39% today, enabling £1 billion a year to be saved in accommodation costs. Where the previous government have lost control, this government have taken steps to restore it. The challenge this bill presents us today is finding a way to re-establish public confidence in the existence of an asylum system, which many of my constituents have raised with me that they are questioning. We cannot let the palpable anger, and it is anger that is out there in certain corners of our community, irrevocably be pushed towards those who suggest we break the rights-based order that we've had for 80 years. We must demonstrate that we can control the asylum system without sacrificing our constituents' rights, as many on the opposite benches suggest. The tone the government have utilised to communicate a record has caused, and I will admit, reasonable concern within my constituency about the measures we are considering today, but also measures that we have to acknowledge we're not considering today. What I do not believe we can do tonight is deal with that concern by abandoning the essential objectives this bill seeks to pursue. If we vote against this bill, we do throw away an opportunity for asylum appeals reform. The backlog left by the Conservatives has been rapidly reduced, but many cases have been displaced to the appeal system, and we must be faster and quicker imminently in resolving appeals. If we vote against this, we're throwing away a chance to build a system of controlled routes, which is the only sustainable solution to boat crossings, but one that requires the public to have confidence in the basic norm of an asylum system which is being threatened. We throw away a chance to align with our partners in the Council of Europe on Article 8 interpretation, as was brought through in May and Chisnow, as we seek to resolve what is an international humanitarian crisis instead of being pushed to the more extreme solutions others offer. I do think that there are several areas which I'll bring up at committee stage and with ministers that we can improve this bill. However, I won't be indulging those on the other side of the House who broke my community's confidence in the asylum system. I'll be supporting the government who are making a good faith attempt to resolve it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very conscious of the short time that we have. I'm going to concentrate most of my comments on clauses 44 to 49. This is a bill about our border, about who crosses it and on what terms. But a border policy that scrutinises every person while waving through products of slavery is really only half a border policy. The reality is, as we see slavery in the modern world, it is something that impacts every part of the globe, but very much this country. 1 in 5 of cotton garments worldwide is linked to forced labour in China. Parliament's Joint Committee on Human Rights warned in July 2025 in terms that the UK risks becoming a dumping ground for goods prohibited elsewhere. The ILO estimates forced labour generates roughly £176 billion in illegal profits every year. The reality is this bill does many things, and many things that I welcome, but something that is on the face, the long title of this bill, which is combating modern slavery, it does nothing more than offer meek and weak words in terms of tackling that. Now, right across this House, on all sides, we've often worked together to make a difference, to actually lead the world in tackling modern slavery. But what we're seeing is the United States is charging ahead and taking greater action than we are. If we look across the channel that we all talk so much about in this debate, we see the European Union doing more than what we are doing in this House. And what are we proposing to do in this House? Just ask for a little bit more reporting, not act to stop goods produced by slavery coming into these shores. In fact, we will act as a magnet for slave-produced goods coming from not just China, but so many other countries that will turn a blind eye to slave labour. So while there is much that I welcome in this bill, what I would urge the government to do is to look at how it can work across party to make sure it can have an improved bill. So make sure that it can have a bill that actually protects some of the most vulnerable people in the poorest parts of the world from being exploited. And if it does that, it will make it a much better bill than the one that is currently in front of the House.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have been campaigning on modern slavery for over 20 years. Back when I started, most modern slavery in the UK was sexual exploitation. Let me be clear, that is of girls. And I put myself in the shoes of a parent whose child was in another country and suffering unimaginable abuse and exploitation. And I realised that I would pray every night for someone in that country not to rest until they were rescued. I realised I had to be that person in this country. And I brought that sentiment with me to Parliament. The government has done some taking some good steps on tackling modern slavery, actually breaking down the criminal gangs and international organised networks behind small boats, starting to open up more safe and legal routes, and clearing the operational backlog of immigration cases are good. But diminishing consideration of cases because they don't disclose straight away or because they carried out criminal activity goes against the very, very basic, fundamental modern slavery 101 principles of how we tackle it. Recognising who is a victim and who is a perpetrator and recognising the effects of trauma were great accomplishments of the Modern Slavery Act. And I fear there is a risk now that we start to see tackling illegal immigration and tackling modern slavery as being in conflict or in tension when in fact they are entirely aligned. The Secretary of State raised some powerful examples, but those are examples of decision-making that was clearly bureaucratic and detached, lacking professional judgment. And I echo the comments made by a member opposite that disclosure does not automatically mean a referral under the national referral mechanism. We should be fixing those operational problems. We should be fixing that system rather than hoping that changing the law is suddenly going to result in it making better decisions. And in fact, I would say that going and deploying that right the way down to policing as well and our multi-agency response to modern slavery in local areas is a job still to be done even since we introduced the Modern Slavery Act. Yeah. But we should not be going backwards. We should be surging and pushing forwards to eradicate modern slavery in the UK. And if we were to do that, we would find much of what concerns our communities about illegal immigration would have been solved. We must tackle modern slavery head-on. We must strengthen our systems that are failing at an operational level in their design and decision-making, their implementation, and bringing good governance. And for that reason, I really welcome further discussions with the government following today to improve this bill.
Savile Roberts.
There are several reasons why Plaid Cymru colleagues, along with the honourable members from the SNP and the Greens and others, have tabled a reasoned amendment to oppose this bill. It doesn't fix the problems in the UK asylum system, nor does it deliver the controlled and compassionate system we need. It sees political heavy-handedness creeping into an area which should see clear division between the executive and the rightful domain of the judiciary with the independent investigation appeals authority. And it also sees the creation of a non-judicial body for immigration appeals, as well as high-handed use of Henry VIII powers in Clause 16, whereby the IIA replaces any reference in previous law, including devolved legislation, with tribunals. What it does, of course, is it avoids the roots of real problems while creating others. And the level of detail in some of these bill's measures are scant at best. There is little information on how the core protection status provision will work, nor the requirements for asylum support contributions. I understand more detail will be provided elsewhere, but when we've had announcement after announcement, often directly to the press rather than here in this House, how can the government expect the public to keep track of what proposals are actually in motion as we all endlessly wait for further details. This creates complexity and confusion, which does nothing to address the dangerous narratives about people fleeing war and persecution who are genuinely seeking safety through asylum. All the while, people's rights under the international order, including, of course, the rights of innocent children, are further undermined. Is this truly what Labour wants as its legacy? Because apparently the Prime Minister in waiting is happy with this approach. Last month, Plaid Cymru colleagues in the Senedd stood in defence of the Nation of Sanctuary scheme in Wales. And all that does is help people already living there to become a part of our communities. And that's the reality of where we really are. This is the performative nature of politics and how it actually plays out in our communities. And in the age of misinformation, surely it is the UK government's duty not to harm our communities further by brushing over the real problems within our asylum system. Such problems include the Home Office's poor initial decision-making and limited safe routes. It includes further demonising individuals, all the while shifting away from long-held principles of needs and right-based protection. With these in mind, and what we have heard already today about concerns from all sides of this House about the detail and the principles of this legislation, I would call on the Home Secretary to consider the arguments in the reasoned amendment from the SNP, from the Greens and from Plaid Cymru, and that this bill, as it stands, should not proceed.
Melanie on.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I always hear the UK being described as a welcoming nature, that it's a haven for people in times of great difficulty, but I would say it is, but only in limited circumstances. Like with the Ukraine, there's been a broad consensus that the UK should play its part and offer assistance, but we should be under no illusion that this agreement was anything more than temporary, limited in scope and made in the context of the current status of the social contract. Where specific schemes have been agreed separately by the government, the public have felt that there was good reasoning, exceptional circumstances, and that the UK had a greater reason to provide assistance. That is not the case, particularly in the case of small boat crossings. The social contract is fragile, and it's required this really careful narrative that so clearly explains what the UK is doing, for who, and for how long. We will not be able to take the heat out of this area of policy until the government can clearly, confidently and repeatedly demonstrate that the systems we have in place are sufficiently robust, that citizens do feel secure, do feel that they understand the system, and increasingly that the measures in place cannot be undermined through endless appeals or JRs. Article 8 has to receive serious attention when we see that 71% of people newly granted residence rights in 2025 had either entered the UK illegally or overstayed their previous visa. It's also concerning to see that of those who have their Article 8 appeal turned down, more than half may remain in the UK illegally. Those who commit a crime utilising the same article despite breaching the terms of permission of being in the country, it is just not seen as being fair. And when the host nation's people start to feel that their hospitality has been exploited, it quickly turns to resentment and a rejection of the whole principle, which none of us want to see. We should be speeding up the processing of applications for immigration and asylum claims. It's what we promised we would do at the last election. It's unreasonable to leave people waiting for months or years on end. And while asylum processing is not far off overall 2020 rates, to get their initial decision. And we should also be taking action to speed up appeals. I worry that anything that undermines this delicate balance will see even greater frustrations growing and be exploited by those who thrive on disruption and division. This isn't about chasing the policies of the right. It is about having rules which meet the needs of the day. They cannot be static because the world isn't.
Wishart.
A critical juncture in this whole debate about immigration, and looking at what's going on across the UK, things aren't good. Such is the noise that a general culture of anti-immigrant sentiment now sweeps this country, leading to whole communities feeling unsafe, demonised and scapegoated. On a weekly basis, we now see some disgusting scenes at hotels hosting asylum seekers. Vigilantism is on the rise. People of colour don't feel safe in their own homes. All the time, dangerous misinformation fuels the mood, supported by billionaires and bad actors spreading messages of hate and division. The far right is on the rise, more confident, visible and organised than it's been in decades. Madam Deputy Speaker, the rise of the far right is perhaps the most dangerous political development of recent years. And looking at the situation just now, I say it's at best 50-50 whether they succeed or not. So this is the context for the introduction of this bill. And the government continues to think that it can beat the far right and the populists by doing exactly what the anti-immigration right want them to do. It accepts the premise that immigration is something that is bad and a negative and must be controlled by ever-increasing restrictive and repressive measures. It joins in calls to weaken essential human rights protection and to use force to remove. It agrees that routes to citizenship should be extended for payments that can't be afforded. It's the usual doomed attempts to try and out Farage. After 2 years of following this particular logic, it's almost becoming heroic. People who come to this country seeking refuge from conflict and persecution aren't asking for special treatment. They just want to feel safe. I've gone through this bill hoping to find measures that genuinely address the problems facing this asylum system, and I've spoken with organisations that work daily with supporting refugees and survivors of traffic and modern slavery. All are disappointed and concerned because this bill does not address any of the issues at hand. I thought when we had a Labour government that we would see a new and fresh approach to issues around immigration. How disappointed we have all been. At least there's some of them on the backbench that are prepared to change the narrative. We want to do something positive when it comes to things like indefinite leave to remain. This is the chance. You have new leadership within the next week. Try and impress upon whoever is going to be leading this country that we can't go on continuing to do these things again. We are at a critical juncture, Madam Deputy Speaker. We need to change our approach.
Joe White. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will be blunt. My constituents have lost faith in the asylum system. Under the previous government, they watched borders slide out of control, criminal gangs profit, and taxpayers facing ever-rising costs while hotel use spiralled. Fairness collapsed and public trust collapsed with it. This bill is how we earn that trust back. First, control at the border. A fair system needs a firm line. We must stop the boats, target the smugglers and strengthen the checks so we know who is coming, how and why. Second, swift decisions and final outcomes. Endless delays destroy confidence. Claims must be processed quickly, appeals heard promptly by independent adjudicators with decisions enforced. If you qualify, you receive protection without unnecessary delay. If you do not, departure should follow swiftly. Third, fairness means contribution. Those granted protection should work, rebuild their lives, contribute to our society and help offset the costs associated with processing their claims. Responsibility must sit alongside rights and contribution alongside compassion. Fourth, protection must remain justified. Refugee status should be reviewed through a clear and streamlined process. If danger remains, protection continues. If circumstances change significantly, the system should respond accordingly. This is how we keep asylum credible. Fifth, honesty about costs and communities. Hotels are a symptom of a system under strain. By reducing backlogs and speeding up decisions, we can lower costs and ensure outcomes are delivered. If protected, people move into work. If not, they are removed. Every pound saved can be redirected towards border security and genuine protection. Sixth, safe and legal routes. If we want people to choose safe routes, these routes must be real, reliable and fast. Clear criteria, rapid processing, UNHCR referrals and community sponsorship can provide a genuine alternative to dangerous crossings. The legal route must always be the better route. This is how the economic model of the people smugglers can be broken. To those constituents who have lost faith, they are right to want to control the borders, faster decisions, lower costs and rules that are enforced. Control at the border, compassion where it counts, contribution and consequences in equal measure. We cannot undo yesterday's failures, but we can build a system that's fair and credible. That's why I'm supporting the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We must reduce immigration to this country and get a grip of our asylum system. Unlike the MPs behind her, I do think the Home Secretary is starting to move in the right direction. But as she will know, small boat crossings are on the rise since Labour came to power, with an average of 105 illegal migrants crossing the Channel every single day for the last 2 years. Almost 100,000 people are being housed in asylum accommodation, with the numbers up 11% in HMOs under this Labour government. The case for urgent action is now overwhelming. But the measures in the bill before us fail to meet the gravity of the situation, and I will therefore be supporting the reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. Just look at the tinkering to the application of Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights. We all know that the protection to family life has been abused and twisted far from its original purpose. The public rightly expect foreign nationals who have broken our laws to be deported. The rights of the British people should always outweigh the interests of foreign criminals. No ifs, no buts. In 2023, a Nigerian man used Article 8 to stay in this country despite a 2-year prison sentence, but the tribunal ruled that deportation would breach his Article 8 rights. Horrifically, he then went on to violently rape a teenage girl. Whose rights were being protected then? Will these sorts of cases be the thing of the past as a result of the modest changes within this bill? I'm not convinced. The government is allowing vague and ambiguous exceptional circumstances to be used by criminals to avoid deportation. The phrasing in this bill leaves it far too much room for legal argument, appeals and delays. No ifs, no buts. Every illegal immigrant should be deported. By making changes to Article 8, the government has conceded that membership of the European Convention on Human Rights places significant limits on the UK's ability to maintain and control our borders. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is only one logical conclusion. The only way we would truly end illegal immigration into the United Kingdom and deport all foreign criminals and create a fair system that is generally fair and robust is to leave the European Convention on Human Rights in its entirety and repeal the Human Rights Act.
Nadia Whitcomb. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's little evidence that this bill will do what it claims, that it will fix the most serious issues in our asylum system. In fact, experts say that it will divert focus and resources to a system that is unfair, unsafe and unworkable. There are many problems in this bill, but for the sake of time, I'll focus on the Independent Immigration Appeals Authority. So the government says that to tackle the backlog, it will replace the tribunal system, which is made up of judges, with a new system of adjudicators who are not legally qualified, but are given the power and the responsibility to make what are in many cases life and death decisions. The government claims that they will be independent, but they're appointed by the chief executive, who is appointed by the Secretary of State. So this undermines the independence of the judiciary and the separation of powers, which are a key cornerstones of our democracy. The Law Society says that it risks, and I quote, more wrong decisions, more court challenges, higher costs and longer uncertainty. Poor Home Office decision-making drives the appeals backlog. In the last financial year, 39% of appeals were granted and over 10,000 appeals were withdrawn because the Home Office abandoned its initial decision. So rather than building new expensive bodies, the government should invest in the existing system and get asylum decisions right the first time. The government could have brought a bill today containing evidence-based policies that would actually fix our broken asylum system. For example, a not-for-profit asylum accommodation system to improve living conditions and integration, genuinely safe routes that are not severely restricted and heavily capped, fast-tracking obviously well-founded asylum cases, such as those from war zones. But instead, I'm ashamed to say that this immigration and asylum bill is a betrayal of our party's values, and I cannot support it. I'd urge the government to withdraw this bill and instead work with sector organisations and experts to create an immigration and asylum system rooted in compassion, justice and human rights.
Haverman. Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Following the Honourable Lady for Nottingham East, I agree with one word she said, that this bill is a betrayal. It's not a betrayal of the Labour Party, though. It's a betrayal of the British people. Because this bill will fail. Just as the Labour government has been promising for 2 years now that it will smash the gangs and stop the boats, it has failed. They all laugh. They're all laughing at the British people who are furious with this Labour government. This government has failed. The last Tory government failed because they've been lying to the British. I'll get to that. I will get to that. Why will it fail? Why is this bill a total and utter farce? Because of the European Convention on Human Rights, and Reform UK have tabled a reasoned amendment opposing this bill because it does not do what is needed. It does not take the United Kingdom out of the ECHR. That is what we need to do if we have to stop the boats. I won't because I don't have any time. Let's just go through this. Part 1, the Independent Immigration Appeals Authority. That will get ripped to shreds by Article 6, claims in the High Court saying that doesn't offer a right to a fair trial. Part 2, Article 8 reform. That will get destroyed by Article 8 claims in the High Court and will probably get overturned by Strasbourg. Part 3, protection, status and asylum. Article 3, the right against torture and inhumane degrading treatment. That will block the operation of Part 3. This bill is not fit for purpose and it will let the British people down. I will actually give way to the gentleman at the front. Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So she advocates leaving the ECHR. Now I'm assuming this is after a process of analysis. So could she tell the House 2 good things that the ECHR does for British citizens?
It is after a process of analysis. 10 years as a barrister, 5 of which was spent defending the Home Office in the immigration tribunals. Time as Attorney General, finding and seeing how the ECHR thwarted government decision-making time and time again, whether it was eco-protesters and using Article 10 and 11. And then as Home Secretary in 2022. That is why in 2022 I was the first Conservative minister to say publicly that if we wanted to stop the boats, we needed to leave the ECHR. For that, I was attacked by my former Conservative colleagues, including the current leader of the Conservative Party, including many members of the shadow cabinet, many of whom today, still privately, oppose leaving the ECHR, and they did it publicly 4 years ago. I'm very glad that it's taken the Conservative Party 3 years to catch up with me, but it's 3 years too late and too little. Because when they had the power, when they had the mandate, and when they had ministers telling them what needed to be done, that we needed to leave the ECHR, they blocked, they attacked, they criticised, and they vilified people like me. So I won't take any lections from the Conservative Party that cannot be trusted a bit on leaving the ECHR. It is my honourable friend, the member for Clacton, who has been the original advocate for leaving the ECHR. It was him who first raised the alarm about the small boats crisis. It was only thanks to the pressure and the campaigning that he led single-handedly that even forced this place to wake up and take some action. So yes, we need to leave the ECHR. I've set out a plan on how to do so. Published last year. I urge all of you to read it. The Conservative Party copied it about a year later, but it sets out how to leave, why to leave, how to protect civil liberties in doing so, how we can amend the Good Friday Agreement and protect Northern Ireland in doing so, and why it's what the British people deserve if we are going to stop the boats. Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member who was the author of the mess that we're currently discussing clearing up. And I'm sure she'll look forward to sharing her comments with Count Binface soon enough. I draw the House's attention to my register of interest And I'd like to say that the government is absolutely right to be tackling both the appeals process, and I accept that as a supporter of humanitarian protection that does need reform if it is to be proven resilient in the future. But I want to focus on part 4 of this bill, which creates powers to recover the cost of asylum support. I'm pleased to see the bill discuss the cost of the asylum system. I actually support the principle that refugees who go on to earn a lot should contribute back what they received from this country. And I actually suspect many of them would be happy to do so. But let's be clear, it's not those refugees who are responsible for the extraordinary cost of the asylum system. Since entering Parliament, I have been on a one-man mission to highlight what I believe is the biggest public procurement scandal in Britain, a system causing untold damage but costing the taxpayer £15 billion. The real problem lies with the asylum contracts signed by the previous government and overseen by the member for Fareham with 3 private providers. These generated eye-watering profits. One of their founders entered the Sunday Times rich list at taxpayer expense. But when these companies come before the Home Affairs Select Committee, they refuse to answer even the most basic questions, while serious concerns about misconduct in their supply chains remain. I recognise that this government inherited these contracts from the member from Fareham and are roped into them for the foreseeable future. And I support asking successful refugees to contribute, but that would be a peripheral issue. Yes, I will give way.
I'm grateful for him giving way. He's almost making my argument for me. The whole reason and rationale as to why the Home Office has to enter into expensive contracts and spend £5 million worth of British taxpayers' money every day to house the asylum seekers is because of the ECHR, because it imposes onerous duties on the state to accommodate unlimited numbers of asylum seekers without any thought as to the cost effectiveness.
No, it's not, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's because the Honourable Lady passed the Rwanda Act that allowed the backlog to soar. It's because the Honourable Lady signed off putting them in hotels, which cost £34,000 per asylum seeker as opposed to £14,000 per asylum seeker when she came into office. And it's because the Honourable Lady failed to get that department to grip the public procurement of taxpayers' money that she wasted and then tried to instrumentalise to sow division in the country. These outsourcing contracts have allowed extortionate profit at taxpayers' expense. They have damaged communities, they have failed the vulnerable, and they have exposed serious weaknesses in the Home Office procurement. My question is the government certain they do not need further powers to sort out these contracts and recoup the costs that have already been wasted? If not, why is that not included in the bill? The second reading is about principles, and I believe this bill identifies the right areas for reform: appeals, protection and costs. For that reason, I will be supporting it tonight, and I look forward to seeing the concerns about the detail, implementation and asylum contracts being addressed as it progresses.
Sean Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to speak in support of the reasoned amendment, which has not been selected, tabled in the name of the Honourable Member for Perth and Kinrossshire, alongside me and my Green Party colleagues and a cross-party grouping. I associate myself with the comments made already by the Honourable friends on this bench. We must reject division, not feed it. Together, I believe our amendment represents the views of the majority of the UK public, who reject the far right and who delight in the strong reputation this country has of welcoming refugees, who believe in human rights and that we must treat those fleeing war, danger, discrimination and oppression the same as we would want to be treated if circumstances changed in this country, and who are proud of the many, many migrants, families of all kinds over the years who are not only long settled and well integrated, but integral to our British identity. In terms of maintaining our proud British tradition of integration and community cohesion, this bill will do the opposite. It is designed to make it harder for families to form, as well as to reunite and remain together, and clearly designed to prevent refugees from finding a permanent, safe new home here, which will damage community cohesion by preventing long-term integration.
The conclusions of Liberty around this bill's impact on children are stark. They say more children will face separation either from their parent or their home, and they have huge concerns about the proposals to force no weight to be given to relationships formed here in the UK by people here in irregular circumstances. Banning people from falling in love is unlikely to work, so therefore there will undoubtedly be many children seriously harmed by this blunt and bad faith proposal. In addition, the proposals in Part 4 to force payments from financially vulnerable refugees are misconceived and cruel. Remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, this will apply to the very poorest refugees. So it's a tax on poverty and on being a victim of war or persecution, a tax on the free speech exercised by those who end up political prisoners, a tax on LGBT plus people, on women fighting for education, on discriminating against minorities in authoritarian regimes. And this bill obviously does nothing to increase the right to work for people seeking asylum, which is the most obvious way to close the hotels, reduce poverty and destitution, and reduce the cost to the state of the long waits refugees face. And above all, this bill does nothing to improve the poor initial decision-making every MP's caseworkers know all too much about, and it does not fix the problems caused by Brexit or provide any new safe routes for seeking asylum here itself, to reduce small boats and prevent the criminal exploitation of those with clear and legitimate claims but no safe way to reach here at all. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary must reconsider and withdraw this bill.
I've made it very clear to the whips on duty that I'm not going to get everybody in, and interventions are not helping. Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Asylum and immigration are key concerns for my Sunderland constituents, and their judgment on the asylum system this government inherited is clear, and it's correct. The system was broken, it lacked control, and it cost taxpayers too much. By this, they don't just talk about the illegal and dangerous crossings of the Channel, but they also mean it was broken post-arrival, in the extended periods of time in which people have been accommodated in dispersal accommodation while waiting decision or appeal outcomes. They are right to expect the amount of public money spent on that system reducing, an amount that has increased as a result of the failings of the system that the member for Fareham Waterlooville oversaw. It's on that basis that I welcome the introduction of this legislation, along with the other steps the government is taking to restore control to the system while maintaining a proper offer of safe routes for those fleeing war and persecution. In the 2 years since the election, rather than chuntering on from benches opposite, the government has begun to get a grip. Small boat crossings down 12% now compared to the equivalent period in 2024. Initial decisions the highest on record, increasing removals of people without a legal right to remain here. That isn't happening by accident, and it's certainly not happening because of gimmicks and political game playing. It's happening as a result of hard, unglamorous work, disrupting the gangs, deepening cooperation with European partners, and actually making decisions on applications. As others have said, with Home Affairs Select Committee colleagues, I travelled to northern France last year and saw the significant efforts, UK-backed efforts, to stop the boats. But I also heard from the French a concern that we cannot dismiss, that there remain pull factors on this side of the Channel. And those pull factors include a system that incentivises late appeals. Because of the lengthy appeals backlog, it is right that this government takes steps to reform the appeal system. I would also just draw the House's attention. I think the Shadow Home Secretary said that no previous attempts had worked to reform the system. The Blair government, faced by a broken appeal system, passed immigration acts in 2002 and 2004. And against opposition from around the House, slowly, by getting through appeals and making sure that decision-making was proper and streamlined, the backlog fell repeatedly. That is not glamorous work. It's not noisy political work that seeks to score political points, but it's the real work of governing that my constituents expect. Our country has a proud tradition of offering refuge to those fleeing war and persecution, and Sunderland has lived that tradition, including many families who offered their city of sanctuary to Ukrainian refugees. As others have said, in order to maintain that proud tradition, we need a system that commands public confidence, and it's right to reform it in the way the government's proposing.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
the media, reform and all the far right in Britain have created the most horrible and dangerous atmosphere in this country against refugees, against migrants and against minorities. They promoted racism, and that racism is played out in the violence on the streets, the violence against mosques, the violence against synagogues, and the violence against any minority group within our society. They should think very carefully about what they say and how they depict asylum seekers and refugees. When I listen to the rhetoric on the media and follow it in some of the papers, it seems to me that they've taken leave of all aspects of humanity whatsoever. The honourable member who just spoke said he had been over to northern France to examine what was going on there. I've been over to northern France as well. I've been over to Calais and I've talked to people living in tents, and they are desperate. They're desperate people who once worked for the British Army in Afghanistan. They're desperate people who were bombed in Iraq. They're desperate people who were bombed in Syria. They're desperate people trying to find somewhere to survive in this world. And what they find is hostility, they find danger, and they find abuse. Nobody in their right mind would get into one of those dinghies and cross the channel unless they were utterly desperate for it. So can't we just have a sense of humanity about this and have some international, European-wide approach to the issues faced by people who are desperate? Thousands have died crossing the Mediterranean. Hundreds have died crossing the Channel. The historians of next century will say of this century, what were the politicians of Europe doing while all these people were drowning because they were trying to get to a place of safety? Can't we instead look at the importance of international institutions, look at the value of the European Convention of Human Rights, which protects all of our human rights, and try and have some humane system of doing things? In the last minute I've got in this speech, I want to draw attention to the amendment that I've put forward, endorsed by members of the Independent Alliance Group, concerning the Afghan resettlement scheme. The people of Afghanistan have suffered grievously from the war. In August 21, the Taliban took over in Kabul. In August 21, the UK created resettlement schemes and then dropped them all. And now we have the horrible situation that many Afghan families that have come to Britain as part of that scheme were told that the rest of their families could come, and there are many dependents stuck in Afghanistan who can have no place here. The government, through the Ministry of Defence and the Home Office, guaranteed that right of family reunion, guaranteed that extended family members could come here. And when the Minister gets to reply, I hope he'll remember the words of the Afghan International Youth Council in Britain, who said many Afghan families continue to endure the pain of prolonged separation.
Order. Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in North Warwickshire and Bedworth have been very clear. Britain must secure its borders, enforce the rules and remove those with no right to remain here. But they also recognise that Britain should continue to uphold our proud tradition of offering sanctuary to people genuinely fleeing war, persecution and violence. Those two principles do not conflict. A system that's firm, fair and fast is the only way to maintain public confidence. My constituents are angry about the fundamental unfairness in the current system at a time when they're having to tighten their belts ever more. Clause 23 of the bill tackles that unfairness head-on. It gives the Secretary of State the power to require adults who've received asylum accommodation or financial support to make a contribution when they have sufficient means. Those who can afford to contribute should pay their fair share. This safeguards taxpayers' money and creates a stronger incentive to come through safe and legal routes. And that's why the new capped routes for genuine refugees being introduced alongside the bill are so important. Working with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, the government will establish controlled community sponsorship, study and work routes. Numbers will start small because we have to restore confidence in the system. People arriving through these routes will have proper support in place so they can reach safety without dangerous journeys or people smugglers. My constituents are also rightly concerned when serious foreign criminals are allowed to remain here by relying on broad interpretation of Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights. But the answer is not to leave the ECHR. The answer is to make the law clearer. Clauses 18 to 20 clearly define what constitutes family life.
and ensure that public safety and the prevention of crime come first. People in North Warwickshire and Bedworth are tired of politicians making promises on immigration without a credible plan to deliver. They want border security, not slogans. They want an asylum system that protects the vulnerable without being open to abuse. I'm backing this landmark legislation because it will restore control of Britain's borders and deliver an asylum system that's fair to the British taxpayer, compassionate to those genuinely seeking safety, and tough on those who seek to exploit our country and its generosity.
Tony Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw attention to my register of interest. I will focus in the short time I have on the question of Part 1 and the immigration appeals reforms, specifically the question of will it work to cut the appeals backlog. I want to start by just making the point that Home Office decision-making is a significant driver of appeal numbers. The Home Office's own internal quality checks show an error rate of around 48% in the most recently published figures, and around 45% of Home Office refusals were overturned on appeal, according to MOJ statistics for the year ending March 25. And I think it's important to make the point that if those decisions were right first time, there would be substantially less pressure on the appeals system. But I fundamentally agree that the government that the asylum appeal backlog must be addressed urgently. And in my view, the government was right to enact a 6-month target timeframe for asylum appeals in accommodated cases in Section 49 of the Border Security and Immigration Act 2025. And since then, around 70 first-tier tribunal judges have been recruited. And so the first question I have for the Minister is given the increase in FTT numbers, the increase in sitting days, Section 49 and other measures, where can we find the Ministry of Justice and Home Office assessment which explains why the FTT is unable to clear the backlog? Because without this kind of assessment, Madam Deputy Speaker, an estimate of, and particularly an estimate of how much it would cost, it's impossible to understand why these far-reaching reforms are better than improving the existing system. The second question I have is why the government are bringing forward a new model for appeals, which the Home Office's own impact assessment says will have an uncertain effect on the appeal backlog and doesn't contain evidence that the appeal reforms will actually work.
On that point, my honourable friend, a good way.
Yes.
Would you agree to me that it's incredibly important with the reforms that are being brought forward that there is that certainty to ensure that what we develop here is better and creates a better system rather than potentially taking the risk that it could even get worse?
I agree with the intervention. I completely agree. I think another honourable member referred to the importance of evidence-based policy making, and when we look at the impact assessment, that is not clear to me that the case has been made. Really, I think it's fair to say that the only evidential basis for these reforms is a hope that these reforms will be better than the current system. But that, I would suggest, is not a basis to abolish an arm of the judiciary of this country and to undertake major structural changes which are a key part of our asylum system. On the other hand, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is evidence suggesting that a lay adjudicator system will not work. At the Justice Committee last week, we heard evidence that Denmark did try and bring in lay adjudicators around 15 years ago, but as non-lawyers, they struggled to apply the law to the facts, they made lots of errors and ended being either too sympathetic or too harsh, and they were got rid of. And now Danish asylum appeals are heard by a judge, a lawyer and a civil servant. And another member has referred to the fact that Australia tried it some years ago, which was also got rid of because it increased the backlog. Which brings me to the third question to the Minister, which is what assessment has been done as to the impact of this new system on the upper tribunal. Because I believe that this new appeals body will simply shift the backlog, or a major part of it, from the FTT into the upper tribunal. That's because lay adjudicators will make more legal errors which have to be corrected on appeal to the upper tribunal. And I say that based on 18 years of full-time practice in the courts of tribunals of this country, when I appealed against decisions both of lay decision makers and judges. And it's not just my view, it's a view of a witness before the Justice Committee last week, including a former judge of the upper tribunal itself. I also want to add that the way this bill has been sold, for example, it's said to be to crack down on abusive appeals, is incorrect when around half of those appeals are allowed. And the idea that all unsuccessful appeals are abusive, as was said at the outset, is wrong. If the case was clearly unfounded, it would not go to appeal. So we already have a filter to get rid of weak cases before they start. But in closing, I will quickly say that across every element of the reforms, the Home Office's own impact assessment says the effects are uncertain, and this is, I would suggest, a scant evidential basis for believing that these measures will actually work.
Stella. Oh. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
To have concerns about this piece of legislation does not mean you defend the status quo. It does not mean that you want the boats to continue or that you don't want to see Shabir Ahmed deported. Nor is it to not recognise that claims are down, channel crossings are down, that numbers waiting for decisions are coming down, that things are moving in the right direction. It's to make the very simple case that actually this piece of legislation could take us backwards, could end up being more expensive as a result for the taxpayer. So I do not stand here raising concerns about this legislation because of my concerns about the approach to the ECHR and the importance of defending it as a fundamental approach to our liberty, or as somebody proud to live in a community that welcomes refugees, proud to have spent this morning talking to a refugee businessman. If we're going to tell stories about refugees, let's tell the whole story about the contribution they make for our country. I stand here as somebody speaking up for the taxpayer interests, because the truth is, as my colleague from Folkestone just pointed out, much of the backlog is about poor quality decision making. That is where cost is mounting up for the British taxpayer. The idea that when 2/3 of those appeals are accepted or indeed withdrawn by the Home Office, there aren't lessons to be learned about how we can save money doesn't bear scrutiny. Frankly, it would be a decent thing if the Home Office could turn up to those first-tier tribunals in the first place, because that would probably improve decision-making as well, but we know that's been a problem. We also, failing to go after the Eurodac data means it's harder for us to deal with asylum claims between Europe, and that's absolutely why Brexit has caused problems. But fundamentally, spending money getting it right the first time would be the best way to give people confidence in our asylum system. So bringing in a new system that will add further complexity is only likely to add cost. We are creating a refugee system that will see us spending money repeatedly asking people whether they are still victims of torture, whether there is still civil war in their country. Testing and retesting these people for no apparent gain other than to prove that we have got a broken system. This bill introduces a Diet Coke version of refugee status, the core protection visa, which will require refugees to be retested every 2.5 years, potentially for 20 years. Think of the cost. The Refugee Council has estimated it would be about £1 billion. And then there are all the people that we are forgetting in this process. We have already talked about the madness of introducing a £10,000 debt on people on low income, so they're never able to properly sort themselves out in the UK if we do give them status. In my final seconds, I want to refer to the overseas domestic workers in this country who are being exploited. The member for Staffordshire spoke powerfully about the importance of not seeing everybody who comes here as a criminal, but actually recognising the criminal behaviour. There are things that we could do so much better that would save the British taxpayer money, restore confidence in the system. I'm sad to say I don't think this bill is going to take us in that direction.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill seems inspired by the belief that hostility towards asylum seekers will deter them, whilst hostility towards migrants will not deter those we need economically. It cannot have it both ways. There is a deeper problem with the bill's logic on citizenship provisions. The only way to make this approach work is to create a second class of citizen. But what do we do with those we cannot deport? What happens when the person who has done the harm was born here with no claim to another citizenship? The bill has no answer because citizenship deprivation was never really about safety. It's about who this government treats as fully British. The proposed amendment on citizenship deprivation confirms this further. And to be absolutely clear, this is not at all an argument against deporting foreign national criminals. I think we fail at that too often. My concern is that the Home Office, with its full arsenal, cannot think of any other way so that we are safe from all groomers and all abusers, regardless of where they were born, their grandparents were born, or anything as the such. The Home Office seems only able to resolve difficult cases by creating citizens with fewer rights, and that should trouble every single member, whatever their view on deportation. There have also been press briefings suggesting that the bill hands ministers sweeping powers to strip British citizenship. It rather moves deprivation appeals out of the independent courts and into an independent immigration appeals authority, largely controlled by the Home Secretary. That is a serious change to who judges these decisions, but a change of process, not of who can be deprived of citizenship or why. This appears to be blurred with a separate bill stopping citizenship being restored after the first successful appeal, letting this government sound tougher than it is, whilst avoiding scrutiny of a power already used disproportionately against Black, Asian and migrant heritage citizens. And on asylum seekers, forcing them to pay £10,000 for their own shelter is purely punitive, ignoring the legal right to asylum. Denying the right to work and rent, then demanding repayment, is designed to punish, not uphold, human rights. The bill also deliberately ignores Article 8, the right to family life, potentially tearing people from loved ones, including British citizens. It contravenes the Modern Slavery Act spirit, imposing arbitrary disclosure deadlines and removing leave to remain for trafficking survivors. Automatic deportation for custodial sentences introduces double jeopardy. A wrongful sentence can now also mean unjust deportation. The deportation system is already a mess run by the same Home Office that is now asking for sole control without oversight. If DEFRA, for example, oversaw food shortages, would we then accept a bid to take over all our farms? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government yet again has missed the chance to fix child citizenship fees. £1,214 for a child who was born here, has lived here their whole life, to register as a citizen in the country that they call home, a fee that the Court of Appeal found unlawful, and between 85,000 and 215,000 such children remain undocumented because their families cannot pay. These children are not migrants. They're not asking for anything that is not already theirs. If it wasn't clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't support this bill.
I wish to briefly return to trafficking issue. I welcome Theresa May's proposals on legislation when she introduced them on trafficking. It was a huge breakthrough. And I did so because in my constituency with Heathrow, we had hundreds of children, unaccompanied children, coming in at Heathrow, being taken into care, then disappearing, and they'd wind up in often cannabis farms. We also had large numbers of young women being brought in for prostitution in the local hotels. Often they would be created a drug dependency. So I, like the Anti-Slavery Commissioner, who's criticised the government for the language that they've used and the contextualisation of this issue, I agree. I'm appalled at the way in which, first of all, trafficking has been included in this bill, but also in the narrative that's been developed by the Labour front bench. Trafficking, to qualify as someone who's been trafficked, is not a soft touch. As the Honourable Lady said, no one individual can claim. There actually has to be a first responder. Usually, in my example, as in my constituency, is usually a police officer. And then there's an assessment in the national assessment process, and it's tough. The first stage is about demonstrating grounds. The second stage is conclusive grounds, and it's a tough assessment. It's a high threshold to get through. So I'm concerned that we've been dragged into this debate now, and in a way I think that undermines the whole process that we've been so proud of, that we've developed in recent years. But also, it doesn't seem to relate to the reality of traffic, because having a time limit and saying to people, well, you never claimed in the first instance or within a limited period of time. The people we're dealing with are traumatised. Some of them, as I said, with young women in particular, made drug dependent and often ashamed to even admit to what they've been doing. The legislation that we're promoting today bears no reality to what is actually happening on the ground. And as a result of that, some people who have been trafficked will be made vulnerable again. I'm really disappointed. The Home Secretary said that this legislation was all about the calculus of those people thinking about coming on the boats. I actually think it's electoral calculus. It's electoral calculus that is a mistaken calculus, because I actually think it will lose the Labour Party votes. It will also lose the respect that we gained as a result of the cross-party approach we supported in tackling trafficking itself. I'm extremely disappointed. I think this is a step forward, and I can't support it tonight. I will vote against it at every opportunity.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recognise the need for reform to our immigration system, but many of the measures in this bill require further scrutiny. Existing legislation has long served as an important safeguard, ensuring powers are exercised properly. The bill in its current form would make it significantly harder for families where a child is British or has lived here for 7 years. This will affect large numbers of families. The government's own assessment suggests around 11,700 people would be affected. We pride ourselves on British values of decency, yet this bill risks moving the goalposts and separating loved ones despite long-established ties in the UK. I welcome the open approach and accessibility of the department, but I would appreciate even further clarification from the Minister on how these changes can be reconciled with the UK's obligations under international law. As we consider this bill, and the wider direction of immigration reforms, we must consider the enormous contribution migrants make to our communities and public services. In NHS Wales, more than 1 in 10 staff are non-UK nationals. Across my constituency in Newtown, Mary Creagh and the Dee Valley, migrant workers play a vital role in our health and social care services. Their dedication and commitment deserve our gratitude, not policies that make life harder for them and their families. This government should not allow anti-migrant rhetoric and division to shape policy. We should stand firmly on the side of the migrants who are our neighbours, friends, vital contributors to our economy, and the people who help keep our essential public services running. Diolch yn fawr.
Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be straight. Immigration is a good and necessary thing for our country. Successive waves of immigration over hundreds of years have helped make Britain the country we are, whether Huguenots fleeing French persecution in the 17th century or West Indians answering Britain's calls for workers in the aftermath of World War II. But it's also true to say that preceding waves of immigration have been comparatively small as compared to the size of the population and the pace relatively slow. And so today many Brits hold two positions simultaneously. We want to be a generous, open and welcoming country, but we're also concerned about the lack of control that successive governments have had over our own borders. In the last 5 years, over 460,000 people have claimed asylum in the UK. A decade ago, that figure was 165,000. And the last government allowed net legal migration of 2.5 million in just 4 years. So we must be in no doubt, if we fail to achieve a just and fair system, we'll undermine public support for our asylum system, with the risk that the general population turns away from the generous and compassionate country that most of us consider the UK to be. I could talk about many things in the bill that I think are good and necessary, but I'll just talk about one, and that's the introduction of requirements for asylum seekers to contribute financially towards the cost of an asylum system, as long as doing so would not push them into destitution. When I was leading a homelessness charity before Parliament, we supported a young man called Mubarak, who was only 18. He'd come from the UK, to the UK from Sudan, via Libya and Malta. When we asked him what he wanted to do, he was clear. "I want to be a plumber," he said. Let's not deny people like Mubarak the dignity they deserve, but let's give them the chance to contribute to the society that has taken them in as soon as they can. Indeed, in my experience, this is most often what people who have been welcomed into this country as refugees actually want to do. That is, make a contribution to the country that has welcomed them. I give my full support to much else of what this government is doing to secure control of our borders, including community sponsorship schemes, creating the first ever safe and legal routes to this country. Now the government is picking up the pieces of the mess that the last government made, and the only way that we can restore the bonds of solidarity and compassion between citizen and asylum seeker is by restoring trust that the system itself is fair, effective and based on contribution. That's what this bill is seeking to do, and I fully support it.
I'm going to squeeze in one more speaker on 2 minutes. Dr. Peter Prinsley, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to speak about something very simple. The difference between being put somewhere and being welcomed somewhere. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we welcomed Ukrainians into our home, like many here. The questions were practical. Where's the nearest doctor? How does the bus work? That's why I welcome the Home Secretary's commitment to named community sponsorship. The government retaining control over who enters, in what numbers, and the welcome will come from the community. Canada has a similar system, and we've seen that the sponsorship works with the Homes for Ukraine. More than 400 Ukrainians were welcomed into West Suffolk. So the people of Suffolk are keen to help. They've proved it. I met with the parish council and the head teacher at Barnham Primary School. They're concerned about the use of the RAF Barnham base. That doesn't make these people uncaring. Their concern is about how it's being done. They deserve to be properly consulted. Named community sponsorship and asylum accommodation are not the same. One offers refugees a safe and legal route, while the other houses people as their asylum claims are decided. But the question is simple. Do we begin with a site and ask the community to accept it, or do we begin with a community and ask what it is willing to do to help? The second is a much better starting point. Now, for sponsorship to work, communities need training, clear guidance and continuing support. But the people of Suffolk do not need lessons in compassion. They have opened their homes. But they must also be heard when they raise concerns about RAF Barnham. The Home Secretary's reforms can combine control with sanctuary. But to achieve that, we must trust our communities and listen to them.
Unfortunately, I have to go to the front benches now and I call the Shadow Minister, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been an important and thoughtful debate, and I begin by thanking members from across the House for their contributions. There have been genuine differences of opinion this evening, but I think there is broad agreement on one point. Our immigration system is not working. Immigration is one of the defining issues facing our country. It goes to the security of our borders, the integrity of our laws, the pressure on our public services, and ultimately the confidence the British people have in the ability of the government to keep its promises. The British people expect an immigration system that is fair to those who play by the rules and firm with those who seek to abuse them. They expect secure borders, swift decisions, effective enforcement and, above all, a government to deliver. That is the test this bill must meet. In many respects, today's debate brings us full circle. Ministers stood at that dispatch box and argued that immigration policy should be about grip and control, not gimmicks and false promises. Yet over the past 2 years, we've seen too many headlines, too many announcements and too many promises, while illegal migration has continued to undermine confidence in our borders. Let me be clear, I do not believe that anyone in this House wants to see people risking their lives crossing the Channel in small boats. Those crossings benefit organised criminal gangs, undermine confidence in our immigration system, place enormous pressure on communities, public services and public finances, and all too often end in tragedy. Nobody should accept them as inevitable. The question before us today is therefore a simple one. Does this bill contain the measures necessary to stop illegal migration? Because that must surely be the ambition. The government's own impact assessment recognises that deterrence is essential, but it also accepts that the deterrent effect of these proposals is too uncertain even to quantify. That uncertainty goes to the heart of the bill. The fundamental principles should be straightforward. If someone enters the United Kingdom illegally, they should not be able to stay. Everything else flows from that principle. Without it, public confidence is weakened. Genuine refugees lose out. Those who come here legally and contribute to our country are let down, and the criminal gangs continue to exploit the gaps in our system. Now, I want to be fair to the Home Secretary. There are measures in the bill that we welcome. It's right that the government is seeking to recover more of the costs of asylum support. It's right that ministers are finally acknowledging that the Article 8 framework has frustrated removals. It's right that they recognise shortcomings in the operation of the modern slavery system. And it's right that they acknowledge that the current appeals process is too slow, too cumbersome and too vulnerable to abuse. In truth, one of the most striking features of this bill is that the government has finally accepted many of the arguments that it spent the last 2 years dismissing. But recognising a problem is not the same as solving it. The Home Secretary and I agree on much of the diagnosis. Where we disagree, it's on the cure. Time and again, this bill identifies the right issues, but stops short of the reforms needed to address them. The government proposes a new independent immigration appeals authority, yet cannot tell us with any certainty whether it will actually speed up removals or simply replace one backlog with another. The bill looks to narrow Article 8 claims while simultaneously creating a new sponsor human rights claim that risks opening another avenue for litigation. It speaks about strengthening deportation powers, yet leaves unanswered wider questions about the legal framework that continues to frustrate removals. Despite repeated promises, this bill contains no comprehensive reforms to settlement, no clear answer on preventing those who arrive illegally from obtaining citizenship, and no comprehensive removals framework capable of delivering the deterrence that ministers themselves say is necessary. That's why we've tabled our reasoned amendment. We believe this bill does not yet go far enough to restore public confidence or to deliver the outcome that the British people rightly expect. Our alternative is clear. Those who enter the country illegally should have no right to stay. Several members today have spoken about public confidence. They're right to do so. Public confidence depends upon knowing that the rules matter, that those who have no right to remain will be removed, that foreign national offenders can be deported swiftly, that endless legal challenges cannot frustrate the clearly expressed will of Parliament, and that those who came here legally, work hard and contribute are not disadvantaged by a system that appears unable to distinguish between those who respect the rules and those who seek to exploit them. As has been mentioned, the Home Secretary faces a political challenge from her own benches. If she wants to come back and deliver real and meaningful reform that will properly secure our borders, and she needs some support. To do that, she can give us a call. The British people do not want another cycle of announcements followed by... The British people do not want another cycle of announcements followed by disappointment. They want to know that criminal gangs will no longer profit from human misery. They want to know that dangerous channel crossings will end. They want to know that those with no right to remain will not spend years exhausting endless appeals while the taxpayer picks up the bill. And they want to know that Britain remains a country that welcomes those who come legally while maintaining control over who enters and who stays. That is not an unreasonable expectation. It's a foundation of a fair immigration system. As this bill progresses through committee, we'll scrutinise it carefully. Where measures meaningfully strengthen border security, improve enforcement and restore confidence, we'll support them. Where they fall short, we'll seek to strengthen them. The Home Secretary has moved some way towards recognising the scale of the challenge facing our immigration system, and I welcome that. This bill identifies many of the right problems, but it still stops short of the bold reforms needed to solve them. For that reason, we've tabled our reasoned amendment. The British people deserve an immigration system that is fair to those who follow the rules, uncompromising with those who do not, and capable of restoring control of our borders. That remains the standard by which we will judge this bill, and I commend our reasoned amendment to the House.
My favourite Home Office Minister, Minister Alex Norris.
Not alone, Madam Deputy Speaker, in that assessment. You're not alone. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to close tonight's debate. On a day, and in days when the House is going through the collective trauma of the loss, the murder of one of our former members, Ann Widdecombe, we had a statement from my right honourable friend earlier where colleagues from across the House spoke about Ann Widdecombe's forthright views in which she put forthright ways in which she put her views, her way that she spoke, never fearing to tell people that they were wrong, always listening but keen to engage. And I think the debate that we've had has been in that very best tradition of this House, and I've agreed with lots that colleagues have said and have disagreed with lots too, and I hope to cover as much of it as possible. It is important to recognise where we started from as a government 2 years ago, inheriting a total lack of control and order at our borders, an asylum system in which criminal gangs and not the government decided who came into the country, hundreds of hotels being used to house vast numbers of people, enormous costs to the public, and decision-making quite simply ground to a halt. We have changed that reality. That's a system that didn't work for the collective, and it didn't work for those refugees who wanted protection either. But it's a reality that's had to change and a journey that we're on. I will shortly, but I've got an awful lot I need to cover in a very short period of time. We've made significant progress. Asylum decision-making is up. Costs are down. We're on track to close all asylum hotels this Parliament. We're seeing a reduction in demand for asylum, getting us much closer to more usual levels for this country. But we have got a long way to go in order to win back the trust of the British public, which is why this bill is needed. I'll give way briefly.
Minister for giving way. When it comes to trust, one of the issues that my constituents have is the sudden rise in planning applications for HMOs. Does he agree that that is really the answer to the immigration problem, putting asylum seekers into HMOs in our local communities?
Houses of multiple occupation have always been a part of providing refuge for either people with mental health issues, people fleeing domestic abuse and many other things. They can be right, but we want to find that right balance to make sure through our policy of full dispersal that that burden is shared more equitably, but fundamentally to reduce demand, and that is at the heart of the debate. Now, the bill does five things, and I'll try to group the points from my honourable friends within those five. So part one, we heard lots from the members of Hammersmith and Chiswick, Hackney North and Stoke Newington, Westmoreland and Lonsdale, Dwina Merioneth, Bassett Law, Nottingham East, Folkestone and Hythe, Clapham and Brixton Hill about the Independent Immigration Appeals Authority. I'd want to recognise the important work that judges do in the system. They work hard, they've been creative to provide more capacity, and I am grateful for them for doing so. Nevertheless, I want to be clear with the House, simply trying to sweat the existing model will not give us the capacity we need to have a functioning appeal system. That's why we're making the changes that we are making. I can't accept that lack of legal training in itself is a weakness in this model. We see it, as my right honourable friend said, for example, in the magistrate system. We also know that other countries such as Canada and New Zealand have that lay adjudication as well. Colleagues have made really important points about the independence of this body and the potential blurring of lines with the executive. We have no desire to do that whatsoever. I think that what's on the face of the bill shows clearly that separation, but nevertheless, we will work with colleagues throughout the stages of this bill to give them the confidence, because, as I say, we have no desire to blur those lines. On the point on impact, just to take the point on the impact assessment, a lot of that uncertainty relates to the fact that we are not setting an arbitrary timeline on when the new system must be fully operational. We have to have, including a period of double running, security that the system will stand up properly. That's why there's a degree of uncertainty, but nevertheless, we need that greater capacity that the system will give. With regards to the section on the European Convention on Human Rights, and again, important contributions from colleagues from South Leicestershire, Great Grimsby, Broxbourne, Fareham and Waterlooville, Sunderland Central, Islington North, Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr and Walthamstow. Now, first of all, we have a contrast. We have the empty calories offered by the opposition in their reasoned amendment, the idea that all our issues could be solved by leaving international agreements that would make all of us weaker. These are rights for all of us, and there are domestic ones and international ones too. In lieu of serious answers, they try to offer us three-word solutions. That will not work in this case. And I say gently to colleagues, they talk about this in the context of returns. Well, returns need two things. Yes, an individual to be barrier-free legally, but secondly, for a place for them to return to. And having negotiated returns agreements around the world, I say gently to colleagues, resiling from very important international agreements weakens that rather than strengthens it. But what I will say to my colleagues, perhaps on these benches and certainly perhaps not on the opposite benches, we must make sure, and I didn't hear much of this, I'm happy to say in the debate, that we don't defend a broken status quo and recognise that those agreements, particularly when they are being applied more broadly domestically than they are in Strasbourg case law, it is not unreasonable to seek to align those a little better. I think that's an entirely reasonable thing to do. We've heard from my right honourable friend the ways in which some people have sought to game it. Let's close those loopholes so that we maintain public confidence and public consent for the ECHR. The member for Walthamstow mentioned core protection. I'm not going to give way, I'm afraid. Mentioned core protection. It is right to simplify the protection status in this country. It's right to put what we put in immigration rules in the spring into statute. I will say to those who are concerned about the 30-month status, as I've been clear from this dispatch, but previously and in other forums, we don't want people to stay on core protection for a long period of time. If they switch to a protected work and study route, that will take them out of the 30-month renewal, as will coming via safe and legal means. Turning now to asylum support, again, important contributions made by members from Cheltenham, Perth and Kinrochshire, Edinburgh, East and Musselburgh, Brighton Pavilion, North Warwickshire and Bedworth, and Northumberland. In its principle, it is reasonable to recognise that support for asylum seekers is a unique thing, and that it is a significant contribution, a multi-billion-pound contribution made by the British taxpayer. It is right and perfectly in line with the Refugee Convention and our international obligations that we ask for a contribution towards that. I cannot agree or recognise the concerns around destitution. We've been very clear that this is about when people have the means to earn. We don't want to choke off someone's life that they're building in Britain. We certainly wouldn't want to push people into poverty. But I've heard from colleagues, particularly behind me, that they want to see greater detail. My right honourable friend made the commitment in opening. We will publish that regime alongside this legislation as it goes through, so colleagues will know exactly what it is that we are seeking to put into practice. And then on the fifth provision on modern slavery. Now, I'd say to colleagues, first of all, lots of colleagues have talked about their own personal records in this space. Well, me too. I've been doing that for 9 years in this place. I've always used my platform for better protections around slavery. We were asked, colleagues, Staffordshire Moorlands, Stone, Worcester, Hayes and Harlington, why is this in here? Well, first of all, it's an opportunity to strengthen the regime. I've been talking about TISC and Section 54 for all my years in this place. This strengthens that. But also to recognise there are ways in which the system is being used in its interaction with the immigration system. So those late disclosures, and again, I accept that not everybody's recovery from slavery will allow for an immediate disclosure to say that they've been a slave, or even that they would recognise it themselves or that they would have overcome their trauma. But what we are saying is that when that is used at the very, very last minute, multiple hundred times in the last hours before removals, the court ought to take that into consideration as to whether that's really good faith or not. That will still be a rebuttable proposition, but I think that that's right. And similarly, on the public order disqualification, I urge colleagues to look at what's on the face of the bill. It is totally reasonable for the government of the day to say, and that interaction of slavery protections should not trump considerations of national security. If people do seek to do terror and are convicted of terror offences, of course that must be taken into account. On a couple of other things that aren't on the bill, just before I finish, I'm really sorry, I can't. On Shabir Ahmed, my honourable friend from Honourable West and Rochdale made really important points. They heard me say last Monday, and they'll hear me say again, that from the government's point of view, all options are on the table. This legislation provides, we believe, a really good vehicle to tackle this challenge, whilst alongside working on removal too. I'll be very keen to continue to engage with honourable and right honourable colleagues on this, but I'm glad, as I think everybody has been in this debate, that we have the opportunity to move through on this shared priority. On safe and legal means, honourable colleagues from Falkirk, from Great Grimsby, from Oldham, from Bury St Edmunds talked about what the British people will do if given schemes that are ordered and controlled, and I totally agree. I've seen it in my own community, Ukraine, Hong Kong BNO, Afghanistan, Syria. But what they won't accept is that lack of order and control. And that is what's at the heart of this bill and this government's approach, the chance to pivot from that broken model to a fixed model that works within our values, keeps public confidence too. Just very quickly on two final points. The honourable member from Walthamstow talked about the overseas domestic worker visa. I would encourage her, if she hasn't, to talk to my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley. She will know that we are reviewing that at the moment. But if she says she thinks this is a good vehicle for pushing that, the points that she made very well, I would agree with that. And then just finally on contracts, I agree with what the honourable gentleman says. That's why we're going to reform them. And with that in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time since when an amendment has been proposed, as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. No. No. Colleagues will see that I'm on my feet and they should be seated if they're near a bench. Mr. Witherden at the back. Marvellous. The question is as on the order papers. May that opinion say aye? Aye. Contrary no? No. Tell us where the ayes are Lincoln Job and Sir Ashley Fox, and tell us where the noes are Gregor Poynton and Jane Buttrell.
97. The noes to the left, 358.
It's close.
The ayes to the right, 97. The noes to the left, 358. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of the opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Dr. Caroline Johnson. Colleagues should be seated. The question is as on the order paper. As many opinions say aye. Aye. No. No. Tell us for the ayes are Gregor Poynton and Jade Bottrell. Tell us for the noes are Tom Morrison and Claire Young. order.
The ayes to the right, 264. The noes to the left, 90.
The ayes to the right, 264. The noes to the left, 90. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As made in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
Question is as on the order paper. As made in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ways and means motion to move formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As made in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That is the end of that bit of business. If ministers wish to shuffle over on the front benches, please do so now. We now come to a selection of SIs, and with the leave of the House, I will group SIs number 5 and 10 together. Motion number 5, electricity. Motion number 6 on local government. Motion number 7 on health and safety. Motion number 8 on environmental protection. Motion number 9 on electronic communications. Motion number 10 on urban development. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
Question is as on the order paper. As made in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 11 on dangerous drugs. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As made in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 12 on trade unions. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
Question is as on the order paper. As made in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
No.
The division is deferred until Wednesday. Motion number 13, trade union and labour relations consolidation. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
Question is as on the order paper. As made in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
No.
The division is deferred until Wednesday. Motion number 14 on the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is as on the order paper. As many in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 15 on the Electoral Commission. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is as on the order paper. As many in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'm now moving on to petitions. If the front bench wish to shuffle over before I do so. Petition Liam Conlon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Across my constituency of Beckenham and Penge, a lack of action on road safety means that parents are afraid to let their children play out, older people avoid using certain junctions, and some streets are plagued by unbearable noise. Just this week, it is likely that 2 people will have been seriously injured on Bromley's roads. Whilst there are particular issues at hotspots such as Kent House Road, Kent House Lane, Blandford Road and Hawes Lane, residents across all of Beckenham and Penge are let down by the wait-for-harm approach employed by Bromley Council, where they will only take action when 5 people have been killed or seriously injured. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to encourage the London Borough of Bromley to adopt a proactive, preventative approach to road safety in line with the Vision Zero principles adopted by comparable London boroughs, and to make full use of the record £7.3 billion of government funding made available to local authorities, including Bromley Council, for road repair, renewal and safety improvements.
Petition, road safety in the London Borough of Bromley.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
And the question is that this House do now adjourn, and I call Dr. Ellie Chowns on embodied carbon in buildings. Dr. Ellie Chowns.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The climate crisis is upon us. We are now in the UK in the midst of our third heat wave in less than 3 months. Communities have endured sweltering conditions that put huge pressure on our NHS, our infrastructure and our natural environment. Our ambulance service has literally never been so busy. Tragically, lives have been lost as people have sought relief from the heat in rivers and lakes. And today we heard that it's been estimated there were 2,700 excess deaths due to just the May and June heat waves. In my constituency of North Herefordshire, dozens of schools have had to close due to overheating. People are sweltering in hospitals, care homes and many other workplaces, and farmers and communities alike are facing critical water shortages. Extreme heat is no longer an occasional inconvenience. Neither are extreme storms and floods. These are now part of everyday life, and we know it is getting worse. So if we are serious about protecting future generations from climate breakdown, then every sector must play its part in reducing emissions. And today I want to focus on one that is rarely discussed, despite having an environmental footprint unlike any other. Now, globally, the construction of buildings contributes over 1/10 of the world's carbon emissions, around 4 times the footprint of aviation. And here in the UK, the construction sector is responsible for fully 25% of the UK's carbon footprint on a consumption basis. The built environment generates 1/3 of the world's waste, a figure surpassed only by food waste, and it consumes nearly half of all the raw materials that we extract from the earth. So, I will.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Honourable Lady for giving such a thoughtful speech and leading this debate today. As a chartered surveyor, I advised on some of Scotland's first carbon neutral developments, and I wonder if the Honourable Lady agrees that developers purchasing cleared sites often struggle to get the appropriate BREEAM accreditation due to shortcuts having been taken by the previous owners of the site during the demolition process.
I thank the honourable member. She makes an excellent point from a position of great expertise. And this is precisely what this debate is about. You know, we need to recognise that we should be reusing buildings as much as possible. We should be reducing the destruction that is caused by failure to reuse. And we should be ensuring that regulations are put in place that enable those who are developing, but also those who have sites and have responsibility for them, to take account of the whole life cycle carbon assessment in deciding how to deal with a building. You know, the waste hierarchy, reduce, reuse, recycle. Let's take that into account in the construction sector, which is such a critical part of our nation's carbon emissions. So I thank her for her point. I will indeed.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She's making a very compelling speech about the importance of thinking on a whole life basis about the carbon of buildings. But does her argument also support the view that for new buildings, as well as thinking of the whole life carbon impact of them, we have an opportunity to design buildings properly so that they are cool in summer and warm in winter, rather than new schools such as Aureus in my constituency, Eve being only 10 years old and incredibly hot even now in this summer?
Thank you, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Since I joined this place, I have been campaigning for homes, for buildings that are truly fit for the future. We need to take this into account when we build and design buildings. We don't want to be building buildings that we've then got to retrofit at a huge expense later on. And we need to recognise that there are so many opportunities at the design stage and in terms of the materials that we use in construction that can play a crucially important role in reducing the need for active heating and cooling by incorporating passive elements, and of course recognising that measures to address the embodied carbon of buildings can also play a role in reducing the operational carbon impact of buildings. So it's an excellent point and I thank him for it. So it's clear the construction industry has a huge impact on both climate change and indeed biodiversity loss. And we rightly spend time discussing how efficiently buildings operate once they are occupied. But we spend remarkably little time discussing the emissions that occur before anybody even walks through the front door of a new building. These emissions are known as embodied carbon, i.e. the greenhouse gases emitted when we extract raw materials and process them into building materials and use them for construction. And according to the UK Green Building Council, embodied carbon accounts for around 20% of the UK's total greenhouse gas emissions, and embodied carbon is expected to account for fully half of the built environment's emissions by 2035. But, bizarrely, it has so far been ignored by central government policy. Building regulations only sets limits on a subset of operational emissions. The government's new Future Homes Standard ignores embodied carbon and only tackles energy use in new homes, a small fraction of the total emissions from the built environment. The standard is silent on material use, the construction processes and embodied carbon. And yet these are not marginal emissions. These are large gaps in UK climate policy. And the Environmental Audit Committee pointed this out several years ago, as have experts for years and years. And the huge irony is that the construction sector itself is crying out for UK government leadership in this area. Now, we know we have a housing crisis in this country. We do need to build more houses, in the right place, at the right price. And it's crucial to ensure that when we build, we do so in a way that is genuinely fit for the future, as we've discussed. That means using whole life carbon assessment to minimise both operational and embodied carbon emissions. Now, the hugely frustrating thing for the construction sector is that the absence of national regulation in this area is actually creating more bureaucracy, not less. Because as a result of the government failing to provide national direction, local planning authorities are increasingly stepping into the vacuum themselves. Recent research led by the University of Sheffield found that 61% of local planning authorities now reference embodied carbon in their planning policies, and 7% are moving to mandate assessments. Now, I commend those councils for their ambition. They recognise the urgency of climate action, and they are taking real, tangible action. But the consequence is fragmentation. Different authorities are adopting different reporting templates, different thresholds, different assessment requirements, different policy wording, and as such, national house builders and developers are being forced to navigate an increasingly complex patchwork of local rules. They have to learn a new set of rules every time they build in a different local authority. Planning officials are duplicating work. Local authorities are developing parallel systems. Everyone is investing time and money in solving the same problem dozens of times over. Now, the government wouldn't leave local authorities to tackle other aspects fundamental to building design, such as fire safety or equality. These areas have national minimum standards that authorities can build on. So why are carbon emissions not treated the same? Do we not take climate breakdown as seriously as safety or equality? Now, I attended... I'll give way, yes.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving me way. She's making an excellent speech. In my constituency, we have the National Glass Centre building, a huge building built 30 years ago, which unfortunately doesn't seem viable for its current use any longer. But rather than demolish that building, as some are seeking to do, the Council has been asked to consider Article 4, which would remove implied permission to demolish without a full planning inquiry. Does she agree with me that that is the sort of work that Council should be doing to make sure that there's proper scrutiny in place and that actually all possible alternative uses of a building such as that have been exhausted before demolition is considered?
I thank him for his point. Absolutely. As we've discussed, reduce, reuse, recycle. Let us make sure that every part of a building, an existing building, is reused in the best way possible. Demolition should be the absolute last resort. And so I agree that the work that his planning authority seems to be doing sounds like absolutely the right direction. Now, I attended an embodied carbon industry summit last year, held just over the road from this house. And at the summit, a simple question was asked of attendees. The question was, without government intervention, will local embodied carbon rules become more consistent or more divergent? Now, the response was absolutely resounding. The rules will continue to diverge without government leadership. It's clear that national regulation on embodied carbon will reduce complexity for the construction industry, not increase it. It will replace fragmentation with consistency, create a national carbon data set, and provide certainty for industry while delivering meaningful carbon reductions. Surely that is exactly the kind of planning reform that this government should want to achieve. As the Environmental Audit Select Committee highlighted in their 2022 report, Building to Net Zero, Costing Carbon in Construction, regulating embodied carbon would be, and I quote, the single most significant policy the government could introduce if the government wishes to tackle reuse of buildings, development of low-carbon materials, and a reduction in these emissions. So why are we still waiting? The encouraging news is that the construction sector is not waiting for government. For more than 4 years, over 250 organisations from across the built environment sector have supported a campaign called Part Z, named after the various other parts of the building regulations, and calling for national embodied carbon regulation. Those companies are not asking government to invent something entirely new. Indeed, the same experts who developed Part Z have now produced the UK Net Zero Carbon Building Standard, a ready-made framework that provides a practical route to compliance. This builds on the RICS whole life carbon assessment methodology, one of the most developed embodied carbon methodologies in the world. So these documents could form the basis of future regulatory reporting requirements and, in time, a new approved document. Government does not need to start from scratch. The construction industry has already done much of the hard work. Indeed, members of this government used to be in support of such action. When a private member's bill on embodied carbon was debated in 2022, Jonathan Reynolds, now this government's chief whip, previously Secretary of State for Business and Trade, said, "We support it."
We do not talk about colleagues by their first and second names. We mention their constituencies, and if we're mentioning them, we give them the courtesy of letting them know. So, a quick, just making sure it doesn't happen again, and for future reference. Thank you.
Thank you. I am so sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. I stand entirely corrected. The aforementioned gentleman said, "We support it. I agree with the proposition that industry would welcome further regulation in this area." He was right then, and that statement is right now. Because this is not regulation that industry fears. It's regulation that the construction sector itself is asking for. Industry is calling for this because it provides a level playing field, because it creates local green jobs, and because it boosts investment into lower carbon materials. Good regulation rewards innovation, provides certainty for investment, and gives British businesses the confidence to lead. The rest of the world is moving ahead in this area. The Netherlands has regulated embodied carbon for more than a decade. The EU requires reporting from 2028 and will have limits from 2030. Turkey is requiring reporting from 2027. Several US states mandate reporting today. Meanwhile, Britain, despite having world-leading engineers, researchers and designers, risks falling behind. This is not simply an environmental issue. This is an industrial strategy issue. It's a planning reform issue. It's a housing issue. It's about whether Britain intends to lead or follow. So today I ask the Minister for one thing above all else: national leadership. I ask for a clear pathway towards national regulation of embodied carbon to measure and reduce embodied carbon, aligned with the direction already being taken by many of our international partners and by many in the construction industry themselves. I ask that embodied carbon is finally recognised within national planning policy, replacing today's fragmented patchwork with one coherent national approach. I ask the government to consider using the UK Net Zero Carbon Building Standard as the route to fast-tracking the compliance requirements, finally giving industry the certainty it's been requesting for years. And I ask the government to tell us when it will finally release its long-delayed circular economy growth plan, which offers an opportunity to ensure that embodied carbon, dealing with embodied carbon is at its core. Climate change is not hanging around, as we can see around us all the time. And embodied carbon is only making things worse. We can and must change this. We have the expertise, the methodology, and the support from industry. Local authorities are crying out for consistency. The standards have already been written. The only thing missing is national leadership. I call on the Minister to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for North Herefordshire for securing this debate and for the constructive and the consistent way in which she's pursued the issue of embodied carbon in buildings. I know this is an issue of particular interest for her and for many other members, including members for Paisley and Renfrewshire North, Woodid, Cotton Wantage and Sunderland Central. I'm sure that the member will continue to press the issue and keep it on the government's agenda. Let me be clear from the outset. The government agrees action on embodied carbon in new buildings is important. To meet our net zero targets, we can't just look at energy use in occupation. We recently introduced the Future Homes and Building Standards, which will make sure new buildings become zero carbon in operation once the electricity grid has decarbonised. But we also need to understand the embodied carbon associated with materials, construction, maintenance, replacement and end-of-life treatment. As operational emissions fall, embodied carbon will become an increasingly important part of a building's whole life emissions. I know the issue of embodied carbon in new buildings has been raised in the House before, and Government is aware of proposals for embodied carbon assessments, approved methodologies, guidance and central reporting. The Government recognises the aims behind those proposals: better data, more consistent measurement, greater transparency and, over time, a pathway towards reduction of embodied carbon in the country's new buildings. Those are legitimate aims. Better measurement is an essential first step because we cannot reduce what we do not understand. But embodied carbon is not a single, simple number. It depends on a whole host of design choices, as well as assumptions about lifespan, data quality, construction methods and end-of-life treatment. Different assumptions can produce different results for the same building. That's why the Government must be careful in considering whether and how to intervene. In July 2025, we published research from ACON on the practical, technical and economic impacts of measuring and reducing embodied carbon in new buildings. It identified opportunities for industry to track and reduce carbon impacts, but it also identified challenges and barriers, including the need for better skills, more consistent methodologies, improved data and practical tools. Yes, of course.
I thank the Minister for giving way. As she has pointed out, there is a need for more consistency. Does she not recognise that government is the institution that can provide exactly that consistency that the sector requires?
What I would say is that despite these challenges, the Government recognises the excellent leadership already being shown by parts of the sector, as she describes, in tackling embodied carbon. Parts of the construction supply chain are already working to measure and reduce whole life carbon. And we saw this momentum in the conference that she mentioned earlier at the end of last year. Officials from MHCLG and DESNES attended, as did the Honourable Member for North Herefordshire, alongside industry and professional bodies. The summit highlighted both the appetite for action and the importance of consistency, better data infrastructure and a phased approach to give industry appropriate time to adapt. The Government also supports the work of the Future Homes Hub on embodied and whole life carbon in new homes. The Hub is developing an industry-led approach to reducing embodied and whole-life carbon, including work on voluntary measurement and disclosure, benchmarking, environmental product data and practical tools for home builders. However, despite these excellent examples, there will be many more I haven't mentioned. It would be wrong to assume the whole construction industry is in the same place, all ready for regulation, as is often claimed. While larger developers and consultancy teams may have the expertise and tools to carry out robust assessments, many smaller builders, local contractors and clients do not. There can also be varied costs in even assessing the whole life or embodied carbon of a project. For this reason, the Government's taking time to consider the right approach. Taking time does not mean inaction. It means doing the work properly. Rushed policy could lead to inconsistent assessments, poor quality data, disputes about methodology and perverse incentives. It could also drive the substitution of materials without proper regard to their safety, quality, durability or cost. Members will understand that Government needs to consider these issues in the round. We have ambitious housing delivery targets. We're committed to making buildings safer. A policy that reduces reported embodied carbon but undermines safety, increases defects or slows housing delivery would not serve the public well. In considering our approach, the Government must look at several areas: the methodology, the quality and coverage of data, the capacity of industry, the sequencing between measurement and reduction, and the economic impacts. A hospital, a high-rise block and a small housing scheme will not have the same constraints or carbon profile. Any future framework must recognise this. Some have raised the role of planning, which can be an important lever. The planning system provides the freedom for local authorities and developers to carry out carbon accounting, and some are, as the Honourable Member described, are already encouraging whole-life carbon assessment. But we must also be mindful of the cumulative demands placed on the planning system. The Government has also recently consulted on proposed reforms to the National Planning Policy Framework and other changes to the planning system. This consultation sought views on a revised framework which would encourage applicants to reuse existing structures and materials and give substantial weight to proposed development for existing buildings where this improves energy efficiency. We're analysing the feedback received and will publish our response in the summer. Any approach to embodied carbon must be considered alongside wider planning reform to make sure our policy is coherent, practical and capable of supporting both sustainable development and the delivery of homes and the infrastructure the country needs. I will.
I thank the Minister for the point she's making about the role of local government. I think she heard what I said to the Honourable Lady before about the National Glass Centre in my constituency. Would she encourage planning authorities such as Sunderland City Council to make sure they are fully considering whether alternative uses for very large buildings like that have been made as they're considering whether planning permission for demolition should be given?
My honourable friend makes a very persuasive case, and I'm sure that the City Council will be listening to what he said today. I would endorse his comments. To turn to building regulations, they have an important role in setting minimum standards. But when we regulate, we need clear requirements, clear compliance routes, and clear enforcement responsibilities. The Government is committed to reducing waste by moving to a circular economy and making significant reductions in carbon emissions. To achieve this, all sectors must play their part. For construction products, this includes increasing reuse and recycling of products, choosing more sustainable products, and improving information about environmental performance. Our Construction Products White Paper confirms an intention to remain consistent with the EU's revised Construction Products Regulation, where this meets our objectives, protecting supply chains and reducing burdens on UK manufacturers. This extends to environmental aspects. But reducing embodied carbon is not just about regulation or planning. Product innovation, digital tools, professional training, voluntary disclosure, and better design practice will all have a role. The Department for Energy Security and Net Zero is already taking forward work to grow the market for low-carbon industrial products, with an initial focus on steel, cement and concrete. They've committed to developing guidance for buyers and producers of construction products on embodied emissions reporting, product classifications and green procurement approaches. This guidance will help buyers identify and compare lower carbon products and help producers market them. This matters for buildings because the choice made by designers depend on the products available to them and the information they can trust. Better product level carbon data can support better building level decisions, but the two systems need to be aligned carefully rather than developed in isolation. The materials we use in buildings must be assessed in the round. Lower carbon products offer real opportunities, but they must also be safe, durable, sustainable for suitable for their intended use, and supported by reliable information. Government's work on construction products reform and DESNES's work on low carbon industrial products therefore point in the same direction and are being developed to work together. Better information, greater confidence and a market capable of supporting both safety and decarbonisation. Let me be clear about what the Government is not saying. We are not saying embodied carbon is too difficult to address. We are not saying government will have no role to play. And we are not saying complexity is a reason to put this issue in the too hard box. But we are saying complexity matters. Unintended consequences matter. Burdens on industry, local authorities and consumers matter. Housing delivery and building safety matter. Net zero matters. the right policy must hold these objectives together. I therefore welcome today's debate and the challenge from members who want government to move faster. But responsible government sometimes means resisting the temptation to immediately reach for a simple answer to a complex problem. The government's position is this: embodied carbon in new buildings is important. The direction of travel is towards better measurement and reduction. Industry leadership is welcome and necessary, and government must take the time to design an approach which is robust, proportionate and deliverable. Yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and she's outlined the complexities of regulating in this area as in any other area. But I'm glad to hear her say that it doesn't mean the government will do nothing. The government wouldn't say fire safety is a complex area, therefore we won't regulate. But in this area, as I outlined in my speech, hundreds of industry experts have come together to create a framework that the government could use as the basis for regulating. Does she recognise that so much of the preparatory work has already been done to address that complexity?
I recognise the honourable member's point. We are aware of the industry-led Part Z proposal, and setting expectations in this way is one possible approach to addressing embodied carbon of new buildings. I recognise that there's a great deal of work already taking place across industry, and we're aware of the parts of the sector have been coming together to encourage consistency and increase awareness and engagement. We know it's a challenge across the built environment and construction supply chains, and that's why we're considering the next steps very carefully. Ahead of any potential intervention, we want to understand the impacts on the sector. So we've commissioned research to help improve understanding of the data currently available on embodied carbon and identify where gaps and challenges lie. We will continue to work with industry, local government, professional bodies, environmental organisations and parliamentarians to consider the right levers for action. I again thank the Honourable Member for North Herefordshire for securing this debate, and I look forward to continued engagement with her and with colleagues across the House as this important area of policy develops. Thank you.
The question is, this House do now adjourn. As many that opinion say aye? Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.